Good morning, everyone. Welcome for this Artrepreneurship Summit that, for the first time, TiE Silicon Valley is putting together, along with our co-chairs, Vinita Bilani and Apurva Bakshi. We wanted to talk about connecting artists and entrepreneurs together so that we won't have this notion of a starving musician or poor artist, right? If there's one thing that we can accomplish today, through all these events where we have accomplished artists sharing their journey with us, investors and other, speakers who will tell us their journey of monetizing their art. And our idea is to make that available. And this is the first time TiE Silicon Valley is doing. As you know, TiE Silicon Valley got started 30 years ago with the primary mission of fostering entrepreneurship. And TiE has done that and pioneered various activities. This is the first time we are trying to bring artists and entrepreneurship together, therefore the Artrepreneurship Summit. And I want to emphasize that an event like this is not possible without our sponsors. And we have Sandeep Kishore, one of our charter members, who's also a private equity investor, accomplished executive, run multiple companies, and he is also a poet himself. So he, through his foundation, is one of the sponsors for us. We've got Raju Reddy, who is also a serial entrepreneur, a good friend of mine, our charter member. And their foundation also supported us, and you will get to hear from him soon. And we also have the Chandani twins, and they're also music entrepreneurs on their own, in addition to their business, and they've also supported. So the sponsorship is very, very key for us to make an event like this possible and present it to all of you. And I just want to emphasize the why behind it, right? So there are a lot of younger generation of entrepreneurs, from here in the Valley and around the world. They are trying to look at, whatever they like to do. I mean, their heart says, right? So many times when at least when we all grew up, even our own children, when we brought up, we said, hey, you need to study engineering or some professional degree and things like that. But the intent that behind it is that we want to have a stable career, so that you can not only take care of yourself but the whole family. But we push back on this entrepreneur opportunities around the artists, because we say that it's very, very difficult to break through that. But now, with the confluence of technology, anybody can present their content to a worldwide audience, right? Classic YouTubers is one example. And then there's also over the OTT streaming, where contents can be created from around the world, whether it's documentary content or your own produced content. That distribution becomes very, very easy through these OTT channels. And then, of course, there's also NFT type of technologies where people are trying to have their content monetized in that way. So there's multiple ways to monetize content using technology, in whether it's your art, whether it's your acting talent, singing talent, any one of those. So we need to put all of this together, and that's the why behind it. So TiE wants to pioneer this, to bring the artists, the investor community, and the technology content. And if you bring all of them together, we would have a wonderful opportunity for our artists to flourish, and therefore wealth creation, and therefore we could create more and more such artists who TiE's entrepreneurship in one way is all about wealth creation. And if you do that, then that money rotates again and again. One gets to be an investor and all that stuff. So that's the why behind this. And then the next component is that youth, right? If you really take a look at it, once you get an opportunity to learn an art, and typically when you look at children, we say that, hey, you need to be well-rounded. You want them to be good in your education, basically STEM part of it. You're asking them to be good in arts. So you learn, anything, music, singing, dancing, any one of those. And then, of course, you also, look at the sports part of it, right? So that's how you become a well-rounded person. But over the, as you grow up, into higher and higher studies, you try to pick one thing and you want to do that very, very well. So, we all know that it takes 10,000 hours for you to be an outlier in any one thing that you do. And if you pick an art, as a career, then you need to invest a lot and a lot of time onto that to become very, very good. So the idea is that if you are spending that much time as a youth, you also need to figure out ways, how do you monetize it, right? And by attending events like this, and TiE can provide you the tools, and we want to do this year over year so that the entire community of artists can learn how to build a business around it. So that's sort of the third thing. And then, of course, TiE, want to do this to this community, so that we are developing a whole new stream of entrepreneurs, which otherwise, I call them non-tech entrepreneurs. Everyone can be an entrepreneur. In this particular case, we want the artist to be an entrepreneur. With that, I want to talk a little bit again, come back to our sponsor. So when we started, thinking about this, I worked closely with, in fact, the credit goes to Vinita Belani, who's one of our charter member and also the artistic director of Enact. And she and I said, hey, we should do something. And we worked throughout the year last year, and it has taken today to culminate that and deliver to all of you. And first thing is, we wanted to make sure who will sponsor us. So I call my good friend and charter member Raju Reddy, and Raju said, AGK, if you and Vinita are doing something, we are going to support you. So with that said, I want to bring Raju to the screen. So Raju, please take it away from here, and then share the why behind supporting such an amazing event from TiE. Raju?
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you, AGK. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. And, I think AGK covered very well as to why, TiE needs an initiative like this. And for me, I've been part of, my background as a tech entrepreneur here in Silicon Valley, and I've been involved with TiE quite actively over the years. I've personally been a big beneficiary of the TiE ecosystem that's focused on nurturing entrepreneurs. And it's TiE, I guess, is closing in almost 3 decades of its work over these last 25 plus years. TiE has launched several new initiatives. And today it has grown to be the world's largest organization with active chapters in over 60 plus cities. And when I look back and with all the work that TiE has done, my sense is today's initiative, the focusing on arts entrepreneurs, is something that will not only succeed here in Silicon Valley, but it truly has an opportunity to impact all the other chapters. And I believe someday it'll go on to become a global initiative for TiE Global itself. So the tech entrepreneurs, Silicon Valley may have been the epicenter of innovation, probably will continue for a long time, while there are significant ecosystems around the world. In the world of artists, this is far more universal, right? And one could argue Silicon Valley is a very, very tiny fraction of that. And so, I think that's one, reason why I got so excited about this. So it's the opportunity for something to really become very substantial and become a global initiative within the TiE community. And second, like anything, any new initiative, new organization, or for that matter, nations, the leadership matters. And here, I had worked extensively in the past with both Vinita Belani, the founding director of Enact, and also the principal behind this idea that she brought up to both AGK and I think a few years ago. And of course, AGK as the president of TiE Silicon Valley. And just looking at the lineup of speakers and the panelists and others today, you have to really hats off to you folks, for initial program to have assembled such a fantastic group of artists and people so well reputed in that field. And I'm hoping to learn a lot from you through this day. And thank you once again for this opportunity. I'm super excited, and hopefully you'll share some of that enthusiasm as we go through the rest of the day. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to my good friend Vinita Belani, the co-host for today's event, and also the founding director of Enact.
Thank you, Raj. Thank you for always being there for me personally. And thank you for supporting this incredible initiative. And thank you, AJK, and everyone at TiE Silicon Valley for believing in us when we said this is what we want to do, because this is the need of the hour. And thank you to every single panelist and speaker who has stepped up to be a part of this journey today. The 21st century is characterized by a marked rise of entrepreneurship and investment in a newly emerging space. And this newly emerging space is a confluence of art, entertainment, technology. They are all rushing headlong into convergence. The Artrepreneurship Summit, the very first in the world, it highlights the journey and the successes of the leaders and some of the most innovative entrepreneurs in this space. And they paint the nuanced picture of their vibrant, their productive, and their profitable businesses. And the summit attempts to explore these artistic endeavors as investment, artistic investment as careers, and the business of the art world, and notwithstanding the last but most important, the social, cultural, political impact of art. So I would like to kick off this session with first acknowledging an incredibly talented young woman who stepped up to be my partner in crime in all things entrepreneurship, Apurva Bakshi. Apurva has at a very, very young age managed to do what most other people have not been able to do in their lifetime. She achieved an Emmy Award for a series that she produced, and when I saw the series, it blew my mind. And later in the day, I will have the pleasure of speaking with Apurva, who will tell us the journey of how she became an Emmy award-winning producer. But for now, I am deeply, deeply grateful to have Apurna as my friend, my partner in crime, my mentor, and the young soul who keeps me young perpetually through this process. I'm delighted, Apurva, that you're here. I am delighted that you are opening the conversation with one of the most iconic women in this business, Suzanne Daniels. Suzanne Daniels is an award-winning entertainment executive who has developed and produced some of the most iconic and groundbreaking content in entrepreneurship. She was global head of the original content for YouTube. Before that, I think I'm doing your job for you. I think you should. And let's get this summit started. Hello, everyone. My pleasure to present Apurva Bakshi in conversation with Suzanne Daniels.
Thank you, Vinita. Hello, everyone. Good morning and good evening from wherever you're joining across the world. It is such a pleasure to be provided this platform with the absolute original, the Indus entrepreneurs who literally built Silicon Valley. And I would like to tell everybody that I've been trying to speak to Suzanne for almost 3 years, and it is today that she was able to spare some time for us. Suzanne, welcome to the summit. You are the original gangster of our tribe, as I call it, and you have developed and produced some of the most iconic and groundbreaking fiction and nonfiction shows I have grown up watching. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Dawson Creek, Gilmore Girls, Army Wives, Charmed, Project Runway, oh my God, Project Runway, Drop Dead Diva, Jamie Foxx Show, Are You the One, Scream, as in the list is endless. Interestingly, you joined YouTube to bring high production value, long form, yet data-driven programming to a democratic platform. And Karate Kid inspired Cobra Kai, Step Up, High Water, the boy band Korn, The Age of AI. And the list goes on. Of course, my favorite was the Katy Perry show, which was absolutely audacious, and we'll talk more about it. But you went on to even creating a big pivot with the pandemic coming in. And I think that's so interesting that, as a platform, YouTube was able to do that in a very, very strategic way, and in a very sensitive way by, spearheading a global live stream special, an inspirational tribute to the Dear Class of 2020, headlined by President and Mrs. Obama, and a lot of marquee events. So welcome, Suzanne. It's such an honor to sit down with you. I've been super excited to have this fireside chat. And should we just dive in? And I just wanted to say hello. And how are you doing today?
Good morning, Apurva. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm excited to be here, and sure, just dive in.
Okay, so Suzanne, MTV, who has literally built and led some of the biggest American studios, and then transitioned to head programming for the world's biggest content platform. Up to 4 days ago. So we'll talk about that as well. These are two very different content worlds, and any content creator would know the difference because they cater to very different set of audience, and one is democratic, one is absolutely you have to go by the book, and started from the lowest executive to the senior most. What triggered the pivot between the two? The broadcast world or the the digital platform OTT world to going on to YouTube? And was it strategic or a challenge that you were seeking?
So I will tell you what happened. So I was running MTV, and we were doing a lot of programming, and we had programmed this show, this drama series that I really like called Finding Carter. And we had programmed Are You the One? And we had programmed Scream. And our ratings really weren't climbing. They were holding stable, but they really weren't climbing. And one day, out of just complete and total frustration, I turned to my head of research, who's a lovely woman who's now running research at Disney, and said to her, where are they? Where's the audience? Why are our ratings not growing? Like, these are good shows. We're marketing them. What are we doing wrong? Where's the audience? She said, oh, they're on YouTube. And then I basically started watching a lot more YouTube after she said that. And I started working with YouTube creators who I really admire. And they're very can-do. They're very self-sufficient. They're really visionaries. So I started working with YouTube creators and calling top creators, doing research into who were the top creators, and calling them to MTV for meetings. And I developed a series with Todrick Hall, and I had some development deals with other YouTubers. And YouTube heard about it, and they called me, and so I sat down with them, and they said, we'd like you to do this for us. And I thought, well, maybe that's the next frontier. Maybe the next frontier is I work with creators on the platform where their audience is, instead of trying to convert their audience to come watch cable television, which I don't know if it's going to happen. And so I went to YouTube, and that was about 7 years ago.
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey. I understand that. So it was not only tapping into working with the creators, but also a new frontier. And was it exciting?
It was really interesting. It was such a great journey the last 7 years. Because it made me think about my approach to programming in such different ways. Like, I really had to use different muscles, right? No longer did I have to think about time periods, like what's the lead in, what's the lead out, how do I get the audience to Wednesday night at 9 p.m. That was all gone. It was all on demand. And then I had to start thinking about, well, if it's all on demand, do I think about the content differently than I think about it? If I need to drive an audience to it, do I still need to eventize it? And turns out you do still need to eventize it, particularly on a place like YouTube, where where adding another piece of content could sometimes feel like pouring a can of Coke into the ocean. So because there's so much content added to YouTube every day by creators. So it's been fun to think about it. And you mentioned the Katy Perry project. That's my favorite project too. And one of the reasons it's my favorite project is that I love that you brought that up. Is that first of all, it was her idea. She gets all the credit, and it's because it took advantage of what YouTube can do in a way that almost no other project we worked on really did. It was global. It was live. It was a live stream that lasted 5 days. You know, it brought in YouTube creators and celebrities. It really like checked the boxes of things YouTube can offer in a unique way as a global platform that I couldn't do on cable television.
And it was incredible. It served its purpose. Everybody was hooked onto it. You've also commissioned very strong female-led narratives, and I do know that you believe a lot in research, qualitative and quantitative. Kate, from Buffy the Vampire Slayer and the Katy Perry show, you've used your research to guide your decisions to hone the mandate of building a very progressive and inclusive content slate. How do you think diversity representation has evolved in the world of content creation?
Well, you sort of have two questions in there, and you're absolutely right. I do rely on data. I relied on data more at YouTube than I did at broadcast and cable because I had more data to rely on. First of all, there was nothing if there was not a surplus of data. That's for sure. So, for instance, when they came in and they pitched Karate Kid to me as Cobra Kai, I already knew before they came in that was a highly searched and valued word or title on YouTube. So I already knew there was a hungry audience for the content going into it. So I just wanted it to know that they had a good pitch, which they did. They had a great pitch. And then I knew there was an audience that if they could deliver a good show, there was an audience that was hungry for it, which really correlated. But back to your second part of your question. Let's see, it's early and I haven't had my coffee. What was the second part of your question? Diversity. Diversity. Yes. Right. All right. Good. All right. Yeah, no, that's something that's always been really important to me. It's always been really important to me. I've always seen my job as I'm in the chair, but it's not about what I like. My job is to try and program for a large, varied audience. And at YouTube, I had the opportunity to do that on a global basis, whereas the other networks I worked at, MTV and CW and Lifetime, they were all domestic. So for the first time at YouTube, and that was my favorite aspect of the job, really. I got to work on content in 8 different regions, 8 different countries, and in local languages. And that was so fun and interesting and challenging because you really have to dive into the culture and ask a lot of questions and try and figure out what's going to resonate in order to develop a program in a local language with local stars. And so there was a big learning curve there for me, and that was just super fun. But yeah, my job is not to develop what I think is a good show. I mean, obviously I want everything to be a good show. That's the goal. But I know there's different tastes out there, so I've always been drawn to different points of view and working with people who are quite different than I am and bringing, a different voice to the table, so that we're promoting diversity. And it's interesting to promote diverse stories.
You've done it for a very long time, and probably a very early starter to it. But how did women phase as creators in your world? Because we all know that it's a pretty male-dominated industry as well. It is changing. The past 10 years has allowed for creators like storytellers like me with no background in film and no film school education to be able to foray into the business. How have you observed, this could be a more of an pan industry question with the rise of the OTTs in a pure long format a move and much less reliance on ratings versus algorithm driven data. How do you think women creators have fared in the past past decade?
Well, again, you're asking a really complex, interesting question. And the two parts of your question are definitely related in a meaningful way. The proliferation of the streamers meant that you could have niche hits for the first time. You did, right? When you were in broadcast and cable, you were going for the largest possible audience. So you're going after the largest common denominator. But when you start to have streaming, you start to rely, you're not relying on ratings. I mean, yes, you want views, and yes, you want completion time and everything else, but you're driving subscription mostly, well, on a Netflix or you're driving ad based on an IMDb TV. And the goals are different, and that allows you to have a show like Never Have I Ever, right? I don't think you could have had a show like Never Have I Ever before the streamers, and I love that show. And so the idea that now that you have more content than ever before being made and more places for that content to live, a hit is defined differently. And because a hit is defined differently, it can be defined in a much more narrow lane. You can explore different types of voices. And so you get to have Apurva and her show, and you get to have Never Have I Ever, and you get to have just a whole different type of genres and type of voices that would have been filtered out before.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to ask something very interesting. I really want to know what lesson in your professional life took you the longest to learn.
That's a great question. I'm still learning lessons every day. Sometimes I think, why have I not learned all the lessons already? But I'm still learning, and I love a learning curve. I think in my job, the lesson that I still walk every day is you learn a lot when you're working on programs, as long as I have, and you start to have a sense of what might resonate and what might not. But even though I have that instinct or sense, I also believe that my job, as I've said, is to support other people's voices and visions. And so where I try and walk the line of how many notes I give and how much I can support a creator and how much I want to bring my knowledge to the table, but then also allow them to try things differently and to stumble and fail and learn, and maybe not fail, maybe stumble onto something that's a new way of doing it that I haven't done yet. I mean, let's go back to Katy Perry, for example. When Katy Perry first pitched that show and she wanted 5 days of a live stream, I literally said something to the effect of, "That's a lot of Katy Perry, 5 days of 24 hours. Like, maybe it should be 3 days." And she said, no, it really needs to be 5 days because it needs to grow, and you need to have it to be 5 days because people need to start talking about it. Like, have you seen this thing? It's on, it's 24/7. You can watch Katy Perry sleep, And so I said, okay, I wasn't sure she was right, but I thought that's what she really wants to do. Let's support her vision and let's do it. And she was completely right. She was absolutely right. It did need to be 5 days. But so I continue to learn every day.
That's incredible. And what would be one life lesson that you would want to share with content creators across the world? The young ones, the old ones.
to just go for it like you did, to just go for it and make the show that excites them, that they want to watch, that they think their peers are going to watch, that there's more access to being able to shoot something on, your phone that looks great and edit it yourself on your laptop than ever before, and just start doing it, start making content. I tell writers, write scripts, write what you're excited about.
And that's amazing. That is a great life lesson, to just go for it and not rely on everybody else to make your dream come true.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming to the funny part, feels like Greg, who is also one of my favorite creators, your partner who created The Office, Parks and Recreation, and The Simpsons, he wrote for it. Does he get his funny? He definitely uses your funny bone to write his comedy pieces, isn't it? How does that partnership work? It's just like incredible. What a powerhouse couple. How does that partnership work? I really want to know.
I think we learn a lot from one another. I think we both have to work with people in our roles. So he has to work with a lot of executives, whether they're at Netflix for a show Space Force, or executives at Amazon for a show Upload that's coming out March 11th, season 2. I'm going to plug it. And he has a better sense of where executives are coming from and what their job is and what their role is and how they're trying to help him, and the language they use from living with me all these years and talking to me about it and hearing my thought process and approach. And likewise, I have a much better sense of working with writers and what they're going through and how hard their job is, they're writer producers, because of my exposure to him. So he once said something interesting to me, like he once said to me that what executives needed to know, he was frustrated because executive gave him a note about wanting him to switch something in Act 2. And he said to me, I'm going to go after what the essence of the note was from the executive by changing something in Act 1 that will impact the effect on Act 2 that they want me to change. But I'm not going to change the scene in Act 2. But I'm going to come at it a different way and go after what they're looking for. And I really took that to heart, and I thought, that's right, that makes sense. Just because I see something in Act 2, my job's not to rewrite it. My job's to say it doesn't feel like it's coming together, or that relationship has stakes, or whatever I'm going to talk about, but allow the writer to come at it any way that they want to, that they believe will best enhance their script. So I think we learn a lot from one another.
That's amazing. Was there any show that he thought would be a great success and you did not have any hope, and he was right?
That's a great question. I'm sure I can't think of off the top of my head, but we like different kinds of content. So he really loves. I mean, this is so. I even hate to admit this because it's so traditional, split along gender lines. But I like romantic comedies. Surprise, surprise, is probably my favorite genre. And he loves, like, action, graphic violence. So it's a little stereotypical. I'm sorry to admit it, but it's true.
It's great to know what goes on behind the strongest executives I know who've created some incredible programming.
But we do work together on really great drama. We both loved watching Succession together, for instance.
Incredible show.
Yeah.
Great writing and end to end. Where does your inspiration find its roots? And I'm talking about Suzanne, the 20-year-old fresh graduate, to today.
In story. I was an English major, and I just love story. And there's story in reality television, and there's story in scripted television. There's story in documentary and film. I just love a great story. and it's all about storytelling. I remember being an English major in college and thinking, how lucky am I? How lucky am I that I get to read great books and talk about them in class? Like, what an amazing experience that I get to do this. I've always just loved story.
That's amazing. And you continue to tell stories till date. So
Yeah.
you've always,
And I love working
probably,
with storytellers.
yeah. And so in your prolific journey as an artpreneur, first of all, do you consider yourself an artpreneur?
I've never heard that term before, but I love that term. Yes, I would say I do. I am.
My very my mentor and an extremely inspiring co-chair Anev and Vanita actually coined it, entrepreneur. And
It's a great term.
in terms of, I really want to know, you just like 4 days ago quit YouTube, and what really comes next in Suzanne's life? Like programming for the metaverse? Are we going there now? A new frontier?
I don't know. It's a good question. I loved working at YouTube. It was a great ride. I learned a tremendous amount, and I got to work with brilliant creators there. So I'm very grateful for my experience there. But at the end of the day, I think the powers that be at YouTube felt like they could take the resources they were spending on original programming and put it against other priorities for the company. Like they're building YouTube Shorts right now, the TikTok competitor, and investing more in shopping at YouTube and gaming. So it just ended up sort of they're deciding they didn't want to. They no longer wanted to prioritize original content, which is their right to decide. So what's next? I'm not sure. Maybe for the first time in my life, I'm not sure, but I am teaching a class in the business of streaming at UCLA Anderson School of Business that starts in a couple of weeks, and looking forward to that. And I'm going to consult a little bit and figure out what I'm going to do next.
Incredible. We can't wait. We can't
Storytelling.
wait. I would really want to just stay in that class and be a fly on the wall and just hear about all the experiences. Okay, we're going to open up the questions for the audience, and some of them are sending me questions on the chat here. Oh, this is very interesting. So far in the gallery of life, are you the art, the artist, or the visitor?
I'm the curator.
And why?
I get to be the curator. That's a fun part of my job. And when you were talking about how I've worked at different networks, I've worked at different networks, a lot of different networks. Now started at NBC, worked at ABC, Fox, you named a bunch of them. But I'm essentially doing the same job, the way I see it. I mean, maybe doing it for a different brand or a different demographic, but I'm doing the same job and trying to create content that resonates with people. And so I see myself as a curator doing that. I'm not the artist, but I get to work with all the artists and create a gallery.
Did you ever want to write yourself?
No.
How incredible.
No,
That's
I think I like interacting with people, and writing is a lonesome job.
What career advice would you give your kids? With both parents being the frontier of entertainment. How does that go?
I think my advice to my kids is similar to what we were talking about earlier. What my advice to young people starting out to today would be, which is that it's like that woman who wrote the HBO series Girls and did the movie Tiny Furniture. She did that movie. Yeah, Lena Dunham. She just did that movie Tiny Furniture, like you just made your content. She just made it. She just wrote something and made it. I mean, I know it's easier said than done, but and I know that it's hard to get people to help and get financing, but it's possible. And it's possible to get your content out there and build a YouTube channel and build a website and do it yourself and get noticed and break through. And look at the guys who wrote Matt Damon and Ben Affleck, right? Who's came out of nowhere as two young guys from Boston and wrote that screenplay and starred in it. I mean, and won Academy Awards out of the bat. Like, kind of anything's possible. And I think my advice to my kids is just, it's like it says that Nike slogan, just do it.
Incredible. We have a question from Ms. Kirplani. Please guide us on how we can get to your class and learn about streaming content from you. Is that just sign up for the UCLA course, or?
It's for the Graduate School of Business. I think you have to be enrolled as a business school student at UCLA. I'm not sure that they allow people just to sign up, but I'll find out.
Well, I will write to my very good friends at Masterclass to just quickly enroll themselves on your list and do a masterclass for all of us adults who are not going back to school anytime soon. So
no, I thought maybe I should do a masterclass or a TED Talk.
Yes, definitely. I'll nudge nudge everybody in the right directions. Suzanne, Variety Hall of Fame inducted you in 2019, and this year you'll be inducted in the Broadcasting and Cable Hall of Fame. Congratulations. I cannot wait to hear more about where you're headed and attend your classes and master classes. And please keep inspiring us, because you're a huge inspiration to all the producers, but especially to young girls and women like me who can see you. You're like the walking, talking billboard of what successful programming and filmmakers look like. So thank you so much for joining us today. Do you have any last thoughts that you would like to share with our attendees?
So listen, thank you so much for having me. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure, Apurva, and I really appreciate it. And you asked really fun questions. And good luck to everybody out there. And I'd say my last piece of advice is to the women in the group is don't put your life on hold. I think women put their life on hold when they pursue their career and they think they'll get to it. And you've gotta just, it's messy. Life's messy and it's not clean. It's not like I'll get to a certain point and then I'll check that off and then I'll get married and then I'll check that off and then I'll, it doesn't happen like that for anybody. And you have to kind of have your life at the same time as you're pursuing your passion. And I just see young women and I feel like they don't realize that. And I love, and being married and having 4 kids has been such a joy to my life that I just want women to make sure that they're not putting their life on hold.
Thank you, Susan. That was incredible. That was an incredible piece of advice for all the young women to be mothers and executives in the content industry. I cannot wait to meet you in person and give you the warm hug that is due for the past 3 years, but very soon. Please
well, I look forward
care.
to that. Thank you very much for having me.
Give our regards to Greg as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to move on and pass the baton to Vinita, who is now going to host an incredible panel on global co-productions beyond Hollywood and Bollywood, and talk to content creators who have created compelling programming which has traveled the world. Over to you, Vinita.
Thank you, Apurva, and thank you, Suzanne, for such a refreshing, incredible conversation. I am inspired beyond belief, and you have renewed my faith in myself and in the world and in everything. So thank you for being with us. We are going to be talking about global markets, and we're going to go beyond the concept of Hollywood and Bollywood, because the rise in cross-border collaboration in film and television and pretty much all art forms, it really reflects the escalating integration of cultural, economic activities on a global scale. It coincides with political, economic, technological convergences that we've seen over the past decade or two. Successful content creators from US and India and UK and somewhere in Europe are all coming together in this incredible panel that I am totally intimidated by, to talk about the creative, the technical, the trends, and all things in global markets. I want to start by introducing Simon Sohail Tawfiq. Simon is a British Indian award-winning, Emmy-nominated producer, educator, and composer. Simon, you are based in New York. Welcome to the panel. Cannot wait to hear your work. Karen Tenkhoff, hello Karen, is the creative producer and production executive on numerous films. I mean, incredible films. Motorcycle Diaries, which won the British Academy Award for Best Foreign Film, The Clearing, The Spy Game, Legend of Bagger Vance, another one of my most favorite, and Horse Whisperer. Oh my God, you seem to have made most of my favorite movies. Golden Globe nominees. Thank you for being on the panel, and just really looking forward to hearing about your journey and your take on global markets. Sundar Aaron, very pleased to have you on the panel. Lived and worked in India for the past 19 years, though you're originally from America. Aaron is a principal with Locomotive Global, a media company that he founded. And it was recently acquired by Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment. And I want to hear what you're doing next. We have my very own co-conspirator in crime, Apurva Bakshi. She is an international Emmy award-winning producer. She spearheaded the production very bravely of the International Emmy winner Delhi Crime. She has other national award-winning films up her sleeve, like Shut Up, Sona and Leeches, the Netflix musical What Are the Odds, and the widely watched Facebook original Homespun. This gets more intimidating by the minute. Last but not least, Abhijit Golap. He is the founder and CEO of Octrascan, with 17 international patents and several research publications to his name, including Nature. And Abhi has innovated and moved away to having a second career as the founder of the Visha Film Productions, which is an award-winning producer of Marathi cinema. And in this day and age, to go back to investing in regional cinema on a global stage, I find it absolutely fascinating. So it has taken me so long to introduce the panelists, because this is, as I said, a very high profile and intimidating panel. But the commonality over here is that each of you transformed from some kind of core business or a studio to producing independently. So I'm trying to explore what triggers major pivots like that. So let me start with you, Karen. Where did that pivot in your life come from? If you could tell us a little bit about what you were doing up to that pivot moment and what caused that pivot.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the lovely introduction. I'm so happy to be here. For me, the pivot happened sort of twice. Initially out of only out of live action producing, and then I went into animation for a long time, and I was at a very major global studio. And there was enormous value there and enormous, talent, storytelling talent. But for me, I wanted to be able to tell different kinds of stories. And that didn't require the buy-in of layers and layers of bureaucracy, shareholders, and all kinds of other external metrics. And so I wanted to be able to tell stories that might be very, very small in scale. I'm just finishing just now executive producing a film about a transgender woman who returns home. It's very small, indie, and that's the kind of thing that just can't be done at larger, just the larger entities often just choose not to do for the perceived issues of audience reach, but I think those are only perceptions. So for me, it was about the kinds of stories I wanted to tell and just kind of product market fit of what would make that possible.
Wow. And the second pivot is coming now.
The first pivot was out of live action into then, sort of choosing studio life and choosing animation as something different. And then the second pivot came out of animation into returning to doing both independently. So now I do both independent animation and independent film. So it's stories, again, that allows for telling stories on a bit of a smaller, I think smaller scale, but still hopefully with the same reach and the same universality.
And before we move on to other people's stories, just a really quick question, because there's a lot of techno people amongst us, given that we're hosting the conference in Silicon Valley. How do you see the evolution of animation as technology for graphic design and CGI has evolved?
I mean, the possibilities are limitless, especially now as we move into VR, AR. The tech possibilities of storytelling are super exciting to me. The metaverse, Web3, what does it mean when your own avatar is in a new world? Like, these are things that we haven't even begun to, truly explore. And I think, but interestingly, I feel like technology is just a tool, just in the way that word processing was a tool. You still have to find the best novelists, whether they write on a piece of paper, with no disrespect to technology. It's just technology is a tool by which for expression, but the innate storytelling still has to be, that's where it all starts, no matter what technology you use. But I think the visual possibilities made possible by this new technology are extremely exciting.
Yeah. Thank you, Karen. I'm going to move on to Sundar. Sundar, tell us a little bit about your life up till the point where you decided to make the pivot, and what triggered it.
Well, sure. Yeah, I worked for Sony Pictures in LA. First of all, thank you very much for having this really interesting conference. And I wish we could do it in person, but I appreciate engaging everybody on this. So yeah, next time. So I worked with Sony Pictures in LA for a while in their international television business. They assigned me to work with the Indian team in our Indian channels business. So moved in 2002 on a 2-year contract, and I just kept renewing because in India so much was happening, and of course it was an exciting frontier. The market was evolving, the industry was evolving before our eyes, and it was hard. It was very addicting to be a professional in the media and entertainment industry, and fortunately working for Sony at that time. So I did that for many years, ran channels for Sony, and eventually I reached a point where, honestly, the pivot came when I kind of felt like I'm not equipped to run Hindi television channels, primarily because the content was not something that was exciting to me at that point. If you guys are familiar with broadcast television in India, the programming is very much like, telenovelas or soap operas. So that's when I made the pivot. I decided I wanted to be a producer, independently produce, but I knew that I didn't want to leave India yet and go back to LA. That was the pivot for me. And fortunately, I started off planning to work on genre films, horror movies, romantic comedies like that, small films that I would hope would have a global appeal versus just an Indian appeal. And then shortly thereafter, streaming and everything took off with streaming in India and I pivoted there. I started working on long form. Long form to me was very exciting. Had a lot of success as a result of that, especially because is when it comes to streaming and OTT.
I think we're having a little bit of tech trouble hearing you, Sundar. So
Hope that answers the question.
I'll come back to you in just a moment, but there is something that people don't know, that Apurva was actually an intern with Sundar back when. So we'll have to
Sorry,
ask.
guys. I'm sorry about that.
Sundar, I want to ask you, was Apurva a good intern when she interned with you? You don't have to answer that, Apurva. You went from interning with some of the best in the business to suddenly saying, I have the script. None of the platforms, not Amazon, not Netflix, not YouTube, nobody's buying this movie. So what? I'm just going to go ahead and make this series on my own. And then you just very casually won an Emmy for it, and then everybody wanted to buy it. And so, of course, firstly, mind-blowing. Secondly, bravo, congratulations. Thirdly, how? Why?
Thank you. I actually was at Sony in Sundar's team first, and then we transitioned. So yes, actually, I have four of you I have worked with or I'm working with currently. So on this panel, and it's just been, all of you are my mentors and collaborators, and I can't wait to unveil to the world what all is coming through. But the trigger for me really was I wrote an email to everybody, and Sundar called me into his office and he said, "Where are you headed? You tell me, where are you headed right now?" And I said, "I'm going to travel the world. I'm really going to. I'm just explore travel because I'm kind of burnt out with the studio life and running the channels." And on my way out, I met Guneet Monga, and in her group of creators, I got hold of this DVD of the film called Placebo. It was a documentary, but that triggered the pivot. I watched it on a flight back to the US, and I could not wait to land to call up the director, Abhay and Archana, to tell them how incredibly important was that film and how inspiring was their journey, because they just picked up the camera and went ahead and made it. They did not wait for anybody to endorse it, to give them the money. They spent 3 years at AIMS, which is the All India Medical Institute, and to understand the psyche of the students who become world-renowned doctors and what it takes to be that person. And then I started understanding distribution issues that independents were facing. So the whole world of independent filmmaking really opened up to me. And I met Richie. I distributed a lot of these independents on platforms like Netflix and Amazon first. And then I read Delhi crime scripts, and they just blew me away. And I told him that even though I might not be a full-fledged bona fide producer, I will be one because I will make this happen. And everybody knows the story, so I'm not going to repeat it, but no platform was really ready to bet on fresh talent, a very sensitive story, and they just did not have any metrics to be able to judge our capability to be able to pull it off. So I went to a lot of veterans and my mentors in LA and some partners in India, and we put together the financing and we made it happen. And of course, went to Sundance, and Netflix really loved it. And that was a big shift and pivot as well. So first was from studio to trying to do something for the independents and authentic voices. And now I have a very clear mandate of supporting a certain type of stories that came through. So the pivots keep happening, but fiction to nonfiction as well. I just, a documentary of mine called Women of My Billion is out there. I'm going to do a plug-in. Anybody in India who's watching us, please watch it this weekend. It's live on the Mommy platform. But it is Placebo inspired me to make Voom 8 years later, right? And so the inspiration is constant, and the pivots are going to be many. Just being a part of this whole effort that you've been putting together for the past 3 years was such an important pivot as well, to be able to welcome all the Valley technocrats into our world as well. So yeah, that was my pivot. Placebo.
Incredible, incredible. It's amazing how one small thing can change a person's life. Abhi, I want to know what changed your direction, because you're a classic Silicon Valley techie, went to IITs, you're a CEO of a tech company, you have so many patents. And then suddenly we find that you've become a producer in India of regional language film, which is highly unusual. And clearly uh, there was a need, there was a market, there was some excitement that you identified in that process that brought you into this world, which I kind of feel you're enjoying. Is it different from your other world? How do the two collide, and what brought that about?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to this panel. I think the panelists are so great that I'm just feeling like, too much novice in this world of entrepreneurship, of arts and films. But as you said, Vinitha, interestingly, everybody who is born in India and grew in India, he or she always feels that there are two important missions for any person who is from India, right? I mean, one is films, another is cricket. Without these two things, no life is complete for anybody who is associated or connected with India. So you have been always watching the films, you have been always looking at the cricket and from your childhood. And then as a technology guy, I got into the technical field, and then, with all this Stanford education, got into the business side of it. But at the same point of time, I was always continuing to watch the films and, appreciate the films. And whenever I used to look at that kind of a market segment, you see that US has a significant contribution to the films. In fact, as a statistics, almost $10 billion industry is what US entertainment industry is. Whereas if you look at other sectors, like Korea and Japan and then India, and India stands somewhere around $2 billion in the films market. Now, from that perspective, India was always rated as some of the significant film markets, as all of us know. But then when I was looking at this film market, I felt that India has almost 45% of the revenues come from the Hindi film, which is like a Bollywood, right? I mean, this is a significantly big industry. But then I come from state of Maharashtra, and there are also a lot of regional film centers who are not only producing the films which are glamorous films, but they are producing a lot of films with a lot of good contents. So if you look at the films where you have Angelina Jolie, or you have people like Shah Rukh Khan, these are all glossy films, but there are also a lot of films where there are content itself is a hero or heroine of that film. And so with this knowledge that was happening at the back end, as you said, pivot, somebody approached me with the story. And when somebody comes to you, you always start getting involved in that story. And the first story that came to me was about commercialization of the faith, and that is something which happens very often in a country like India. And I was not looking for a story with a topic which is regional. In fact, I was looking for a story which has an international appeal. It can be made in a regional language because it can be well connected with that group. But at the same point of time, since that was my first try, I want to really take it up as a project which can connect with many people. And also, as a producer, I spend less amount of money, right? I mean, that was another motivation for making the film in the regional language. But then I wanted the actors and actresses who are having those international appeal, and that's why we made that film. And in the first film itself, I mean, we won 3 national awards, and for a regional film, this accolade got back after almost 18 years of a gap. And that's where I think it was maybe a fluke, or it was really a good content delivery mechanism. And just to prove that it was not a fluke, I produced another one and another one. So I got into this industry.
And you won more awards. So clearly not a fluke. You have the pulse of the market, and you have the conviction, you have the courage of your convictions to make films where the content becomes the hero. I absolutely love that. And I think, in India, we grew up watching more Bollywood movies than any other kind of movie, but now we're watching Korean films and Japanese films, and why shouldn't we watch a Marathi film or a Telugu film? Or I think the authenticity of the setting requires the language to be regional from anywhere in the globe, whether it's Swedish or Tamil. But the global nature of the story means that we can watch Parasite, we can watch the Spanish telenovela type drama that I absolutely love called Gran Hotel. We can watch anything, and we've transcended the language barrier, and that's what makes a global market. That's absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to ask now, finally, Simon Sohail Tawfiq, to bring some music into this conversation.
Well, my pivots didn't always start with music. Music was certainly one of the pivots. So I've been following my nose as the lead for what I should be doing. And so the first pivot was when I was at NYU as an undergrad, writing songs, but thinking that I was going to be an attorney. And then my good friend Bindu introduced me to her good friend, M. Night Shyamalan, who was studying at NYU as well. And we became fast friends. And while I thought I was going to become an attorney, he really showed me that my talent as a musician could actually go somewhere. And I saw it in real life with how he was developing his scripts and his projects, and he would take me to his film sets and his classes. And so it was a really great way to shadow someone who was becoming a master at what they did. And then, despite that, I had an affinity for technology, and that came from before college. I started my first business in BMX. I designed bicycle parts, which became quite famous at the time, and but I left all of that behind to focus on school, like a good Indian boy should. And so, and to fast forward to today, those parts that I made so many years ago are now on the black market. I was selling them for $15 out of my bedroom. They're now going for $2,000 on eBay. So it's a very fascinating little segment of what I was doing. But I caught the bug of entrepreneurship, and so while I was fiddling around with music, I ended up inventing a technology. It was for CRM technology. So I thought I was going to be Abhi. I thought I was going to be that technologist and entrepreneur. I had a patent pending business model and took that quite far. And then the next pivot happened, which was 9/11. And with 9/11, I lost a classmate. I lost a student. I was teaching technology at NYU. And I realized that dream I had for making music someday, I was going to save my money in technology, and I was going to then leave all of that and someday focus on music. And 9/11 and the loss of that at that event told me that it has to happen now. I can't wait for a tomorrow that may never happen. And so quite immediately, I ended up leaving my role. I was running a tech startup called greenbutton.com. I left that world and dove headfirst into music. And quite immediately, I was asked by some friends to write music for their film. And then that led to another film, and one success led to another. But I couldn't let my entrepreneur background go, even though I was trying to. I was trying to be focused as an artist. And in working in independent film, even as the composer, I could see that the producers, the filmmakers, they could use some help. They could use more financing. They could use some more strategic help. They could use some more exposure. And so I rolled up my sleeves, as any good entrepreneur would, and started bringing in financing. I started meeting with distributors and helping them strategize their festival plan. And then quite quickly ended up being asked to produce. And so one thing led to the other, not with any grand plan, but simply following my nose, seeing where opportunities were opening up, and trying to do the best that I could, and had an affinity for, some sort of skill for, but more than anything, it was really driven by a passion and an interest. Uh, Luckily, I've had some taste, enough so that the projects and the people that I've worked with have been really talented, and these projects have gone to, they've been seen, they've won awards, but I certainly didn't have the training to be able to say, oh yeah, it's because I went to this conservatory or because I studied under that person. All of it was just very much led by a passion and the good grace of some great collaborators. So I've had some very many pivots, and artistry and opportunities really been the driver.
Incredible. Where is that very classic aquiline nose pointed right now, Simon?
It is my new venture, along with composing and producing and teaching, is a venture called BTS, which stands for behind the scenes. And we are developing and building massive media campuses around the world because there is a shortage of places to shoot all of these films and TV shows that everyone is clamoring for from the streamers. So we are building these massive. These are facilities that are several times the size of football stadiums. They're also education centers, so that people who did not have or cannot access the world of entertainment becoming part of this world where we can create or help create these stories, they can have access to it. So what we're doing is creating a place where the streamers and the big studios can make their films and TV shows, but also a place where people can find the training and the jobs to be able to work on those projects, because there is a labor shortage. And so we are building these all over the globe, and have some big announcements very soon.
That's incredible, Simon. Thank you for taking the time to lift everybody around you as you rise. It takes somebody with a very big soul and a very big heart to do that. So, on behalf of everybody that you touch, let me start by saying thank you. And I want to move into a very rapid fire round with all the panelists right now. All of you address global markets. You've developed and produced award-winning content. All of that content has spread beyond the traditional core markets. It's appreciated across the globe. And so I'm just going to go around the room and call on people, and you tell me, what are the top 2 ingredients that somebody needs to infuse the content to allow for such ubiquity? So I'm going to give you maybe 10 seconds to think about it, and then I'm going to start with Karen. Since you are a writer developer of the actual content, let's start with you. 2 ingredients that one needs to infuse content with to ensure geographic global ubiquity in buy-in.
It's a really interesting question, because I would say my first answer is simple, like is actually the universal lies in the specific, right? So that whatever is emotionally relatable, specific characters. But as a writer and creator who has now written something for what's meant to be for the Hindi market, I also came to understand, sorry, I'm giving a little bit of a longer answer, but to understand my own shortcomings culturally as not being, a native South Asian, that, it's a bit like if someone who didn't go to an American high school wrote an American high, there still needed to be like a cultural pass at the content. But I think the core of what gives ubiquity is just emotional specificity. I guess that's my answer, but it doesn't necessarily live in isolation, because there are still cultural factors that need to make something feel authentic to its original core audience, not then the outward audience from there. I hope that makes sense. And I'm sorry that was longer than 10 seconds.
Total sense. Emotional specificity and cultural context. That's brilliant. Simon, you're in the business of making the content reaches all of these audiences, or you were. So what are your top two choices of characteristics of?
I would say that I'll echo what Karen just said, which is, but for me, it's a hyper focus on being specific to the world in which you inhabit. So rather than thinking about ubiquity and how this will reach a wider audience, I look at those stories that are hyper specific and authentic, so that it will work and it will be believable in that market. And then if you look at examples of how films and stories have expanded to a global market, it's not necessarily that they were conceived of as being mainstream or wide appeal. They were very specific, but the passion, the authenticity communicated that this is a great story. The other piece is originality, and that is, for me, what makes it stand out. And whether it's coming from Korea or coming from the Ukraine or coming from New York City, it has to feel like I've never seen something like this before, and it doesn't matter where it's coming from.
Brilliant. Sundar, you have the pulse of many, many markets. What would you say?
Well, a couple in particular, US and India, but I'll try to give a bit of a different answer because I obviously agree with everything Simon and Clarence said in spades. So I'll try to add something to that. First, I would say is ambition. If you want to make something that is going to speak to multiple markets, you have to have that ambition. And you have, and exactly, yes, you have to be hyper local and focused, because thankfully that's what everybody wants, authentic stories now. So for sure you have to be authentic, but you have to have that ambition that you're speaking to one specific viewer who is going to be watching your show or your film, whatever it is. The other thing is, I think you have to have the network to be able to bring in talent from abroad. For our shows, we try to marry US or UK writers or co-producers with our projects. That naturally elevates a show, no matter how hyper local or focused or authentic it is, to kind of go across borders. I think Apurva did it excellently with Delhi Crime and with Richie Mehta, and I think if you look at the credit roll there for Delhi Crime, you'll see very interesting, there's talent from around the world probably that are playing key roles in the BTL, in the below the line team that she's got. So I think that kind of a commitment, that's critical as well. Sorry, I kind of went on a little longer too.
No, that's very, very insightful. Thank you. Abhi, you nailed the specificity, you nailed the emotionality with your very first film. So clearly you agree with all of that. What two other factors maybe do you think?
Yeah, so maybe I will give the answer to this question not as somebody, as an artist like all of you, but more like an entrepreneur, which is my core part here. I would say that the answer to this question from my perspective is novelty and delivery. And Simon actually touched upon that topic also, as an originality.
Originality, yes.
So he did say originality, but I would say novelty and the delivery. And that is because you can always present your own topic in a much different way. But then that is where I think the art of a director comes into place. And I think that is where me as an entrepreneur, I would look at the team who can actually create the contents, and then I would look at the team who can deliver the contents. Now in this world of pandemic or the post-pandemic, I think with Netflix and Amazon and Hulu's and other delivery platforms helping a lot in delivering those contents, you can see that more and more original contents, novel contents are actually surfacing. And that's where I would go with still, like, who is making it and how are they delivering it?
Very, very important. Yeah. Thank you. Apurva, come back to
all of the above. I know. All of the above. Everybody's covered on most of the parts: authentic, original, hyper focused.
No.
I would definitely.
You have your own. You can't cop out by saying you believe everybody else. We all
No,
believe.
I am going to bring in a little bit of a distribution angle here, but yes, it was truly collaborative. I think when you send out a piece of written material, so obviously first task is to be able to work with your creator to really, really bring it to a place where you feel that as a producer you've checked off your marks, check marks on it's authentic, it's original, and it's gonna really relate emotionally. And the characters are very compelling, the world is very compelling, and the plot is very, very, appropriately placed in terms of pace. But what comes next is people who bite into the material, and collaborations was truly it was a very difficult material to shoot, but it was an incredible team. Our average age on set was 27 years old. We were young. We wanted to really pivot, except for Richie, who was 38, 39. He'll hate if I say that, but I was 34 at that time. And of course, the financiers and producing partners here in LA are older and with a lot of wisdom. But on the set, that was the young tribe who had not attempted to do that before. And then collaboration around the world, once you started seeing the footage flowing into their systems, came together. And it was one of the most I have not worked in a team where there's chaos. It was chaos in terms of fighting for the best output. It was not because we did not know how to work with each other. So that collaboration is very crucial. It shows on screen. And many examples like Gully Boy, and a lot of those sets, what the set life or a community would look like Abhi also mentioned, the right team. The second, which I think I would just, it's a very simple tool: subtitle your material exceptionally well. I think it is the most stated and the most and actually, frankly, an ignored part of just adopting a better distribution strategy is to first and foremost sit down and idiomatically subtitle your piece of content very well so that it travels far and wide. It has to be authentic, it has to be local, hyper local, but people across the world have the same struggles and emotions and feelings, and they would want to relate to it if they understand it in their own language. So yeah, that's my one tiny bit that I want to add.
Can I just chime in and say that is such a good point? We've all seen movies that are atrociously subtitled in our own languages, and it's like amusing, but it's also appalling and so disrespectful to the filmmakers who often had no part in it. So I just want to thank Apurva for bringing that up, because honestly, it's something I don't think about other than when I've been amused by watching something that's terribly subtitled. So, I just think that's a really great point for distribution and helping films to travel, and a very key part of your film's global journey. Thank you for that.
Yeah. And I think thinking about it in the creative and the collaborative process, not waiting until it's done to be, either dubbed or subtitled later, that's brilliant, because then you start to understand how a nuance might translate or play out in another tongue, and kind of factor that in some way. So Apurva, awesome. That was, we have 8 incredible factors that everybody can take away and start making their content global and successful. And so now let's talk money. We haven't talked money in this panel, and money in an entrepreneurship summit. Let's not beat about the bush. Money is what makes the world go round. Money is what makes projects. Money is what makes everything happen. But when you go independent, financing becomes a very large part of the challenges that you have to overcome, because there's no network behind you, there's no production house behind you, there's no and each of you in your pivots have been at that some point where the money the question of where to get money from must have loomed very, very large in the greater scheme of things. So how daunting is that? How do you tackle that challenge? Where do you go from there? Apurva, I'm going to start with you because I know that was the very first challenge you had to face in what became an Emmy Award-winning show. And you continue to face that because you refuse to make any but the most authentically heartfelt pieces. And I love that about you. So how daunting is money?
To be very honest, not that daunting. I feel like, and maybe because I'm just blessed to have a network of people who listen, who also value young talent. They're not insecure about that, somebody randomly waking up and sending a good script or a good film. And I do that. I pass that privilege along. I look at every 20-year-old who submits every piece through Instagram, through Facebook, through their emails, just to be able to honor the spirit of what I was accorded. I was accorded a lot of respect by very, very senior executives in the industry to be heard. And so money is, it's not, I would say not daunting, but a very important tool. Yes, it's extremely disappointing that people would say they love the material and they love the effort, but it's not investable. And maybe that comes from the fact that, some people in the team lack experience, or it was too sensitive. They don't want to play in that, with censorship and all that is going on around the world in terms of, curbing authentic voices. I feel like just my militant optimism has kept the fire burning of saying, if this door closes, there will be 5 others that I will open, and it just doesn't stop. So I rely on that a lot. But we have to be sensible. I think once you've had that way in, platforms have opened up their worlds to be able to commission original pieces. And all of us have that access right now in the room to executives who trust your judgment on piece of content and will at least have a conversation, if not to pass, which is the most times I always receive a pass on my projects. But then I find independent financiers who really, really believe in the journey. And to be very honest, they've all made money on every project. So I think that track record also is extremely important. Not only do you want to, back brave projects for the prestige of it or for the dedication of wanting to support the arts, but also being able to return the investment of your financiers. I think that keeps the rotating fund coming in. So you have to be very strategic, more about not how to find the money, how to manage it, and how to make sure that it becomes a sort of a rotating, a fund in your producing pool, that the people who financed at least broke even, if not made a profit. And thankfully, I've been blessed to have projects that have made money.
It's very hard to.
Sorry?
I said it's very hard to over and over again. Congratulations for that. I see Abhi leaning forward, and Abhi comes from the other side of the story where he's trying to decide where to put money in. And so, Abhi, do you want to take over from the conversation where Apurva stopped and say, what would you fund? And, with 6 different projects, looking for that same X dollars that you're willing to put in, how are you going to make that choice?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what Apurva said, I think that is like a music to my ears. But then if you look at as a conventional investor, right? I mean, you invest in the technology ventures, you know what you're producing, you know who are you selling with, you know the competitors. And most importantly, the life of the product is pretty long in that case. If you look at the film industry, the life of the product is 2 days or 1 week. So whatever you had to earn it within those time period. And because there is a competition, there are films coming like one after another. And then that is where the investors are actually on a back foot. They just don't feel comfortable investing in this because film business sounds like a risky business, like a gamble for them. They really do not know how do I earn money out of it. And then if I invest this much of money, and then in the first day, if my fate is going to be decided by the audiences, then it's like a big gamble. Now, as an entrepreneur, in fact, that was very exciting for me when this project was provided to me, because that we had to actually create a business model that can make this business sustainable, and more investors can then come into this business model. Now, to a certain extent, that ambition of mine got fulfilled, because when I produced the movie versus what is getting produced now, in the span of those 7 to 8 years, when we got like those 3 national awards, and then today, if you look at it, there are more and more productions now are coming forward and producing number of regional movies like in Marathi. But going back to the dollar value associated with this whole business game or business plan, I think it still requires to decode this business model a bit, because if you look at the investors today, those are either the conventional investors like the film or the media companies. They're investing in this. But there are no individuals, or there are no smaller groups who are trying to enter into this, more like the angels, because they're afraid of losing money. But then with the content delivery mechanism in place, there is at least some kind of a surety now that if you have your contents and if you can get into Netflix or Amazons of the world, then there is at least pay-per-use or some kind of returns that you are going to get. So from that perspective, I think I really appreciate Vinita and Apurva to start this entrepreneurship as a platform, because I think this will eventually give rise to that business model, which will make film business as a feasible model. And now that you are starting it like the Silicon Valley entrepreneurship, I think this is the right place to start. There are many investors who are still watching and saying that, hey, you got it, okay, you are lucky. You don't get it, oh, I was telling you anyways, you're not going to get it. So if that kind of a wisdom is happening, I think it's a time for us to change it together. And with the content providers, with so much of bright and smart content providers that are there now, I think it is all about investors who have to now walk extra miles to make this whole business model grow into a mutually beneficial relation.
Yeah, thank you for that, Abhi. I will be popping into your office to continue this conversation with you next week, probably. Sundar, what would you like to add to that particular conversation, given that you spend a lot of time making choices on what?
Well, let me try to answer the question for people out there who are maybe starting in the business or trying to get a start in the business, because clearly, I mean, Apurva has a great network. So if you have that network and you have a track record, things are going to be a little bit easier once you have something that's really a profound project. But I'll just try to answer it for people who maybe don't have that track record, don't have that. First of all, you can't ignore financing. You need to understand and have a finance plan for your project. You need to understand which markets are going to respond to it. You need to have a very clear understanding of the economics of this. Where is the money going to come from for your particular project? Is it going to come from Netflix India? Is it going to come from Netflix UK or Netflix US? Is it going to come from splitting territories, retaining certain rights, doing deals like that? Is it going to come from a distributor who gives you an MG? So have a plan before you step out and try to get investors. I mean, I think content, especially for India right now, is a great business to get into, because if you have the proficiency to pull off a well-done show, you will be rewarded for it. Everybody can go hat in hand with Netflix and Amazon and the platforms. That's a long, arduous trip. And unless you're making something in a market where the economics are really great, like the UK or the US, in the UK, if you make The Crown, your fees on making it will be $10 to $15 million every season. That's pretty good. If you're making a show in India, however, your fees are going to be a fraction of that. So if you want to independently finance, have a plan, have a real clear idea of who your audience is, and that's really critical. So and hopefully you're a member of TiE, so you can hit up people at TiE for investing.
I was going to say there seems to be some new financiers on the block who are willing to dip their toe into this market, and hopefully, that toe dipping is going to become a flood, and we're all going to be terribly happy campers. And
Yeah, and if I can also, Vinita, I'm sorry, I don't want to be evasive also. Let me tell you, I wanted to raise money because I wanted to scale up quickly. So that's why I went out and I cut a deal with Chicken Soup for the Soul Entertainment. They're a public company that owns a lot of production companies. But I had to, if I don't get working capital in now, then it's going to take me 5 years to grow organically. So I had to have a strategy and a plan for where to go. Okay. Now, there are a lot of companies out there and investors right now that are looking at India and looking at projects that are India related because China is gone.
Yeah.
You can't get anything out of China. Russia is gone now too, of course. So, but the point is that India is the best media market in the world. Fortunately, Indian content is having, Indian talent, I'll say. Indian content hasn't yet really made a big impact around the world, but Indian talent is starting to do that. So there will be more co-productions. There will be more opportunities like that. You just have to have a plan in mind. I mean, my plan was not to wait around and to, go for it now because I wanted to scale up quickly.
Sounds like a really good plan. I'm
Yep.
always go for it now plan. I just want to say 3 times we decided maybe we should not do this conference because we wanted to do it in person. And then we said, no, it has to happen now. We're just going to go for it. And here we are chatting. So I know Apurva is with me on this. I'm very much a proponent of go for it now. So thank you for putting that out in the mix. And as Simon said, you don't know what happens tomorrow, so you have to go for it now. And the more you can book now, the better off you are. Absolutely. Karen and Simon, would you like to take a shot at answering the question, or should we move to some questions that the audience has been peppering us with through this conversation?
I'd love to quickly chime in, and Simon, I yield to you. So I yield to you, and then we can. I'll have
Go
quick
for it, Karen. I'll come back to Simon. Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Okay,
Karen.
So I find I love Apurva's militant optimism, and I wish I shared it. And she's a great example and leader in that way. I find money to be an incredible grind, and a challenging grind, because unfortunately storytelling and filmmaking around the world is littered with the bodies of unscrupulous filmmakers, unscrupulous people who didn't know what they're doing, who got their rich uncle's money to do things that just. And so for all quality, even young filmmaking teams without experience can still have deep quality, deep commitment, and deep ethics. And we all suffer at the expense of those who have gone before us unscrupulously. But I want to say this is such an important summit because entrepreneurship and film financing, just as Sundar has said, you need a plan. Just like if you go to a VC with your startup and you're pitching your idea, you need to, but it's very similar. I think I wanted to address a little bit the entrepreneurs on the call who may be interested as financiers, that there's a kind of a myth that you need $10 million to make a $10 million movie, which is completely untrue. That if you have a good financing plan with tax credits, with a distribution plan, and with cast becomes in many ways, the talent that you draw to your film is effectively human capital. And it sounds horrible to say that, but I don't mean it in a pejorative way. It's just that they bring value. And so, $3 million can trigger a $10 million film once you've made cast offers, packaged it together, and also the other thing I would just say to entrepreneurs is to be sure to get, if you know good material, to be sure to find a consultant. You can find, pay someone one day to read a script, assess it, and say, is this good storytelling? Is this director talented? And that's what Apurva was able to do on Delhi Crime. She knew Richie's work. She herself could address that material. But so find an Apurva, find who that person is who can make a qualitative assessment about your quantitative risk, which will deeply mitigate your quantitative risk. And I think that that's just an important, and again, you don't need the full freight of the budget in order to trigger the budget. I think it's something else for potential investors to understand, that you can actually get, your return much more readily than you might think. So I'll leave it at that and pass off to Simon.
And yes, everybody should find an Apurva.
We'll have to clone her. Can Silicon Valley do that? Simon, we want to hear your views.
I'm a big fan of the saying or the idea that a lack of resources can make you more resourceful, and so I think dovetails with the idea or the practice of going for it now. So even as entrepreneurs, we'll see that a prototype is worth its weight in gold, because my business plan is still just an idea. But if I can show you what that idea looks like in real life, then you've got something that's now added a whole lot of value, because you've demonstrated that you can execute. And that's the difference between the million scripts that are out there and the few that actually have been made. Once you demonstrate that you can execute and that you have a way of telling a story that's going to stand out, then opportunities do open up. And yet it is still a grind to raise money, just as Karen had mentioned, but it's infinitely less of a grind if you can show that you're not just talking about a concept, you're talking about real results. And that has made the difference. I've worked with enough first-time filmmakers to see when they run out of money or their financing went south, they've still made their films with less resources, and they've surprised everyone, most of all themselves, with how good it came out and how much the market was waiting for this kind of story. And a lot of times, if you do your homework and you do your planning, as Sundar has mentioned, for the financing, but also for all of the other creative elements, you might have something that looks far better and has a lot more production value than you think. And as an entrepreneur, you're always hiding your build cost. And if you can do that as a filmmaker, where people ask you, did you spend $2 million on that? It really looks like a $2 million film. And they don't know that you spent 50 grand on it or 250 grand, whatever it is. But all of a sudden, the fact that you put all of those resources, that resourcefulness together, now has catapulted the value to something else. And now money will be a path to your door if you're lucky, if you have the network, if you are resourceful, all of those things that my fellow panelists have mentioned. But you've got to demonstrate.
I just wanna add absolutely agree. I think the hustle in you cannot stop at any point in time, and that's something that starts at as soon as you graduate to the time that you retire in this world. And I deeply appreciate that hustle, as well as a well laid out plan. Nobody will go on a concept level. Like, nobody will invest in you at a concept level. It has to be thought through and a thorough plan. And then you have to have the hustle. So it's a grind, but it's a good one.
Cut everybody short here because we're coming to the end of our time. But we have been receiving, everybody has been listening to this panel, hanging on to every word, and we've been bombarded by questions, and we have run out of time. I have a minute, and so I am going to ask one question which really popped out to me, and I'm going to give everybody a opportunity for a one-sentence response, because unfortunately that's all the time we have. We could spend all day with this panel, but we have some other incredible speakers that we need to also make time for. So here's the question. The question is, what about short films? Is there a market for that? Is it opening up? Would people want to invest in that? Are more people watching short films? So rapid fire round, I'll call a name, you give me a one-sentence response. Karen.
Unclear about the market, but make them anyway.
Okay, Sundar.
Oh, okay. I'm going to take a contrarian approach, because people have approached me about short films, and no, there isn't a great market for it. There is a market, but it's not a great market. If you are using it as a showcase of your talent, then I understand that's the upside of it. But as far as the economics, sometimes, you know, the effort that you can put into a short film, might as well do a small indie film. Nowadays,
Okay, now you only get
sorry, one sentence, right. Sorry,
That's okay. Thank
I'll
you.
shut up now.
Very insightful. Simon.
You're not investing in a product, you're investing in people.
Okay. That's a very brilliant answer, Abhi.
Short films are good for writers and directors and actors to showcase their talents. It's not yet proven business model for investors and producers.
Okay, Apurva.
Pick up an iPhone and go and shoot it with an iPhone. Stop using big pieces to tell your story well. You don't need a lot of money. And if you don't have if Sean could make an Oscar nominated film on an iPhone, so can you. So stop wasting money and make it for the talent and to understand who you work well with and build teams to make your first independent film after that. So, yeah.
Mr. Rishabh Thakkar, thank you for asking that question. I hope you got the response that you needed. And thank you everybody for staying within time almost and working with me to share your lives, your dreams, your insights, and most of all the advice to the people that you are. Like I said, I was intimidated at the top of the panel. I'm even more intimidated now, but I want to meet each and every one of you over lunch and talk so much more. Thank you and hope to do it again soon. I want to hand it over to Apurva for our next session, which is, I don't know what, but Apurva will tell us. And thank you to all the audience members who are staying with us in these incredibly critical conversations.
Thank you. I'm having a Simpsonian day because I'm going to be interviewing Mike Reese now. This was a pre-recorded session. He is a writer and producer of The Simpsons, which is the longest running show, animation show on American TV. It's been on for 32 years and still going strong. I think they will renew it again in the next 2 years. So this was pre-recorded because Mike couldn't make it today. So we will just move on to the session. It was a deeply motivating and inspiring to speak to somebody so prolific and funny. So yes, let's play the session out. Mike, it's an honor. You've won 4 Emmys and a Peabody Award during your 32 years of writing for The Simpsons. You ran the show in season 4, which Entertainment Weekly called the greatest season of the greatest show in history. In 2006, you received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Animations Writers Caucus and have written jokes for comedy legends such as Johnny Carson, Joan Rivers, Gary Shandling, and Pope Francis. Mike, you're truly a global ambassador of unadulterated joy, and thank you for rearranging your schedule 3 times to meet with us today. Thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. And people always think the Pope Francis thing is a joke, but if you look, I see I have a platinum record behind me, and just to the left of that, underneath, is my certificate from Pope Francis calling me a missionary of joy. I wrote jokes to the Pope, and I was hoping to get paid, but instead I just got that certificate.
Well, I hope that means so much. Oh my God, that's such a great honor. You've been working on The Simpsons for 32 years. It's half your life, Mike. We want to know who was Mike Reese before The Simpsons happened to him.
I am, what I am is just the luckiest man in the world. I think since we're talking about entrepreneurship and that kind of thing, and what's interesting to know about me is I can only write jokes. That's all I do. I can't sing or dance. I can't skate or ski. I can't type. I'm a professional writer who doesn't know how to type. I don't speak a foreign language. The only thing I do is know how to write jokes, and yet the world has just opened itself up to me and, gotten me to work with the Pope and that kind of thing. So if you have something you're good at, I guess just go with it.
That's invaluable advice, but thank God, Mike, you can't do other things. Otherwise, I don't know what level of Legend 2.0 you would land up being. So I'm so happy that you're sticking to your lane. Okay, you said in an interview that Simpsons works because it's about universal themes, right? Human folly and frailty, a dysfunctional family, and American humility, accepting that there is the level of stupid that exists. How did the idea of Simpsons come about?
It's an amazing story. I love to tell it again. It's a little inspiring in how half-baked everything was that led us to this point, which was there was a show, it was the lowest rated show on TV called The Tracy Ullman Show. The critics loved it. The public would not go near it. And they had this idea just to put 1-minute cartoons to break up the sketches on the Tracy Ullman Show. And they bring in a local cartoonist, Matt Groening. He's a very, very popular underground cartoonist, probably making $100 a week. And they said, just come in for a meeting. Now, this is something that's happened to all of us, which was right before the meeting, somebody says to him, we're very excited to hear about your new project. And he didn't have a new project. He thought this was just a meet and greet meeting. So in 5 minutes, Matt Groening invented The Simpsons. He drew the characters, he gave them their names, and the name part was easy because Matt Groening's parents are named Homer and Marge, and he has 2 sisters named Lisa and Maggie. So that was it. He put 5 minutes work into this show, and now he's a billionaire. So think if he had put an hour into it. But these 1-minute shorts were so popular, they decided to try turning them into a half-hour show. And one day I was working on the next to the lowest rated show on TV, so another critical darling called It's Gary Shandling Show. And I was on summer break, and they called me up and they said, would you like to work on this new show we're doing? It's called The Simpsons. And I said, why are you calling me? I don't know you. And they said, we're calling you because everyone else in town has turned the job down. Nobody wanted to work on The Simpsons. Nobody thought animation for adults would work. It was on the Fox network, which was a brand new network with a terrible reputation. Now it's an established network with a terrible reputation. So I took it. It was just the summer job to work on The Simpsons. I didn't tell anyone else what I was doing. I was so ashamed. And we just had fun. It was a bunch of, and the proof that they couldn't get established writers on the show was that the original Simpsons, that first season, was created by people who'd never written a TV script before. There were sketch writers and joke writers. One guy was an advertising man, and one guy had been a sports writer. And we just said, well, nobody's going to watch this, so let's make it fun. Let's just make the kind of show we always wanted to see on TV, and let's entertain ourselves. And that, I guess, more than anything, turned out to be the secret of the success of the show.
It's incredible. It's so uninhibited and unapologetic, and I think that's why people love it so much. It's those thoughts that you never want to spell out, right?
Yeah.
And it spells it out also openly. You unleashed a global phenomenon, Mike, and they love you everywhere: Singapore, Israel, Iran, China, India. A news headline said that people in Bolivia actually were so upset that their 2-hour broadcast of The Simpsons had been reduced to an hour, and they took to the streets and marched to the capital. Would love to know who really benefits the most financially, because we're talking about entrepreneurship here. Is the studio?
The studio makes a lot. The creators of the show, Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, and Sam Simon make a lot. Sam Simon died, one of the creators of the show, an instrumental guy. He died 20 years ago, and he still gets paid $60,000 a week to be the producer of the show. So, wow. I hope we're all doing that well when we're dead. So they do the best. Here's an interesting fact people should know. When I joined The Simpsons, I had many other offers when I went there full time. And they said, this is before the show came on the air. They said, if you join our show, we will give you 1% of the profits. Okay.
Oh,
So here we are 33 years later. The show has grossed $5 billion. And every quarter I get a statement from Fox saying, we're still not in profits. I've still never gotten a penny on that deal.
you're serious?
It's unbelievable. And I go to lawyers. It's not like I've sat this through and they go, wow, that is a great dirty contract you signed. They said, maybe you'll never get a penny. Maybe your grandchildren will get something. And I don't have kids, so I don't know. I'm going to have to adopt grandchildren just for them to get the money. But that's it. So I am not the guy who's benefited financially from it. I guess the lesson for your audience out there to look at me is that not all Jews are smart about business.
But oh my God, Mike, that's
You knew
very
you were
insightful.
asking. Yeah.
That's very insightful to look into paperwork. But that is a battle with studios, right? The overheads are always going to let the profits not reflect on books. And that's again, the audiences need to like take away that just legally you need to really arm yourselves
Yes.
so that there's a
Yes,
long term.
any of our entrepreneurs out there, you can't be naive about this stuff. And the other lesson is it can't be about the money. You know, there's a world out there, people who are just thinking you're trying to create something new and they're thinking, how can I rob you? And whatever you're doing, you got to really love it for the work itself. And I do love working at The Simpsons. They do, they pay me a very good salary, and I can't complain about that. But I just wish they'd never offered this bogus contract to me for profits.
So, would it be right to say that your life lesson is just do what you love doing?
Yeah, there's a couple of life lessons I have. I mean, again, I told you how I have no skills or talents. The other thing is, entrepreneurs will come in and they'll be Steve Jobs. They'll be dynamic and visionary. And I'm not any of those things. I'm very quiet. I'm generally a very shy guy. I don't like to ruffle feathers. But one thing I've learned is just say yes. It's so simple. Say yes to any opportunity that comes your way. So The Simpsons is a great example of that. This job came out of the blue and I said yes. And the way I got into Hollywood was I was working in New York right out of college. I was writing for a magazine. I love New York. I love the magazine job. And one day I get a call saying, we're making a movie out here in Hollywood and it's not funny. And we need someone to just come on the set and write jokes while we're shooting the film and make it funnier. Can you be here tomorrow? And I said yes. I just jumped in it. I knew, I loved my job, but things were going to be better in Hollywood. And so I just hung up the phone and I went to the boss and I quit my job and I ran out on my lease. And I was in LA that night. That night I was on the set of this movie I hadn't even heard of the day before. And it was a movie some of you may have heard of. It was a little comedy called Airplane 2. Airplane 2. It was a comedy so bad it actually won an award in France. But it's the job that got me out to Hollywood, got me into show business, got me an agent, and got me where I am. So I always say that. Just say yes. I got the airplane job. I got the Simpsons job the same way I got a wife. I was not the first choice, but I was available.
Oh my God. So I believe the show was commissioned for 6-week pilot run, right? And now it's running in its 717th week, going to 728. Like,
wow, is that the actual numbers?
Yeah. What are the 3 top reasons it works and it's continuing to work?
Oh, let me see if I've got 3. One is that everybody works really, really hard at the show. We really, nobody, you know, and when the show first started out, it was just a small team of writers, as I mentioned, and we were all friends, and we would all, it's the only job I ever had where we would work, you know, 12 hours a day and then go hang out together. We just wanted to be with each other. And that not only made the work more pleasant, but it also put an extra pressure on you. You didn't want to let down your friends, and you didn't want to look lazy in front of your friends. It's much easier to kind of goof off in front of strangers than in front of your friends. So we all work very, very hard. The other thing is we all get along. Is that, you know, I wish I should have brought the prop. I wrote a book called Springfield Confidential, 300 pages about my life at The Simpsons. And the book came out and was a bestseller. And one Israeli critic criticized the book. He goes, "Where is the dirt? Where is the friction?" And it was only when the book came out, I go, "Oh, there is no dirt. There is no friction. You know, there's no scandal at The Simpsons. Everybody, the writers all love each other. We all get along. We love our actors. The actors are our friends. We work hand in glove with the animators. It's just a big, happy family." And maybe 3 times in 30 years, someone has come along who doesn't play nicely with others, and they've gotten fired. And they were talented writers. We had to say, "Gee, we love your work, but nobody likes you." So that's the other thing. And I guess the third thing is sort of like the second is there's no friction. There's a real myth, I think, in all creative enterprises that friction creates dynamism and friction creates creativity. And it's simply not true, or not true in my experience. And having worked on The Simpsons, I've went and read books about other classic long-running shows like MASH or Monty Python or Cheers. And it was the same thing there. Everybody got along. Everyone loved coming into work in the morning. So that's it. I think don't fight, get along, like the people you work with, and work very, very hard. There's a man named Al Jean. He used to be my writing partner. And then I kind of left The Simpsons to try other pursuits, like writing for the Pope. And he just stayed with The Simpsons, and he's run the show for 22 years. And yet every day when I come into work with Al Jean, he acts like it's his first day on the job. He has so much enthusiasm. He has so much energy. He's probably pitched 1 million jokes for The Simpsons. But every time I look at him, I go, where did that come from? How did he think of that one?
That's amazing. It's such a rewarding moment to be in a group, amongst a group of people who just love doing what they are doing.
It is a very lucky break. Let me add one more thing, which is really good at the show, which is it's self-regulating. It's a lot of people like Al Jean put in 5 days a week there. But over time, people have just realized, if they've been there 20 years, we have people there 20 years who just go, I can't be fresh. I can't be good to you 5 days a week. And so they work 3 days a week and they get paid 3 days a week. And I've been there forever. I've been there longer than anyone. And I work 1 day a week because I know I can only give them 1 day of full concentrated energy. So I'm down to a day a week, and people have suggested I cut back to an hour a month, but
that's so interesting. But were there any challenges that you encountered as an artist? Not just
and I don't feel like I'm an artist. I'm maybe I'm a craftsman. Maybe I'm some guy in a little factory just painting wooden shoes or something like that. I've never felt like an artist. The only factor is, again, the sheer amount of work at the job. When we start, we now have 20 to 25 writers on the show, but we started it with six people doing the same amount of work that 25 are doing. And there was major burnout. And I gained 70 pounds when I was running the show. I went to the doctor at the end. I just ran the show for 2 years. I gained 70 pounds. And the doctor said to me, "You're morbidly obese. Do you know what that is?" I go, "That's what Homer is." And in fact, at the end of running The Simpsons, I weighed what Homer Simpson weighed. It was uncanny. We've established on the show, he weighs 239, and somehow I weighed 239. And I want to write a diet book called How to Lose 70 Pounds by Not Running The Simpsons.
I'll definitely buy that one. Okay, you've created not just, iconic characters, you've built worlds, and that really transports you and want to belong. Like, we want to belong to those worlds. Did you ever consider that you actually covered the past, future, and present? And I'm referring to like Kung Fu Panda and Ice Age and Simpsons. How rewarding was this pivot to shape all three worlds?
It's funny. Frankly, I never realized it. I'll turn this into an anecdote. I was on a panel. I'll turn it into two anecdotes. I was on a panel to talk about writing with a guy named Dan Graney. Now, Dan Graney may be the most brilliant writer we have at The Simpsons. I wish people would just follow him around with a notebook, because he's always saying wise and hilarious things. And Dan is a graduate of Harvard Law School. And the only reason he's not a lawyer today is that he had a rival at Harvard Law School who was much smarter than he was. And if Dan wrote a good paper, this guy wrote a great paper. And so one day I said to him, "Well, look at you now, Dan. You're writing for The Simpsons. You've won Emmys. What became of your law school rival?" And he said, "He's Barack Obama." I said, "Look at you. You've still got a job." So the point, that is a long way to say, I was on a panel with Dan Graney, and they introduced me and they go, "And our next panelist is Mike Reese. He's a Renaissance man." And Dan Graney starts laughing. He goes, "Renaissance man, this guy?" And they said, "Well, he's written books and movies and TV shows." And he goes, "He's just a lonely guy who sits at the computer." And that's when I realized, oh, he's right. In one line, he just summed up what my career, what a good writer's career is. It's just sitting at the computer thinking. And the longer you sit and think, the better it's going to be. And it doesn't matter whether it's a children's book or a big animated feature, or I've done everything from children's books to really dirty off-color cartoons for the internet. And the Pope. I keep going to the Pope. And I've done it all, and yet to me, it's all the same kind of writing. It's just sort of, well, what tickles me? I always think I write for smart children and dumb adults.
That's amazing. Bringing the stakeholders early in. That's incredible. You named
I want to tell one more quick story.
Yes,
It's timely and everything. So I've written for the Ice Age movies. I've written all 5 I co-wrote 5 Ice Age movies. I wrote the Ice Age Christmas special. And if you're wondering, how do you set a Christmas special 10,000 years before Christ? The answer is you just do it, right? So these Ice Age movies, they're popular in America. They do okay. Overseas, they're the biggest animated films of all time. They're bigger than Toy Story, bigger than Shrek. And so I was visiting the Ukraine. This is what makes it topical. I was in Ukraine about 10 years ago, and I'm in a beautiful park in Kiev, which may not be there anymore. And everywhere there were statues of Scrat. Now, Scrat is this ugly squirrel in the Ice Age movies who always wants an acorn but can never quite get it. And I asked the Ukrainian woman, "Why do you love Scrat so much?" And she said, "He teaches children that life is hopeless."
He teaches children that you will never get what you always want, or you may have.
Yeah, it's a good lesson these days.
Such an incredible experience, like huge installations, I suppose.
Yes, I mean, again, a big installation in the park. And I went to the the Kiev Wax Museum, and the first thing you see is Scrat and the Ice Age characters. Once again, I'm sure they didn't get legal clearance for any of this stuff, but
I hope they survive. I hope they just stay safe and we're able to visit again. Um, you named Obama, and it's so strange that my next question really lines up from what he said once, that Simpsons exist, that it does exist, is a true genius of America. Faith in the simple dream of people and insistence on small miracles, that we can say what we think and write what we think without hearing a knock at the door. Censorship, did you ever face it?
no. The answer is no. I think, again, there's always one time in 33 years where we did a joke where we show some nuns, and then they strip off their habits and they've got bikinis underneath and they're washing a car and spraying each other with hoses. And then it turned out it was a commercial for the new Catholic Church, join us. And we put that in the show, and when it went on the air, that was cut. They had just cut it out of our show and didn't tell us. And we just said to them, look, Fox, if you're going to edit our show, we'll go somewhere else. I think NBC would be interested in The Simpsons. And they never did it again. I mean, and that's it. No, there's been no censorship that I can remember. And we're self-censoring too, especially now. Most of the writers have kids, and they want to watch the show with their kids. So they know what's going in there. I think part of what's lucky is whatever The Simpsons is the same as it was in episode 1. And if The Simpsons was something you weren't going to like, you knew it right away and stopped watching. In the 80s, that's how long ago. So no, we never get complaints or problems like that. I'll tell you one more story. We did an episode where Homer smokes medicinal marijuana.
Yeah.
And Fox said, you can't air it. And we said, well, we made it. You can show it or not show it, or you can. And they said, well, all right, we'll show it. But we're hiring 24 operators to take angry phone calls when the show comes in, and you'll have to deal with these people. And they put the show on the air. They had 24 operators standing by with phones. No calls. Nobody had any problems with Homer smoking marijuana at 8 o'clock at night. So that's it. Our audience knows what they're getting at this point.
Okay, I'm Apurva and my pet name is Apu, so I will ask you about the Apu controversy.
Not a problem. Please do.
The only Indian in the show, did it hurt the ratings, and was it a meta reflection of the struggles the industry was going through? How do you think diversity representation has really evoked in content creation or evolved?
Okay, yeah, it's a great question. I'll even personalize it, which is I sort of accidentally created Apu, but I saw the problems 30 years in advance, in that I wrote the very first line the quickie Mark Clerk ever had in the show, and it was just called Clerk. And his whole part, he just said 35 cents, please. Now this is 1989, and even back then, it was just a cliche to have Indians be convenience store clerks. I'm not even saying it's a bad stereotype. It was just a comedy cliche. So I wrote the line, the clerk says 35 cents, please. And in capital letters in boldface, I said, the clerk is not an Indian. And then we got to the table reading, where the cast reads the script out loud. We got to that line, and the actor read it with an Indian accent, and I got a very big laugh. And that's how Apu became an Indian, and that's how I learned that actors don't read stage directions. So here's the thing about Apu, and it's something that hit me just the other day, which is The Simpsons is very nimble handling criticism. We made a joke once about adoption, and people who were adopted found it very offensive, and we took it out of the show. You never saw it again. We did a joke about Tourette's syndrome and people complained. We took it out of the show. We would see complaints online. Homer is getting too stupid. And we adjusted that. If you can imagine Homer too stupid. But we listened to our fans. And that's the thing about Apu is the show went 28 years and nobody complained to us. We never heard anyone have a problem. And in fact, I don't know your experience, in the early years of the show, people of Indian descent would tell me, thank you for putting him on the show. He's the only Indian on television. And the children of Indian immigrants would come up to me and say, my uncle talks just like Apu. Or I love this. They said, we like to trick my dad into saying things Apu would say. So never a complaint until I think 3 years ago, Harry Kondabalu made a documentary called The Problem with Apu. And suddenly it was a firestorm. Again, The Simpsons really never gets criticized. People, it was very well supported and loved. And suddenly, everybody was mad at us and we were racist. And Newsweek magazine published an article about Apu is racist and The Simpsons is racist. And Apu had literally just been on the cover of Newsweek 3 weeks before. 3 weeks before, they had no problem with him. And suddenly, it's a racist character. And here's the Simpsons twist. This is the twist in the story that made it all kind of entertaining to us, which was 3 years before Harry Kondabalu made his documentary about Apu, 3 years before this firestorm came out, Hank Azaria, the actor who plays Apu, just came into us one day and said, I'm not comfortable with this. I'm not comfortable playing this character. And so we just stopped putting Apu in the show. We didn't make a big announcement out of it, but we had 200 characters on the show. Nobody ever noticed Apu was missing. So here's Harry Kondabalu, makes a whole documentary. We've got to get rid of Apu. And it's like, we did it 3 years ago. Nobody noticed. So that's the story. And that's where Apu stands right now. I call him, he's like Schrodinger's cat. He's Schrodinger's character. He's in the show, but he's not in the show. I think if we talk about it a lot because I love the character. I always say Apu is the only person in Springfield who works hard at his job. Everyone else is a lazy bum and he seems very focused and he's always in a good mood. So I loved writing for him. But that's where he stands. If we bring him back, he will be voiced by an Indian actor. That's a no-brainer. And that's what's done today. And we have no problem with that.
Return. I hope he does return with the new evolved way of, just Hollywood adopting diversity. It would be just incredible to have Apu back.
Great. One thing I'd like to say is he's been on the show all these years. What they don't comment on is Homer has 3 best friends, and one of them is black, one of them is Indian, and he's never commented on it. He's just never noticed it. He just has this multiracial gang of pals. That's it. And it just happened by accident. If I can tell one more story about this.
Yes.
Sometimes you do the wrong thing and you learn your lesson and you do the right thing. But if you're on as long as The Simpsons, sometimes you do the right thing and then over time the right thing becomes the wrong thing and you've got to change. So when we created The Simpsons, we would write the characters, our actors would voice the characters, and then the very last decision is what race are they? And we told the animators, assign race randomly. Just make certain characters black, certain characters white. And we did this so that none of our characters would talk or sound like racial stereotypes, and we wouldn't write to racial preconception. So that's it. The fact that there's a cop, Eddie, who's black, but the voice is just Hank Azaria doing Sylvester Stallone. There's nothing, and there's his best friend, his friend Carl is also black, but I don't know what that voice is. But we never went to stereotypical jokes. It was color blind. And then just what became right in the world has changed. And now they say, no, an actor, if you're playing a person of color, you should be a person of color. And so we've recast all those characters. And it's a little surreal in that the character of Eddie, who's just a Sylvester Stallone impression, because he's black, we had to find a black actor who does Sylvester Stallone. So
No,
that's it. But we did it, and it was easy. And I like that we've offered these opportunities to other people.
Thank you, Mike. I'm here up for adoption, in case you want to compare, right here. With the war waging in the Northern Hemisphere and the world literally, halting and catching fire from 3 pandemic surges through 100+ million people devouring Squid Games. I don't know if you watched it. It really speaks to the psyche of the world today. Mike, you're a harbinger of peace. And no wonder Pope Francis declared you a missionary of joy. I deeply hope that the most important stories that need to be told continue to find their way to you. And you keep telling stories.
We couldn't believe, we've been on so long, we never look at the ratings anymore. We're happy if we have a job the next day. And just recently, the showrunner looked at the ratings, he goes, we're the #1 show on TV. We had no idea. On network television, we're still #1 after 33 years. So I think the show has another 4 or 5 million years left in it.
I'm so sure as well. Thank you, Mike. Thank you so much for being here. And it's just my absolute honor. It definitely will count as the top 10 moments of my life to be interviewing you. So thank you so much. It's such an honor.
Hi guys, that was a very insightful session by one of my favorite creators, Mike Reese. And now we jump on to a very, very interesting panel discussion to be moderated by one of the most inspiring women in my circle, Lakshmi Prituri. The panel is about how every artist must be the CEO of their own destiny, find investment, build community, and constantly grow the value of their unique offering in the artistic stock market, which definitely exists. What does it mean to constantly stay relevant, reinvent, find inspiration, navigate the challenges to grow the community and be successful as an entrepreneur? Lakshmi, as we all know, is an entrepreneur, curator, and a speaker. She was the founder of CEO of Inc. and continues to break new frontiers in the million things that she does. She's also authoring a book that I can't wait to watch. A true technocrat, turned custodian of the arts. She left Silicon Valley and went back to India to start what we believe is one of the most inspirational talk series that has come out of South Asia. So over to you, Lakshmi, and to my incredible panelists who we have the privilege of listening to today.
Thank you, Apurva. Really loved hearing the interview before this, and Simpsons, obviously one of my favorite shows because Matt Groening is from Portland, and so am I. I know exactly the house he grew up in, so it's really wonderful to see that. And thank you, and welcome to my wonderful panel. And instead of introducing each of them, I'm just going to ask an introductory question to each of them, so you'll get to know who they are. And my goal is in the next 30 minutes, you get to know who everyone is in their own words. I am just the Sutradhar. I'm just going to connect the dots, but really the stage belongs to the panelists. So I'll start with the person who got me to do this, which is Vinita. And between Apurva and Vinita, nobody can say no to them. So I wanted each of you to really say for a minute about how would you describe yourself? It's not just your title or whatever, how do you describe yourself? Like if when people ask me, they say, what are you? I say, I'm a people collector. I run Inc. I'm the founder of Inc. But I love collecting people and connecting them to each other. That's what I love doing. So like that, can each of you give like a 1 minute thing of, please tell us your organization's name, because that's extremely important, but really tell us what you stand for. You're a custodian or something, or you're a promoter of something, whatever it is comes to you for like a minute each. So I'll start with Vinita. Vinita, you need to unmute yourself. All of you, if you can unmute, that'll be great. We're all on it together. So
I know there was a very good reason why I asked you to moderate this panel, Lakshmi, because you asked the most interesting, fascinating, and sometimes the most difficult questions. So now I'm just going to have to look into my soul and say, who is Vinita and what is Vinita? Vinita's current title is Founding Artistic Director of Enact Arts, but I think Vinita is somebody who was born a Gemini, and both sides of her brain exploded at the same time. And I'm trying to find a balance between being a technocrat and an artist and a custodian in some way of the arts. And I'm very grateful to be living in this time, even though I'm slightly advanced in years, because this is the moment where all of that is converging and I feel relevant.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. I think sometimes there are times where you feel you were born a little too early, but I think we are very lucky to have enough energy and still to be not born too early. So I think I'm with you on that, Vinita. So next, Snehal, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you, Lakshmi, and thanks for having me. My name is Snehal Desai. I'm the producing artistic director of East West Players here in Los Angeles. And East West Players is the largest and oldest Asian American theater company in the US. And I think for me, the real focus has been empowerment through storytelling. So that has really been why I found a home at East West, and just why also culturally specific institutions are important to me, both for the artists who are telling the story as well as the communities that we're trying to reach.
Great. So then I have Deepak Ramola, who is used to being the youngest person in the room, but that's going to change today. So
thank you. Such a pleasure to reconnect, Lakshmi, and hi everyone.
Yes.
Well, I'm Deepak Ramola, and my surname Ramola actually means the one who loves to hear other people's stories, and that's exactly what I do at my work too. I am a wisdom historian, a poet, and I believe in the potential of all people. And that's why I have been going around asking for the last 13 years of my life, everybody I've met, what has life taught them? And through my organization, Project Fuel, I turn people's life lessons and learnings into educational and innovative art programs across the world. So that's me. Thank you.
Great. And then Anubhav?
Yeah, hi everyone.
Your reputation precedes you, but still tell us how you describe yourself.
Well, it's lovely to reconnect again, Lakshmi.
Yes, I know it's been a while. I know I love these things because it's like a reconnecting with everyone. So wonderful.
And it's a pleasure to be here. I'm a big fan of Enact. I work as a comedian and screenwriter, but lately I have been thinking a lot about sort of the nature of stories and how entrepreneurial we all need to be to tell them. And at the core of it, I tell stories that I hope are comedic for a world audience. But really, what I've been thinking about lately is just how similar stories are across the world. And in the time and age we live in, it really doesn't matter where the story originates, but it has been my sort of effort, whether through comedy or through script writing, is to tell that story to the farthest audience possible. I think the Simpsons creator was talking about how, the Simpsons resonates 20, 30 years later. The way he feels about time, I feel about geography, that, we're able to tell Indian stories. I think there's a way to sort of reach the world, either physically or now technologically. But I feel that the biggest way the world is sort of connected is by how deep we can go into our authenticity. And I try to do that with stand-up as well. You know, I sort of observe the little world I live in and try to go around the world telling stories about it and find, you know, if people in Norway will find that funny, or people in South Africa, or people in the United Kingdom, or in Bangalore or Silicon Valley. And through all my travels and through scripts, the only thing I've learned is that people are more similar than we give them credit for.
Yes, absolutely. Because at the end of the day, we all want the same thing out of life, right? We want to be happy. We want people around us to be happy and healthy. You know, that's it at the end of the day. So now I come to what used to be Deepak's title most of the time, the youngest persons in the room, which will come to the Chandani twins. I think you're kind of still competing with each other, Deepak and you, on who are the youngest. But I had the privilege of seeing the two of you when you were kids. I think if anybody lived in the Bay Area, you would not have avoided them because you have such you know, amazingly friendly parents who are open to the world. And so I've seen you guys since you were babies, and it's wonderful to have you as my equals and my partners in this conversation. So tell us a little bit about the two of you.
Yeah, thank you for the intro. Yeah, so we are the Chandani twins. We also go by the Moonlight. We are identical twin singers and also realtors, startup tech startup founders almost. Yeah, so basically, I mean, we studied engineering in college, and you know, as South Asians, it's really rare to see people like us in this you know, entertainment or music industry. So one of our main goals ever since the beginning was to kind of put on for our community and be the inspiration for the younger generation. And then after being discovered by an artist like Wiz Khalifa, we got discovered by Wiz and his team.
No, don't tell your story yet. I have all those questions coming.
Okay.
But do you want to say each of your individual names as opposed to the Chandani twins?
Oh yeah. So I'm Akash. I'm Krish.
Yes.
Krish Chandani. Akash Chandani. Yeah.
Yes.
But basically, we want to use our platform to motivate and inspire other South Asian, you know, the second generation, our generation and further generations to not be scared of pursuing their passion in the arts and musical field or whatever it is, but also create a good balance in life. We, you know, we want to lead by example by doing multiple things and having multiple streams of revenue. So I think being young and portraying that goal in path in life is very important. And to touch on that again, the main question people ask us is like, how did your parents let you do this? So that's something we can discuss later, but that's kind of the idea of like why we're doing it, to prove people wrong or right or whatever it is.
If you have anybody in a teenage as your children, nobody asks anymore, how did you let your children do it? We have to let our children guide us. They know much better than us. So we'll talk about that for sure. So I want to go back to Vinita. You know, this is a common question I'm going to ask all of you, is that I think, you know, Vinita, you're an engineer. You went to BITS Pilani, which is one of the toughest schools to get into now and forever that I remember. And the time you went, there were hardly any women that made it to engineering, and you're in one of the best schools. And, you know, even after getting married, you did your management degree in one of the most prestigious institutions. I mean, you really have all the ingredients of a business person, so to speak, right? And yet you chose to start Enact. And so tell me a little bit about what was it for you not to pursue engineering, and I mean, you're pursuing management a lot now, but to start Enact, like sort of, what made you say, I'm going to do this?
Whoa. Okay. So
you have like 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I speak really, really fast because I'm an actor and I'm trained to speak fast in certain moments. I'll try to keep it all in 2 minutes, and I've wasted 30 seconds of that already. I had to fight very, very hard to be an engineer. I come from a very long line of engineers, but they were all male. I'm the first female engineer in my family. And despite what people think, I love being an engineer. I will never give that up. People think I was an artist all the time and then somebody forced me into engineering. Absolutely not. 2.5% of the population in my engineering college was female. And in every subsequent job, I was the only woman in the room for a good 16 years before another woman showed up. So I had to fight for my place. And I worked with large companies, small companies, started a couple of tech companies. And then I was also what they call a trailing spouse, because my husband worked for a multinational that moved him to many different countries across 4 continents, 23 homes in 4 continents in 9 countries. That's my numbers game. And the thing that fell by the wayside was my art. Because up until the moment we started this crazy nomadic life, I had managed to balance the two. And then 3 kids and a career and a 3-dimensional geographic existence did not leave much room for art. And so when I started, when we moved to the US the first time, I started acting with a few theater companies. And I was not comfortable with the fact that I wasn't getting the roles that I wanted, and the kind of roles that I was getting, I really didn't want to do. And I'm a firm believer of, if you don't see it, build it. And so I decided to start a theater company because I wanted to do the kind of plays that I wanted to act in and I wanted to see, and that wasn't happening. And then very quickly I realized that there was, other than Snehal's company, the art scene is very kind of divided. There is the Broadway and Hollywood, which is like all glitz and glamour and lots of money. And then there is the local community effort. And there was nothing bridging the two for people like us, for people from, diverse backgrounds or brown people, Black people. And I said, I'm going to be that bridge. And when I created Enact, I realized that, being a bridge is not enough unless you create a talent incubator with it. And so I started a talent incubator in Enact, and then the rest is history.
So, it's true. And Snehal, I'd love for you to chime in for a minute about this wanting to be an artist. And, because I'll go to the Chandani twins after you. You grew up in Silicon Valley, right, Snehal? And this is the place where there is a very subtle pressure to be in technology, because you grow up, people eat, breathe, sleep technology. Any party you go to, people are talking about some company, some IPO, some funding, blah, blah, everything. So when did you know that this is not what I want to pursue? I really want to pursue art. And you are the first Indian director for your institute right now, if I am saying it correctly. And so you overcome a lot of obstacles. But when did you know that this is what you wanted to do, and to go against the very subtle pressure?
Yeah, and I actually grew up on the East Coast. I grew up in Pennsylvania. So
I somehow thought you were in the Bay Area for some reason.
Yeah, but I think that the pressures are similar for anyone who's first or second generation. It's whether it's going to tech or being a doctor, lawyer, engineer, business. I think it's anything that deviates from that.
Family pressure.
Exactly, that's exactly it. So, and for me, it was in college that I was planning to go to law school and to leave theater and the arts behind. And I just kept getting pulled back. And I really found some really great mentors early in my career who really said, if this is what interests you, to keep doing it, even as you pursue other interests, as Vinita was saying. And then for me, I also started as an actor initially, and I was very frustrated by the limited offerings of what was being given, which was pretty stereotypical. And it was as I tried different roles, I tried being a designer, a stage manager, and then it's when I landed as a director that I saw that, I can create the world that I imagine, or I can see a world that reflects my experience and populate it that way, that things really started to change for me. And so that's where I really fell into directing. And then I went to undergrad in Atlanta, and I stayed there for a few years. And then after that, I went to grad school to get an MFA in directing. And it was along those ways that, constantly everyone, it's as Benita said, when there weren't opportunities to create the ones for yourself that you wanted. So I wrote a solo show, I toured that. And then I found myself actually going to London a lot, because there, the Indian community is much larger, has a much larger history. So there are, organizations like TiE Arts, where that Jatinder Verma founded, where there are South Asian leaders, there are Indian leaders in the arts. And I really was able to, to be mentored by those folks before I came here. And then I think the other thing for us is that the diaspora is very broad. And so it's also separating out what means to be Asian and versus Asian American, and what those different parts of your identity are, and how that will also change the storytelling that you do.
Mm-hmm. So Akash and Krish, so let me, continuing on that, you guys went to engineering school on a basketball scholarship. I mean, you were like into sports, into engineering and all that stuff. So where did the interest in rap start, in music start in general? I mean, was it like a fun thing, or tell me where it started for you?
So so we went to college, played basketball. We kind of used the college to get into a top engineering school. Such as, we used basketball. Sorry, we used basketball to get into RPI, which was, I guess, smart on ours and our family's part too. But music-wise, we sing mainly. We collaborate with the rappers, but we're more R&B singers.
Right.
We started making covers as a hobby. We started as shower singers. I would say I started first, and then when I heard artists like The Weeknd and artists I was really inspired by, I would sing those songs around school just for fun around my best friends, and they would say, "You guys should make music. Like, you sound like The Weeknd. You should make covers at least." So it came from our friends, kind of like pushing us, And then I got him into it. Both of us started singing together. We kind of practiced every day for hours every day. Even during the first couple months of college, we just kept going. And I guess that's how it started. Then finally we decided one day to release a original song on our birthday, December 30th, 2016. And then that's when everything just took off from there.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question that I'm sure all twins are asked, is that, do you always feel in sync, like even when you're apart?
Yeah, I would say so.
I mean,
we're not really apart.
Being around somebody who looks like you, talks like you all the time. I mean, it's like a mirror image of yourself, right? In a lot of ways.
Yeah, but I mean, like as I was saying, we're never really apart. Maybe like 4 times in our lives we've been apart for like 4 days max at a time. So it's not like, but there is some weird telepathic stuff going on. I don't really know too much about that science, but even musically, like in the studio, we'll find ourselves singing the same melody at the same time. We're like, "But I just thought of that." He's like, "No, I thought of that." So
yeah, I was actually wondering, in music, do you find yourselves in sync, like when you're singing together or whatever?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. And that actually comes out a lot during our live performances, because we never really rehearse. We just kind of wing it. So every time we do a show, we just go up there and do our thing. And we always look at each other during the show. We're like, we just literally did the same melody, random. We didn't practice this. We didn't even practice it, and it just happened. And it's the same tune, melody, key, everything. So it does happen like that, and it is really cool to experience that.
So we are talking about being in tune. So Anubhav, I have a question for you about being in tune with different cultures, because you said that you like to write. So, whether it's for Norway or North India, it sort of should click. So do you think of common things that would apply to everybody, or when you go into a culture, you think of what's relevant for that culture? How do you tune in to this diverse audience you want to cater to?
I mean, I think you said that, right? Like this idea that, you were talking about someone born in Silicon Valley, and there's certain sort of underlying assumptions of what that would mean, that they would go into technology, that they would have a thing for startups. I've always been interested in understanding the the baseline of the place I'm in, right? And so you come with a bag of stories, right? Whether it's a play or a film, but you've gone into a culture, or if you're telling a story of a culture, I'm very interested in who those people are and what is sort of unique about that place. I went to school in the Midwest. I did my undergraduate in Ohio, and then I moved to the East Coast, to New York, and then I was born and raised in Calcutta before I did that. And each of these places are very, very, there's a DNA that runs through it, right? So I don't come from an immigrant South Asian community. I was born and raised in India, and I come from a part of India where it's expected that you would be in something artistic or cultural. It's not uncommon. In fact, when I went to the United States and I met very sort of powerful South Asian business and engineering people, I realized, how the immigrant mindset might be different, that we have to succeed in a different country. And therefore we have to work much harder. And therefore, there's no time to fool around doing theater and movies. Whereas I came from a sort of industrially sort of backward, lazy part of India, where there's only time to fool around in the art and culture. So each part of the world becomes unique, right? Like Snehal was saying about, about creating the stories that you want to tell. Ultimately, I feel like if you tell an authentic story, but you take it to a place and you spend a little bit of time just learning about the place rather than just telling your story, and mix sort of your story with their story, automatically people stand up and be like, oh, your Indian uncle is like my Norwegian uncle, or like my cousin in Manchester, or like my aunt in New Zealand. I feel like, so I've always been interested in sort of taking the South Asian experience and kind of growing it beyond just South Asian audiences, to sort of seeing how similar our cultures are. Whether it's sort of how we love or how we live, how we marry, how we think about money, it's and it's very interesting to sometimes, with Enact, I had a chance to do a play about two professors, which Vinita was in and Enact directed. And there are audiences, around the world who are not of Indian origin who would come up and say it was a very specific kind of love story where two people don't get together, and you'd have people come up and say, I had a thing like that in my life, and I'm South African and my partner is from Wales, and you would do the show in a small town in India, in Mangalore, and two people will come up and say, we're professors and we had this sort of life. So it can be very local or very global, but I think that there's something unique in the DNA of human beings. So if you spend a little time studying a place, you can tell better stories.
Right. And, Deepa, coming to you, as a continuation of that, about tuning in, that Anubhav is talking about the common things that we all have. Now, it's one thing when you're getting close to 30, you're not quite there, to say that, hey, I'm a wisdom historian. Even now people might discount you as, what do you know? You're like so young and stuff like that. But 13 years ago, right, when you were a teenager, to say, I'm a wisdom historian, this is what I want to do. First of all, as a parent, I would worry about how will you ever make money? How will you ever support yourself? How will you, I'm sure people asked you these questions. First of all, what does a wisdom historian mean? And also as a teenager, how did you know this is what you wanted to do? Was it more that, hey, this something feels right, I'll just go here and find out what it is? Or did you have a very clear idea of where you wanted to go?
Wow. My parents, I think, still ask that question on most Sunday brunches. What does a wisdom historian do? When I started writing songs for Hindi films, they were so relieved that at weddings, they could say our son is a songwriter, because the wisdom historian conversation would never get them to the whole buffet. So they were very relieved at the beginning of it. But to answer the other part, I think I never, even until now, have accepted the part that I know a lot. What I know is about my own self. I know exactly what a 29-year-old should know and does know. And when I was 14, that's what I knew. But I didn't find enough people correlating the word wise with children. or with common people. You know, you would wait for an Oprah Winfrey, and you would wait for a Maya Angelou, and you would wait for a Steve Jobs commencement speech video to reach your home screens, and then you would appreciate the wisdom of that. But there were grandmothers, there were children all across that I was meeting who were profound. And I wanted to make sure that, you know, we just don't label kids with calling them or aspiring them to be smart and intelligent and beautiful. I wanted them to be wise too. And they had that, just that nobody was appreciating and sharing it. So I took it upon myself. I thought if I start by sharing what I know as a 14-year-old, and then when I started teaching at 17, as a 17-year-old, maybe people will pay attention. And a lot of that credit goes to my mother. You know, she was pulled out of school in grade 5 by her grandmother, which is a story, you know, Lakshmi, you've heard so many times from me.
Yes.
And I never believed that story because my mother is so smart, so intellectual. So, I mean, my dad has never won an argument against her. And that's a good proof of her debating prowess. And I thought my mother is lying to me that she didn't go to school because she still runs the finances of the house for somebody who never studied profit and loss. And her answer was, life is my classroom. She would just say that on repeat. And I thought if she is learning simply from living, that means everyone who's living is learning something. And how can I find that, celebrate that, and play with it as an artist? And in all these years, I think that's what my hope has been, that when I investigate a life lesson for somebody else, I get to learn myself better. So it's never been about, you know, entering a room and saying, here I am. It's always been about saying, there you are. Mm-hmm. And that spotlight changes the pressure completely.
Yeah. No, one of the things I love about doing this is that I get to talk to a lot of you. One of the negative things is because there's a lot of you, we can't get a lot in from each of you. I can do a half-an-hour conversation with each of you. So we have like the last question I need to ask you, we need to wrap up. So I just want to summarize, you know, one of the things about this session is that there's always a choice of, am I going to be the artist or am I going to build a platform? Whether it's someone like a Vinita or Snehal who decided to build a platform, or someone like I mean, each of you are building a platform on your own, but it's sort of, where do you spend majority of your time? And same thing as Deepak saying that I'll build the Project Fuel as the platform. And then Anubhav, you know, through his acts, he's going out. And same thing like the Chandani twins, you know, just by being there, by being recognized by somebody of international repute, you're making a statement without having to do anything else, you know, just by being there. So I want to ask each of you one last question in terms of what would you like, and these are very heavy words, so don't think about it like, you know, legacy or anything like that, because the legacy we want to leave might change next year, etc. So it's not quite a legacy, but where you are, for where you are right now, who would you like to influence and how? And again, I'm sorry, you just have 1 or 2 minutes for each of you. What would be your goal to influence?
I'm going to ask Snehal to go first this time.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Vanita. You know, I think it goes two ways. Well, what do you want to do with your art, right? What is the impact you want with your storytelling or your work that you're creating? And you know, for me, it changes. So sometimes it's a representation thing. Sometimes I want to see things where my experience are reflected on the stage, and then sometimes you want to someone to push. You know what I mean? The way we're looking at the world, right?
Sorry,
For myself.
Snehal, let me be more specific and say,
Yeah.
Right now, what would you like to do next? You've all accomplished something fantastic to a certain level with what you're doing, or maybe something totally new. I mean, what would you like to accomplish next? Like with what you have, where would you like to go? What would you like to influence?
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing that's interesting is that we all sit at this interesting intersectionality of cultures. And what I would love is for us to continue to be pushing forms, art forms. For me, I'm interested in pushing the art forms forward. So I love theater, but theater here is very Western. It's very text-based. And then when you come from Asian cultures, theater is more dance and movement based, right? So what is this new art form that reflects our experiences that is also a dramaturgy of what it means to be Indian American, right? Or the second or third generation in this country. So that's what I'm really interested in, and what that is. And I don't know what it looks like. And I think I'm interested in those artists who are asking those questions, as well as pushing myself to go beyond those traditional boundaries. And I think the other big thing is, what is this role that the digital space plays in storytelling and experience? Because that has all changed during this pandemic. So now you can tell a story in 30 seconds if you want, or you can tell it in 6 episodes over a season. And I think that really creates an interesting way of experience, of a new type of experience.
I'm going to have Vinita go last because I started with her. So I don't know, what's next for you? And
I've been thinking a lot, Lakshmi, about this. I think there is a good career to be made and a good income to be made in writing stories for other people. There's always some sort. If you want to make a living, there's a living to be made because someone else has a story to tell. And you are a great cabinet maker or facilitator or a craftsman who can tell that story. The hard life, I think, and if you ask Merchant Ivory or Satyajit Ray or Meera Nair, or, all the great ones, the hard life, and with what a lot of people on this panel are doing, including what you're doing, Vinita's doing, the hard thing and the entrepreneurial thing is trying to tell your story when you're kind of certain no one cares, and then finding an audience for it. I think that's
ahead of its time, ahead of telling the story ahead of its time.
Or maybe of its time, but you just didn't know because you thought no one would take a chance on it. It's pretty much like, I guess, for a tech entrepreneur, very much like a new tech idea. It's and that's the hard life, because I think if you've done X number of things in your career, there's always someone calling and saying, do you want to work on this project or that project or this thing or that show? The hard thing is doing what you really want to do, pretty much certain that no one's going to pay for it, and then finding an audience and an income and all of that for it, which does not get any easier if you're mid-career or you're starting your career or you're at the end of your career.
So going to the Chandani twins, you are, as I said, just by doing what you're doing, there's a lot of kids out there probably who are saying, hey, I want to try this. And that's really fantastic. And you're balancing both your business and entertainment life. Do you guys ever think of going whole hog completely into entertainment, or you always want to balance the two? What's next for you?
So, actually, we're finding ways to incorporate and to mesh both into one kind of career. Recently, we've been uploading real estate home tours of our recent sales, and putting our music in the background, and our music fan base is loving it, and our real estate network and clients are loving it as well, because we're meshing the two. So our goal moving forward, which we're already planning, is actually a show with the concept of like the Bay to LA, combining both worlds, because I think it'd be really cool for people to see two Indian guys, living the LA life with people like Wiz Khalifa, French Montana, whatever it is, in studios, and then getting a call from a client and like, oh, I gotta step out of the room and take this call. Which happens all the time. Which does happen. So it would be really cool for people to see that, and we can mesh the home tours, and that's kind of how we plan to remain in the entertainment world for the rest of our careers. Like on the music front, we just dropped our debut album last month. We have, unreleased songs with like DJ Snake, Travis Scott, Wiz Khalifa, like a bunch of big names that are very familiar with, I guess, younger generations. But like, I would say taking that music aspect and combining it with real estate is hard to do, but at the same time, we're like twins. We have our own branding. We incorporate, as he was saying, we incorporate our music in our real estate videos. And this idea with the real estate show is definitely going to come together very well. We're thinking of even calling it Bay to LA, because that's literally our life. It's tech in the Bay. We're doing a tech startup as well in the real estate AI ML space. So we're just doing many different things. But in the end, entertainment is definitely going to be the king of all things for us, because I think that's what we're made for. Real estate, obviously, we grew up in the family, 35-year-old business with mom and dad. Deepak and Karishma, and like I'm learning from them has been amazing. But I think it's time for us to like take that a step forward and combine our entertainment aspect and merge them into one, like, you know, kind of like a Selling Sunset kind of
Correct.
career where
I was just gonna say, yeah. And also,
So
I
actually,
think real estate is all about giving someone a home, right? So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
sort of making your living better, and so you can. There's many ways you can combine the two. So
Yeah.
Deepak,
Yeah,
what
exactly.
would you say? What's next for you, and what would you like? Now that
you
you're
know-
a very, very wise 29-year-old.
En route becoming wise. But even before I add to that, I wanted to share a nugget about this question, like, because I've really employed it over the years. There's a community of people in Bolivia called the Aymara people. And, you know, we believe the future is ahead of us and the past is behind us. The Aymara people believe the opposite's true, because you can only see, you know, what's in front of your eyes, and you can only see your past because that's what you've lived. And on the surface, it sounds like a minor thing, right? Okay, the future is behind you, the past is in front of you. How does it make a difference? But the Aymara people believe that knowing that, or in awareness of that, you are always harvesting a familiar past, not chasing an uncertain future. And so my answer comes from the perspective of reaping a familiar past, which is, how do we humanize with the wisdom that we document from across the world and integrate that with tech? We are making technology accessible to more and more people all across the globe, but how do we build a healthy relationship with it? You know, children in my grandmother's village spend 18 hours playing, you know, just a game where they could be solving technology, you know, needs of the community using technology. So that's where I think my time in the coming years is going to be invested, and, you know, so much of it in the Bay Area, where people are building the next addictive games and addictive technological revolutions. So I'm trying to see how we can bridge through our work, connect a data scientist in New York to a Maasai woman in Tanzania, and solve the issue of identity, and you know, a Syrian refugee with a tech entrepreneur on building more moral-centric, humanized tech. So that's where I'm headed.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not that we're all going to finish talking. I want to ask one or two audience questions also. That's why I'm trying to get
Sure.
this. So Vinita, how about for you? What's next? And what
I'm
excites
so
you?
speechless after what Deepak said that I don't know if I even want to go. Deepak, you touched my heart. Come to Silicon Valley. I will do everything I can to facilitate all of your dreams. You're just, I love dreamers. I love young people. I love, my my response is going to be much more prosaic and mundane than most of the responses over here. Lakshmi, you and I, we grew up in what I call the inflection generation, you know, because there were certain things our moms would never have dreamt of doing. And there are certain things that our daughters will never dream of not doing, like going to work, like going to engineering school. And I think we are the generation that, you know, made that twist in mindset of, you know, girls can do it all too. And so when I started in ACT, for a very long time, we were an entirely woman-led company. And then I started because, you know, suddenly the question of diversity came in. So I started to hire men and white people and all the things that define diversity in my upside down company. But I did spend a lot of time focusing on finding stories where a South Asian woman was front and center and the hero of the piece, whether she was an 11-year-old detective or, you know, a 500-year-old empress, or, you know, Noor Inayat Khan, who was a spy in World War II, or the protagonist in Anuvab's play, who, you know, is just so consumed by love that she doesn't indulge that love, and, you know, that strength comes. By the way, I love that character. So in the pandemic, Snehal and I worked together a lot on digital productions, and I learned a lot. And so the next thing I am going to do, I registered a film company last week, and I am going to now tell stories through film of strong South Asian women that break the stereotypes of the kind of roles that I get offered in film over and over again, that of the fat Punjabi auntie, or or the wife of the convenience store owner, or that the Big Bang Theory mom who just wants to see her son get married. I am sick and tired and puking at the fact that the only roles I get offered when I tell people my age and the fact that I want to act in film and say, "Oh, we have a role for you," and I'm like, So I'm a firm believer, if you don't see it, you build it. And that's my next build. I was 49 when I walked away from a very successful tech career and started Enact. This year I will be 59 and I will run Enact, but I will also start a film company to continue in the digital world, the storytelling that I started mano a mano.
One of the questions, so we have a few more minutes that I'll ask actually questions from the audience. And one of the questions is about, would you like to be a full-time artist or would you like to do both? What would each of you say for that? If you didn't have to do a day job, but just do this full-time, would you do that? Or, I mean, some of you are already doing that, but where do you think your preference is?
I'll go first. I miss being in the tech world. I miss my engineering, management, technology career. And the strange thing is that I miss, weirdly enough, the respect that job title brings you when you walk into a room. Not respect, but just that acknowledgement that, okay, you're a certain kind of person. If you don't have the title, people don't acknowledge that. So and I shouldn't, but I do. But there's only so much one can do. And if I want to be an artist, but I also want to create a platform to make other artists rise, then I can't do it all. And so I walked away from it at the age of 49, and I think I made the right decision, so I'm sticking with it.
How about everybody else? I mean, everyone doesn't have to answer this. This is from AGK audience question. So if any of you feel we need to do something different.
For us,
go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think for us, we were always taught from a young age to balance multiple things, and time management was a major factor. Whether it was basketball, like going from homework to practice, or homework to recording music, or whatever it is. I mean, obviously, huge credit to our parents for doing that. They threw us in the fire in everything we did. So we just, grew up very well-rounded. And you do have to learn to adapt. So I do think that having a supportive career as well, is really good. But of course, our dream would be to be like The Weeknd and going on tour every day and stuff like that. But we do know that having that career as real estate is, I would say that would have been the dream like 3-4 years ago. Yeah. But now, since we've been in real estate for 3 full years now, and growing up in the business, that whole real estate show where it's like combining the music and the real estate life with the tech startup, with getting our family friends like the Mr. Subra Iyer or whoever it is that we sell houses to, or they've done their own tech companies before, but having them on the show, interviewing them, getting their perspective of the Bay Area, because not too many people know the depths of the real estate market here, but it'd be great to show that in a new fashion. So I think that's where we're headed right now.
Okay. Anurag, do you think of getting another job, or where are you?
I used to be a business journalist, and I haven't.
Right.
I do columns once in a while, but I haven't gone back to a day job in a long time. And primarily, I think the reason is that being an artist now is a full-time job, and I think creating is only a very small portion of that. It's a significant portion, but there are so many avenues in which the making of the art now needs to go out. So if it's a stand-up show, a portion of that is available on some technology. There is the physical touring of it. There is also the world around it, which any story comes with a million things. It might come with, things you put out on Facebook. It might come with doing an unrelated TV show. Like I think the world we live in, it's very, very hard. You're already doing 9 things by being an artist. And hopefully, I think that the question really is associated with, are you doing the day job because you need a stable income and you're doing the artistic thing for fun? I've been doing this long enough to realize that the artistic life is not fun. It's just a life. It's, of course, it's fun. I mean, Vinita was explaining this. It's fun in when you create something, but it's just like any other job, and its demands are as strenuous, if not more, than any other job. So, I mean, I'm incredibly in awe of people who can have a day job and also be a full-time artist. And I'm sure Snehal will tell you and others will tell you, running a full-time organization as well as directing their own stuff and running a theater is like running a business and trying to run a play. Each of these things, and if you're trying to tell 3-4 stories at the same time, exhausting. So yeah, I really think if you want to give it a shot, you have to give it a shot. And you'd be surprised how many people in the corporate world, we think we're not good at, I mean, I always think I'm not good at anything I do. But people will come up and say, oh, I could never do the thing that you guys do. Which has made me respect what we do. I think what we do maybe is hard. We're so in it that we don't realize, that, somebody could be the head of something at American Express, but deep down when they're watching a film, they're like, my God, I don't know how they do that. And maybe we don't respect the process and we think, oh, this is, it's not that hard and nobody's watching, etc. But people are watching, and I think people are quite in awe of skills that artists have. And I think we sometimes, because all of us are in it, we don't think, we don't respect ourselves enough, I think.
Right. And for Deepak, I know the answer already. I think there is
too many jobs.
Very clear this is all he wanted to do, but I'll let you answer that, Deepak.
No, actually, I mean, that's the other thing people get wrong about your calling, right? Like, everybody thinks it's this one thing, it's this one part of the goal you discover at the end of the rainbow, and that's it. I think calling is mostly the direction that you want to head to, and things evolve, they shape into jobs and they shape into phases of projects. And that's what, calling is. So as long as you're in the direction, you're safe. But I think the other important thing what Anubhav beautifully said is, I think you can be an artist full time and there is no other way. Like my grandmother used to say, if you lift a brush and that's the only time you're a painter, you're a very shitty painter. Like, you have to be a painter or a poet in essence, in walking, in lifestyle. The full-time aspect of it is, can your being an artist full-time help you pay your bills? And that's a difficult question. That's where the romanticizing of the job sort of drops down and you have to say, okay, where's the rent coming from? And if that requires secondary jobs, 4 jobs, 5 jobs, then be it, because that'll help you support your entirety and your being, and will also allow you, I think, to magnify what really enhances you. So instead of seeing that as a limitation, I mean, I was doing 8 jobs when I started Project Fuel. I was acting in films and writing songs and performing poetry and teaching on weekends in like Ahmedabad and Chennai. And I never saw it as a limitation. I saw it as a beautiful tool that was helping me feel secure, so that when I sat down to interview somebody, I didn't have to think, oh my God, my electricity bill is due. How do I do that? I could ask a better question and invest an hour more. So I would say that see your day jobs as assistants that are, your apprentice in helping you become a master at whatever your artistic being is.
Okay, great. So I just want to wrap up this session by saying that I think the biggest thing I really wanted to focus on this is all the choices we make between being an artist and building a platform, in terms of whether it is giving up your tech career to do this, or someone like Anubhav, who just said, this is what I'm going to do, or whether it is somebody, a teenager saying, I want to talk about wisdom, or a teenager saying, I want to pursue R&D. It doesn't matter what it is in each of them. We are kind of balancing between being an artist or a platform at different points of our life, or like a Snehal, who's been an independent as well as a platform in the career. I think we all take turns to be an individual artist as well as building a platform. And the thing that is really wonderful about this session is that each of you have found your purpose and found your own way to make it a reality. And I love it that the Chandani twins want to combine real estate and entertainment. I mean, where else can you do that if not in real estate, right? This is the place we live. This is about our living, and it's a wonderful way to bring those things together. Or like Snehal or Vinita, who are building a really strong platform for a different narrative. And I can't, Vinita, agree with you more of, I get so irritated when in movies they put like a fake Indian accent, and I'm like, just talk like yourself. You don't have to enunciate, this is how Indians, talk,
And
or
we
something
would all
like
talk
that.
like this
So,
anyway.
yeah.
So I don't
So,
know
I mean,
why.
both of you are doing a lot in that. I really want to thank you. And I think, Anubhav, with the kind of humor, you can question those stereotypes. And, and I love everything you said about being able to tell somebody else's story through your articulation. And Deepak, I mean, and I have to, like Vinita, I have to say, I loved what you said in terms of the future and the past being in some ways reversed. And I really feel, to wrap up this, I'll say that if I stop doing everything in my life and just look at the past and make that learning help my future, I don't need to do anything else. I think everything I need to know, everyone I need to know already is there in my life. So I think there's a lot of wisdom in that. So I want to thank all of you for your insights. And it's very incomplete because there's so much more we can talk about. And I want to thank you and invite my friend Apurva to come back and introduce the next session, and I'll be back soon. Thank you so much for all of your time. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing all of you in person now that we're all traveling, maybe soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Lakshmi.
Hi, everybody. I don't know why my video is not coming on. Okay, while the technical part gets sorted, I just want to introduce you to my very, very dear friend and a very, very inspirational young lady, Gala, who is the founder of the Tribute brand, a high-end digital fashion brand and a fashion tech house developing various utilities for the digital fashion. They're known as one of the biggest pioneers in the field and famous for their characteristic contactless and cyber aesthetics. Basically, Gala builds couture fashion for the digital metaverse avatars that we will adorn very, very quickly. With a strong background in traditional fashion, Gala officially launched the Tribute brand in April 2020 as the world's first direct-to-consumer digital fashion brand. A high-end fashion tech house developing various utilities for digital fashion. She built the first commercially successful one, paving the way for the whole fashion market. Her work has been published in most major press, and they regularly collaborate and support the biggest names from the industry, offering both design expertise and production and distribution services, including purpose-built AR tech and blockchain expertise and app development. So everybody, all the tech entrepreneurs here, this is that perfect frontier where digital and arts and our tech are really, really merging into creating something extraordinary. By encouraging people to transfer their identities onto the virtual realm, they aim to decrease the demand and therefore the production use of physical clothes. Their goal is to improve the social impact of the fashion market, making it fairer and more accessible, and to change behaviors in a fully sustainable way. Welcome, Gala. Thank you, Vanita. I'm sorry, my video just went.
I can see you now.
Okay, you can see me now. I had the privilege to meet Gala Lakshmi at the TED Women Conference, where she was a speaker,
That's
and
right.
I was blown away with her. Incredible.
Wow, thanks so much, Apurva, for those nice words.
So
you basically introduced
I
everything.
I know you've researched a lot on what Gala's doing, and Gala, please help us understand how you're really bringing sustainability back into our lives, and also saving the earth. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Wow. Yeah, our
Hi,
goal is
Gala.
to save the earth. Hey, Lakshmi, nice to meet you.
Hi. Nice to meet you, and we are really
I'm really
have you
happy to hear.
Yeah, and I heard a lot about, not just from Apurva, people who've been at TED Women who are really blown away by your story.
Wow, thank you.
And so I just thought it'd be fantastic. First we'll cover the today, and I'd love to go a little bit into where all this started, etc. Just tell, Apurva talked about this, but we are moving into this metaverse now, right? I mean, this is sort of as big as moving from analog world to the digital world, which is what we were all
or
part
from
of.
like
And
traditional internet, to
from
Web3
traditional internet to the metaverse. So tell me a little bit about how your product works. Just tell a little bit about it, because it's I've read about it, I've seen it, and still I find it really, how can one do that? So tell us. Think of us as 5th grade kids, we don't know anything. Just tell us what your product does.
So basically, the word metaverse, I would say this is just a marketing term. The metaverse is just an online space, where we present ourselves, where we express our identity. Facebook is a metaverse. MySpace was a metaverse, so everything that's online, that's on the internet, is metaverse. And, the place where we socialize, where we search for friends and people who we want to communicate, we want to express ourselves there. We want to express our identity so we can find like-minded people. This is what fashion is. This is what fashion is on the street, because basically when you see someone on the street, we all judge people by their clothes. We all fit them in some kind of group. And we don't have to do it, purposely. We just do it. You see someone and you put it somewhere. And this is how we also communicate. We dress in a manner, to fit ourselves somewhere. And, something like this has just been transferred to a digital space. And with the technology improvement and people, just spending more and more time in those spaces, they need a tool to express themselves there. And basically, this is where digital fashion comes in, because, it would be really boring, for, I don't know, anyone to wear just a plain basic t-shirt in that space. So we want to express ourselves.
So now, I just wanted you to give me a little bit more specific. So suppose I am sitting here and I want to see myself in a beautiful dress. It doesn't mean I have to buy that dress anymore. So I can,
that's right. Actually, you could wear it.
Tell a little bit about how you're doing that.
So the thing is, with physical world, I'm wearing this shirt now here, and this is the only space where I can wear that shirt. But with virtual worlds, there are so many different virtual worlds where you can wear that item. So you have one digital garment, and then you choose where you want to send it and how you want to wear it. So for example, you can wear it on your photos. This is what basically made Tribute brand famous when we started 2 years ago. So these are like those high quality rendered images of people wearing our garments on Instagram, for example. So this is a static photo. So people, they go on our shop, they send us their picture, buy a garment, and after a couple of days, they receive, this photo fitted image. I would say the future, and what we've been building even before starting Tribute brand, is the AR, so augmented reality. So basically, you have this phone, and you point this phone, you know, to someone, and then you see people wearing digital clothing in real time on their phones. This is something we did with Carolina Herrera, for example. So with them, we collaborated on a piece that was part of Met Gala, and we've designed the dress, and we've developed an app, published that app on the App Store, and now, you know, you can wear this digital garment from your phone, which is crazy, you know. You can, everyone, like millions of people at the same time can wear this one dress from Carolina Herrera. But for me, I think what's going to be also the future step are the AR glasses. So, you know, you'll just have those glasses on yourself, and you look at someone, and you will instantly see people wearing, you know, digital fashion. And this is also really beautiful, because we will be able to choose, you know, how we want to present ourselves, because we are going to be able to wear multiple different outfits at the same time. So, for example, I'm wearing those glasses on me, and I just look at someone, and that person, you know, can wear a dress, can wear a suit, or it can even, you know, be anything. Because what also is beautiful about this space, you know, you have no constraints like from physical world. So you can do so many amazing and crazy things that were impossible before. This is what I've been saying. For example, you know, you don't need digital coat. You need coat in physical world. You need sleeves there, and you need coat to protect you from the weather. But this is not, you know, needed in a digital space. So it's totally interesting, you know, how shapes of fashion, and this can be connected to art. You know, what is the future shape of fashion? What we will use, you know, to express ourselves.
And also, I think instead of cramming our wardrobes with the space we don't have, I mean, this is a very interesting thing of being able to wear something different for every session if I want, but yet not have
or
to,
like 10 different things in one session, just change.
Right.
Yeah. And then, you know, then we come to sustainability. Basically, how I started this, I've noticed that, you know, people were buying a lot of clothing just to post a photo of themselves wearing it on Instagram. And and then I just asked myself, whoa, we are producing so much physical clothes that is being used just online. And after that, people return it or never wear it anymore because it's very cheap. And this is where we have fast fashion problem. And I was like, how could I fix that? And then I just realized people are wearing clothing on screen. They needed it online space. Then we can make, you know, just virtual clothing, and we don't need physical fashion anymore. Physical clothing.
Yeah.
And I think this is the end. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because I think this is the answer for the sustainability problem, because, you know, it's very hard to tell to people to buy less, especially, you know, younger people who use clothing, you know, to express themselves. It's very hard to tell them, you know, wear just, you know, this shirt for every day. And I think digital fashion comes in perfectly, because, you know, we are not telling them, you know, to buy more, to buy less, to use less. They can, you know, buy how much as they want, or, you know, change outfits, as we said, and everything is zero waste.
And, you know, one of the things I do want to say is that I remember in the 90s, if someone said 94, 95, because in those days we were working on e-commerce, and when we told someone, hey, you can order it online and it'll be delivered at your home, and, you know, something like that,
it was great. I can imagine.
You're crazy, you know, that you can talk and your talk will be converted into text. And people thought we were crazy. And, you know, I think that's where we are in metaverse today. In some ways, it is the Web 3.0. It's the next level. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
But still, we can't imagine. I mean, when I heard you, all these things, just even the thought of, I can wear something different every 2 hours without having to buy the garment, is something you can't quite comprehend. It seems like it's unreal, you know. And so one of the things I want to ask you is that when you started, you talked about sustainability. There were two things I read about in your old interviews before you started this. You wanted to make sure there was sustainability, so you made a lot of clothes from upcycled materials. And
that's
your
right.
mother
I
was
was
a fashion
running
designer.
She's a fashion designer.
Tell us a little bit about that. How did your mother's fashion design influence you, and how did you use her designs to get into this sustainable fashion?
Yeah. So basically, I was surrounded by fashion, since I was little. So I got a really early opportunity, to see what's wrong with fashion system. That fashion system is not, shiny, beautiful world full of nice people. But I realized it's actually really bad. And then, I was younger, I was still at college, and I was, I was like, I wanted to do a fashion brand, not like a fashion brand, commercial fashion brand, but fashion brand that will be critical fashion brand, and that will, tell a story on everything, give a comment on everything. And then we launched this physical fashion brand, which was called Price on Request. And basically, we just collected clothing from my mom's brand that was unsold, sitting in archive, and started upcycling it. And this was 5 or 6 years ago, I think. So we were like one of among first brands in the world that were actually, doing the upcycling thing, which now is a standard and it's normal. And but in parallel, yeah, I was a gamer. I'm still a gamer, and I personally cared more how I looked. I was buying clothing in games, but I didn't go to a fast fashion store since I was in high school. And I just started realizing I like this space, and then I found the software to for digital fashion. Then the story I told you about earlier, when I realized people are wearing clothing on screen. And it kind of started developing from that.
Yeah. So, when you started this, I mean, tell us a little bit about the huge success you had. It's not just your designs. I mean, major designers are coming to you and saying, we will design clothes specifically for you. So how is the business model? How does this work? Like when I come and I say, hey, I want this dress, I am paying for that shot. And does the designer get a piece of that? Explain to us the business of how this works.
Yeah, so to be honest, we were focused on AR, and then we decided to launch tribute brand because we had some garments developed, and we decided, okay, let's launch a digital fashion brand just to see, because we were, I think we are the world's first direct-to-consumer digital fashion brand. So we were like, let's launch the brand to test the market. So we didn't actually have the real business strategy. We were like, let's put it on the market, test it to see. And it boomed. It was crazy. Like I remember 2 days after we posted on Instagram, like the Vogue Business published an article about us, and we didn't do any paid marketing. So everything was very organic. And right now what the business model is as I said, you have those garments on our website. You go there, choose a garment, send us your photo, and you receive the garment. The another thing is the dedicated NFT drop, because at the same time, and we can't, avoid mentioning NFTs, because with digital fashion, with digital fashion, they kind of come together, because the questions I received early in the days was, why would anyone buy a piece of clothing like that doesn't exist, that is digital? I don't own it. And then when NFTs came, it made sense, because it was the first time people actually knew they owned this piece and that this actually has a value. So right now we are focusing on doing dedicated NFT drops, and we're also upgrading our platform. So our web will be totally, so now you can't buy NFTs from our web, but in the future, what will be the business model? We'll have this web, which will serve like a central platform where you'll be able to buy garments with NFTs and receive those utilities, how to use and wear those garments. And we also have our own AR tech and an app. So you'll just, open your phone and see that same garment on your phone. And then, you could wear it in AR and possibly port it in a game, for example.
So is there
we want to come,
is there a fixed thing of I pay anywhere from X dollars to Y dollars? I mean, like today when I go to a store, I can spend $10 on a shirt, or I can spend $500,000 on a dress. Like there is a
that's
huge
right
range,
it's about
right?
It's about branding, and where we see ourselves, we see ourselves as a luxury digital fashion brand. So we tend to put our prices in that range, but they also good approaches, and how we do it, we release garments in tiers when we do NFT drops. So you have cheaper items which are like more symbolic, like the brand presentation, and then we have more expensive garments that are like one-of-one pieces, really, you know, expressive and showing the core of tribute brand. So basically, no, it's the yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, what I like to say, you know, with digital fashion, there's no difference. So if you ask yourself, well, you know, there's no difference comparing physical fashion and digital fashion. You know, the principles are the same, just the space we use it is different. So you can, you know, approach everything as, you know, as physical fashion is approached.
Mm-hmm. And also there is a thing of the designers giving you their stuff, right? I mean, some major designers could see this as a competition and say, hey, you're telling people you don't need to buy physical clothes. You can just wear digital brands. In fact,
yeah,
you know,
we have
counterintuitively,
yeah.
they are coming to you and saying, hey, we will give you digital. So where was that inflection point? What was the first call you got from a major designer, which you went, what, who? I mean, like, I can't believe it, kind of. What was that moment for you?
Yeah, it was with Jean-Paul Gaultier. You know, like this high, you know, very famous luxury brand from Paris, which is, you know, established with long tradition, very famous. So it was kind of, you know, crazy for me because such a brand is approaching us, you know, a brand that is not like a year on the market, and they want to work with us. And this is, you know, when I realized, you know, we are doing something big, probably. And then Carolina Herrera came, and also many other brands. But we also, you know, it's hard because we are receiving so many great opportunities, but we try to be selective and do projects we really believe in, because, you know, we want to shape this space and not, you know, just jump on everything that's coming to you.
You know, one of the most difficult thing as an entrepreneur, especially when you're starting out, is what to say no to, you know. So because everything is a great opportunity, but as you were saying, so what is your bar? Where do you say no? What are the kinds of things you say no to?
So first of all is the creative thing. So when someone approaches us and tell us, you know, we want to do, you know, same thing as in physical world in a digital world, then we are like, we don't want to, you know, do such projects because it doesn't make sense, you know, to replicate physical thing in a digital world. We have to create new experiences because we can. And the other thing is where what we now mostly put on pause are B2B projects, which are like more white labeled, because, you know, for us, we focus on building brand image. So we also receive a lot of requests, you know, to white label our AR tech, to do something for, you know, someone. But at this point, we are pausing those projects because they will just, you know, take time that we could spend on, you know, building the brand publicly.
Correct. So your focus right now is to how to put this in the hands of as many people as possible.
That's
so
right.
In
That's
some ways,
right.
it's democratizing high-end fashion also, right? So it's accessible.
Yeah, it's you know, with the AR. This is you know, really nice because, for example, we can, you know, make and publish this one-of-one really exclusive and expensive NFT, and one people can own it. But what we can also do, we can publish the same NFT as an AR filter for example, $9, very cheap and approachable. So, you know, in a one way, you know, that garment stays exclusive, but it's available to everyone to try it and to wear it.
And only in the digital world. I mean, in the science, in the video world, we have seen, like with Creative Commons and things like that, we were able to put content out there while the IP was still owned by the owner for revenue generation, but accessibility was there for a lot of people. Similarly here also, still it's that designer name and still it's your platform, but many people can access it and be able to.
That's right. And especially when we release our app, which will happen, I think, in Q2 2022 this year, hopefully, fingers crossed. You know, when you develop such an app as a startup, You kind of finish everything. Like we are 95% finished, and then you have this 5% that takes long, but we are there. And then as with the Carolina Herrera app with it, people are just able to download it on the App Store and use that digital fashion.
So so my last question, I mean, there are some audience questions, but we're running out of time. So let me ask you, you're still very young, and I'm sure you're full of ideas. What next for you? Where do you want to take the brand? And are there other things you want to try in your life?
Such a hard question. I am young, as you said, and I just want to keep, doing things I love, I enjoy, because this is a way you can give the best of you. But basically, kind of we started this, we were early in this space, and we want to put this into mainstream. We want to shape the future language of fashion, and this would be the goal, to be on the forefront of doing it. But I'm not a person that's looking, too far in the future, because I want to, stay focused on what are we building now.
Yeah. So no, really, Gala, I really want to wrap up by saying that I think there's a lot of things. You actually were the first one in your first show, not just upcycling. You wanted to do gender neutral fashion. I mean, there's a lot of things. It's
so crazy. Like I'm speaking, I don't want to look much into the future, but we are at this point, doing things that are going to be the part of the future. I just realized it.
No, and also I think there's so much to be done today, even before we go to tomorrow, in terms of just what you're doing today is so much at the bleeding edge of not just technology, of social behavior. There's a lot of opportunity here to do things that are interesting, and I really hope that this democratizes high fashion in a lot of ways, because whether it's high fashion or really classical music, a lot of things have remained the purview of the elite for a long time. And I think because of the digital technology, a lot of things we can learn. Hopefully it's accessible to a lot of people that will stir their imagination. At the end of the day, we want many galas to,
Yeah, because, this is very important also. We are from Croatia.
Right.
And usually, for a designer that is not from like traditional fashion capital, it's almost impossible to get in that company, in that, part, and to rise if you're not from there. And with digital fashion, what's really beautiful, anyone can do it, from their home. They just need to have a computer, do it, and publish it online.
Yeah. So
it's
we
really
are all hoping,
decentralized.
Vinita, Apurva, and I are hoping you'll make us your models someday. So,
for sure.
And I really want some cool Instagram photos with your help. That
but have
really
you tried have you tried the Herrera app?
Not yet. I'm slowly getting into this world. It's sort of
I can understand.
This is a good way to bump up my cool factor with my teenage son and his friends. So I'm definitely going to try. And, thank you so much for your time. I'm going to give it back.
And thank you for.
Thank you so
nice
much,
questions.
Gala, and we look forward to being in touch. And hopefully we can bring you to India sometime. That would be really wonderful.
Yeah, I would like to come.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Gala. Thank you, Lakshmi. Our next session is really one very close to my heart. We have two incredible authors, one who wrote Sacred Games and the other who wrote Mumbai Mafia Queens, and whose best-selling stories have been adapted into major television, film, and TV shows. So with a lot of honor, I would, and Vinita will be in conversation with Hussain Zaidi and Vikram Chandra. So let's head to the room.
Hello, everyone. I think we are talking about the art of crime in this panel, and it's going to be a little bit of a mafioso conversation. I am privileged to have in the room today not one, but two incredible entrepreneurs, both famous for their renditions of the underworld, also known as the Indian Mafia. Welcome, Hussain. You are an investigative journalist, and you are India's most prolific crime writer.
Thank you. I was, yeah.
Yeah. Focusing on the Mumbai Mafia. Hussain, your in-depth research on the Mumbai Mafia is so compelling that it is used everywhere, not least by other authors and filmmakers. So Misha Glenny in Mafia, and the Mafia Queens of Mumbai became the basis of Gangubai Kathiawadi, which just got released last week. And your book, Black Friday, on the 1993 Mumbai bombings was made into a film of the same name. And as was Class of 83. And now, last but not least, Vikram Chandra, who is also in the room with us today, your friend sitting right here. He relied very heavily on your research of Mumbai Mafia for his magnum opus, which was, of course, Sacred Games. And
Mumbai Mafia, which brought us together, actually.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, a very long time ago, according to Hussain, 25 years ago, when I was starting to work on Sacred Games, the book, I knew, I mean, I'd only seen stuff in the movies. I hadn't had any first-person experience. So my sister, Anupma Chopra, who's a journalist, knew Hussain. So she said, you should go talk to this guy. And so I did. And then he became my guide and philosopher and really good friends. So I couldn't have done it without him. And there's two people that the book is dedicated to, and one of them is Hussain.
Thank you, Hussain. I was going to complete your bio by saying that I discovered in the middle of researching you that you had once been kidnapped in Iraq.
Yeah.
Is that true? And how did that happen?
Oh, actually, I've narrated this story several times, and this might take a lot of your time to hear because it's quite a long story.
Okay. So it is a true story, and people who are
true story. Yeah, I was kidnapped, and I mean, the guy was thinking of killing me because I started making inquiries in Baghdad about the chief of thief. So, I mean, I was trying to find out the underworld guy there, how does the Arab underworld operates. So he thought I'm after him, I'm some agent of America or India. So he was going to kill me, but suddenly a mention of Amisha Bakkan saved my life. So when when he mentioned Amisha Bakkan, I thought he's talking about Amisha Patel. I said, I know Amisha Bakkan. I don't know Amisha Patel. I don't know Amisha Bakkan. So then he showed me a photograph of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, and I got, totally thrilled. And, he thought, because there was a lot of communication gap between two of us. So he thought maybe we both are good friends. So he kind of let me go or let me remain alive with the promise that I'll introduce him to Mr. Bachchan. And that's how I got saved.
So Bollywood saved you.
No, Mr. Bachchan saved me.
Mr. Bachchan saved you. All right.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So for anybody who's listening in, please go and listen to Hussain's amazing video podcasts that he has many of, and one of them will have the story of the Iraq.
But Iraq, I've also mentioned about how I've seen the auction of girls there, young girls who were brought in auction there, which used to happen in the pre-medieval ages in India or maybe other places. But that's what's happening still in Iraq. So during this ISIS war, I've also described the whole thing in that video.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes, that is a whole other very problematic business that we will not go into right now, but I would love to talk to you about later on that subject. So Vikram, everyone knows you're a writer par excellence, if I may say so. Red Earth and Pouring Rain, which is my absolute favorite novel, Love and Longing in Bombay, Sacred Games, of course, and your latest book, Geek Sublime, The Beauty of Code, The Code of Beauty. Very nerdy book. Each one of them have won multiple prestigious literary awards. They've been translated into 20 languages. You were also the executive producer of the Netflix series of Sacred Games. And the New York Times list, it made the New York Times list of 30 best international shows of the decade. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
But you are also the founder and CEO of a software startup called Granthika, which uses groundbreaking technology to reinvent writing and reading for the digital age. And that's not all. You are also a professor of creative writing at University of California at Berkeley. So I want to start by asking you, any kidnappings at your end?
No. I mean, with Hussein at your side, I never had that kind of thing happening to me. I mean, we had many adventures in the streets and, you know, the little dhabas of Bombay. But I mean, I had an out, right? So I would always start the conversation with, I'm a novelist and I'm writing fiction and I will never ever use your name or location or anything like that, which then made them more comfortable. Although I have to say that some of them didn't quite understand either the concept of a novel or like why I was writing a novel about this particular subject. So one hitman told me, you know, why are you writing a book about us? You should be writing a book about yoga and, you know, liberation. And he was a very dharmic hitman. I mean, there was only one time that I ever felt threatened when Hussein and I met this hitman in North Bombay. And this guy was high on something. And he was very aggressive because he didn't want to meet us. And his boss, his controller had told him that he had to meet us. So he made both of us very uneasy and we looked at each other and we said, thank you, Bhai Sahab. Now you've answered all our questions so nicely. And then we got out of there.
Wow, you really, really like to live dangerously, both of you. I want to start with this fascination that both of you have with the underbelly of Mumbai, with the world of crime. And where did that spring from for both of you? Let's start with you.
Well, for me, I was forced into it. I had applied for a job in Indian Express and I was looking for a job of a reporter who can cover civic beat, education or politics. But my boss said that we are only having one vacancy and that's for crime reporter. So if you're interested, then you're in, otherwise. So like, I was like too keen on joining Indian Express. So I thought maybe I'll join crime reporting now and slowly I'll ask for shifting of the beat and I can do something else. But then crime is like a quicksand. Once I stepped into it, I kept sinking into it. And then there came a time that I realized that now I cannot do anything else but crime journalism. So while only a couple of years into it, and then I met Mr. Vikram, the great Chandra, and he became my friend, my mentor, my guru in so many ways. The man taught me to, create the story plot. He said how it should be written, how about the language, about the beauty of construction of the chapter. And lo and behold, a man who was not even willing to be a crime journalist, in 3 years' time, I got a contract from Penguin and they commissioned that book, Black Friday. It was all thanks to Mr. Chandra, who's sitting here and looking very humble and very handsome. And which I've seen in all my videos, I keep mentioning Mr. Chandra all the time. Even in my latest video, which I recorded about Arun Gavli, I said that once when we had went to Dagli Chawl, Mr. Chandra was with me, and how Arun Gavli, that gang lord, who later on took Dawood Ibrahim on and even Bal Thackeray, challenged Bal Thackeray's might, actually gave us an audience and he met us in this sanctum of Dagli Chawl here, which people cannot even pass by. But Vikram has managed to sit inside that and being able to interview Arun Gavli. Also Karim Lala, Hussain Sheikh, and I think several more gangsters, which I don't know if Vikram remembers or not. But well, that's very short.
Hussain always gives me too much credit for everything. I mean, I learned an amazing amount from him also.
I want to ask you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't answer your question about why the fascination with the underworld. So, in the starting in the 80s and stretching through the 90s and even now, it was very apparent to everyone in Bombay and other places how much control the underworld, or how much that kind of stuff had seeped into every aspect of polity, right? Yeah. And I was like, why is this happening? What is happening? Then friends of mine in the film industry were getting extortion calls, and some of them paid up, a couple of them got shot at. One guy actually, they shot him in his chest and he escaped very narrowly. So all of this like made me curious, right? And then I had already in Love and Longing in Bombay written one story about Sartaj Singh, who was the protagonist of Sacred Games. And this guy just stayed with me, unusually for me. And so he became the center of Sacred Games.
Wow, fascinating. Um, it's obviously a very dark and dangerous world. What are some of the largest challenges or some of the biggest challenges in researching this, Hussein, and in writing about, the crime, even if even if you're fictionalizing it, which for a long time you didn't do, Hussein, because you were writing about actual events, the bombings, the Taj bombing, all of that. Where is the biggest challenge?
See, for me, what happens is that it was very difficult. As I said, even in Black Friday days, but that was my first book, it was all very difficult to, weave the plot of a non-fiction, a factual story in such a way where readers should feel fascinated reading every page or every chapter. They should not get bored. Oh, we already know this. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we are already aware. We've read in newspaper. So the challenge for me was to keep them interested, keep their whole, the idea that if they should not be get bored and, okay, now we know what is. So that was my main challenge. And I wanted to ensure that people should read my book till the end. So which is why I used to ask Vikram, who was sitting 7 continents apart, and I used to ask him, Vikram, what to do. Then he used to write long emails telling me that this is how I should structure, this is how I should plot. And then he should tell me a lot of things in the middle is the beginning, those, essential fundas, which a man, a totally ignorant man like me, who was struggling to do journalism or trying to write 600 word story, had to write that 50,000 word book was quite a arduous task, but Vikram made it simpler for me, as simple as making an omelette. So,
wow. I'm fascinated by your response because I thought that we were going to talk about how difficult it was going to be to maybe interview some of these, mafia lords or gangsters, as we like to think of them. But your challenge was in actually crafting the story. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Vikram, was that? I mean, you're the consummate storyteller, clearly also helping Hussein tell the story. Where was your challenge?
So Hussein eased a lot of it for me, right? As I said, that access became something that was initially the hugely difficult task, right? And then also, I don't know how Hussein deals with this. Like I spent maybe 10, 12 years working on this book, right? And it was only after I finished, I realized what a number it had done to my head, right? Because if you spend every day thinking about violence and crime, like you said, it's a very dark place, right? So and that self-care is something that I think about a lot right now. And I try and tell people that I talk to about writing anything, right? Fiction, nonfiction, that you have to be careful about this, right? Because I think what feeds good, long-term writing like that is obsession, right? Something catches you and then you get obsessed with it. But that obsession can also be destructive, right? Because you just dive down deep.
Wow. So both of you deal with the grittier, the seamier side of life, but you are both artists. You're depicting that life. You're not living it, thankfully, except vicariously, maybe sometimes through your characters. In your journey, so that obviously makes you what we like to call entrepreneurs. Using art as your vocation. And what choices did you have to make to ensure economic stability while you were pursuing what is traditionally regarded as an artistic path? And where were the trade-offs, if any? So Vikram, maybe you could start.
Well, again, this is something that I talk to my students and other young people all the time, that your mother and your father is right. To support yourself as an artist is very, very difficult. Right. So if you have any possibility of making money along the way, you should think very seriously about it. right? And for me, I mean, academia has been one way to support myself. And I've been so lucky that I spend my time talking about something that I love, right? Writing and literature, like every day to people, right? And I guess the other thing is that like anything else, it involves being an artist, involves somehow getting you out there and then breaking into publishing, which is also, as much as any other industry, it's an industry, right? So, and in order to do that, I mean, the other aspect of this is, making yourself known. So like publicity, right? And all of that. And again, I've been very lucky. I'm very bad at that, right? And so my publishers and their PR teams have handled it all for me.
Okay. Listen, your story is a little bit different because you actually went looking for a job, and that's how you found crime. Since then, you have evolved to become an artist in the rendering of crime. So how does that play out economically, financially, in terms of lifestyle stability?
See, for initial, as I said, for 25 years, I was a journalist. So, I mean, for me, reporting and writing a non-fiction book was like a supplementary thing. I mean, I don't have to work extra for that. I was doing it, and then, I mean, I was also collating and collecting information, which was getting into my files in my computer. And at the end of the month, I was getting a paycheck, which was like taking care of my monthly requirements. But when Black Friday came out and I got paid for that movie adaptation, and then I started writing another book, and then another book, then there were also some movie makers started consulting me, like Mr. Vishal Bhardwaj, etc. So like the money started flowing in steadily. And then there came a time when I realized that my job and book writing was started behaving like wife and girlfriend. So I have to only choose between one of them. I can't, manage to have both. So whether to choose girlfriend or to keep my wife. So I decided that's better to choose one. And then I quit journalism in 2016 as city editor of Mumbai Mirror. Now, also because I realized that there was not much to do in journalism anymore. Mumbai journalism had become a bit of like a stenographer's job. So whatever you were told, they come back home and they write, and the media was by and large bought by business conglomerates. So I thought it's better to be, independent and write your own stories in your book. And because economically it was viable, I mean, now in the current circumstances, I thought I could do this. So.
Do you think times have changed in the last 25 years? Do you think you would have been economically viable maybe 2 decades ago? Or how does technology play into all of this?
For me, I think Black Friday, even if there would not have been the flood of digital platforms, even otherwise, Black Friday and then later on the movie makers' obsession with non-fiction story would have been quite a big leap for writers like me. So after Black Friday, they made Shootout at Wadala, and then there were other movies that were happening. Even like Gangubai, had there not been any digital platform, such movies in theaters always attract audiences. So my point was that Black Friday changed the whole scenario for me as a writer and as someone who can do well if I keep churning out this kind of books with interesting stories, where there is mafia, crime, and real stories.
And what's coming next?
There are 2-3 projects. I mean, I don't know if my
okay, we won't
friends
go
would be
there.
open to the idea of discussing them now prematurely, but yes, I mean,
we'll come back to you because now you founded this company, Granthika. You're also, a professor at Berkeley. So first, tell us a little bit about Granthika, and then.
So that came out of my own need, right? So the trouble with managing information when you're writing a book is that there's no link between the text and the book, right? So if you do interview like 4 years ago, and then you want to refer to that, you have to go trawling through Word files, right? Or your note-keeping program or something. So for a long time, I dreamed of a program that combine the capabilities of a database, a timeline maker, and an editor, right? And that's what Granthika really is. And so because your audience might have a lot of techies in it, just to give you an idea, what we've done is we've created a knowledge graph which has an integrated text into itself. So you can jump back and forth between knowledge and text very easily.
That's fascinating. And so so how do you plan to, I mean, what's the product launch, customer acquisition, ROI on your investor plan on that one?
Well, I mean, so essentially the first audience that we want to and have been attracting writers of books, whatever, who either fiction or nonfiction, right? And then this obviously has also, applications in the corporate sphere or in the industry and so forth. So that's something that we've been thinking about and want to try and execute pretty soon. But again, as the audience knows, if you're a struggling startup, it's always this question of where do you get the resources for the next step, right? So.
Okay. I think if you put out a shout out, there will be many resources coming to you.
Yeah, we'd be very glad to talk with whoever.
Okay, we will set up, an incubator investor meeting on this subject offline. I hope everybody at TiE is listening because that's what TiE is good at. Hussein, I'm going to ask you, when you first took that first job as crime reporter, in that moment of time, today, if you were to go back to that Hussein, what would you say to him?
I don't know. It's very difficult to answer this question. Maybe a most difficult one. But in those days, what I did was I was all the time working, and I was working like with some kind of maniac obsession. And I was like, even if I know that next day I'm going to have an 8-column flyer headline, I would still be working in the office until 11:30, looking for my next page one. It kind of impacted my family life in a very negative manner. So if at all I have to go back and tell this man, I will say, Sam, save your family life first. Professional life could always be taken care of. I kind of did something very wrong to my family because I wanted to be good in my profession. Maybe that's what I will do.
Yeah, Vikram, people talk about, the artist. Art is always equated with passion, and passion is very often equated with what Hussein is talking about, the single-mindedness, the absolute junoon, as we say. When you teach, how much of that do you advocate for young artists, and where does one find the balance?
Well, I mean,
worked incredibly hard to have all of the successes that you did. And did you find a balance?
I like Hussein, I don't know. I mean, not so much, maybe. And the people in my life have suffered from that. And I'm also like a introverted, grumpy writer, right? So I disappear into my room every day. Yeah, I mean, I guess, again, what I talk to young people and my students about is what I've referred to is like, how are you going to make a living? Be careful to think about that. Realize that this is a very hard path that you're going on, right? I mean, I'm not trying to ward them off, but I'm just saying, this is the reality of what you're trying to do. And it always has been, right, since ancient times. I mean, if you read the letters of Mirza Ghalib, you'll see him trying to do the same thing with the court in Delhi, right? Please, to the emperor, give me a little money. You need to support me in order to make my art, right? And then sometimes he loses it after the British come in. It becomes so sad to read those letters, right? Here's a man of such immense talent and skill, And everything that he's supported on has disappeared. The life that he's known, the culture that he's known, has been destroyed and burnt in front of him. So, khuda kare that nothing like this ever happens to any of us. But I'm talking too long, right? And all of that. And like I was saying, obsession will carry you a far way, but you have to take care of yourself, your own spirit, your mental health and your physical health. Physical health is really important.
Speaking of physical health and all the dangers that both of you have been through in just bringing alive the world of the underworld, can you share with us some anecdotes of interviews that you did with, maybe the two of you did together, with dangerous people?
Hussain?
You want to answer that?
I mean, like
too many interviews with too many dangerous people. You might have done a few words, so I mean, it will be easy for you to recall.
I mean, what's interesting is that everyone has a justification, right? A way to make sense in the world of themselves, right? Nobody wants to believe that they're a villain, right? So, and everyone is a hero in their own life, right? So that yoga guy who said you should write about, the spirit and religion and stuff. One of the other, I mean, I asked him, so listen, how do you justify what you do, right? You get a phone call and somebody says, go and kill that guy that you don't know. So he, without like a moment's pause, he said that, look, I'm just playing my part in the drama, right? Everybody's fate is already written. And so he was doing this kind of, Krishna's advice to Arjun, right? That, you just do your quote unquote duty and the world will take care of himself, right? Arun Gavli told me that, I asked him the same question, like, are you a bad person? And he said, how can you say that? I am born in an unfair system which tried to crush me. I am a revolutionary for my people.
How about you, Hussain? Any hair-raising moments that you totally didn't anticipate?
Oh, I mean, actually, I have plenty of them, but something which has like left me shaken even after 25 years of that incident. That's when someone called and was threatening me, and in the course of threatening, he said that I'm aware you have a 6-year-old son, so you better watch out. And I still don't know why I responded in that manner. But I told him that perhaps you don't know that he studies in Saraswati Vidyalaya in class 2C, and his full name is Ali Zaidi. I still don't know what, but that man who was there on the other line threatening me was, just silent. He could not utter a single word. Though I heard a very, hard breathing full of anger and maybe fury, but he couldn't respond. He just slammed the phone. So I found that to be one of the most difficult times that I faced in my reporting days. Otherwise, there are so many which I could kind of forget and get over them and not even bother about it.
And
I mean, I don't, like I was saying, I don't understand after all these years how Hussain does this. I don't get it, but he does it.
Fascinating. Well, we are very grateful that you do it, both of you. Is there, why are there no more, why are there so few, if any at all, crime fiction writers in India?
Actually, now that there is a huge glut of writers, so now there are plenty of them. Everyone is now attempting to write a crime book and a crime novel, so they think that it's a shortcut to fame and money. So maybe 20 years ago,
I mean, it's the same in fiction also. And I should say also that Hussain himself has now an imprint with Penguin. He has other ventures, and he's a big mentor of young people, right? Some of you will know, right? Hussain, what was that Shahrukh production company made that with your young friend?
Red Chilies. They have a guy called Bilal Siddiqui. He's only about 25-year-old, but the boy has already written 4 novels with Penguin. 2 of them have been made into movies, 1 into a series. So, well, there are like more such talented guys like Bilal. So It's only because what, you must have heard Sahil Ludhianvi saying, दुनिया ने जो कुछ मुझे दिया तजुर्बात हवादिस की शक्ल में वही कुछ लौटा रहा हूं मैं, something to that effect. So whatever Vikram has done to me by owning the skills of a man who didn't know much to write or do, I'm trying to do the same to others that way.
Both of you are inspiring, incredibly inspiring human beings, but this relationship between the two and how you inspire each other to be the best version of yourselves, that is perhaps the most inspiring of all. So thank you so much for being with us today, and may this inspiration spread across the globe. And please just keep doing whatever you're doing.
Thank you.
We're all deeply grateful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Vinita, you're on mute.
Well, that was a dangerous conversation. And it's very nice to have dangerous conversations if you can do them sitting in the comfort of your living room or your library. But I'm not sure that I would want to be either in Hussein's shoes or Vikram's shoes. I'm too timid and cowardly of a human being to stand up to gundas in Mumbai. But somebody's doing it, which is fantastic. I want to now call all art lovers around the world to watch the next panel. People who are interested in visual art, simply because the beauty of visual art, because they want to invest in it, because they want to know the process behind the business of art. We have an incredible panel for you. I want to start by introducing the person who will be moderating this panel. Asha Jadeja Motwani, a name very well known as a person who invests not just in businesses, but in people and in communities, and somebody who invests a lot personally in art, has a massive collection, but also invests time in knowing about the business of art and how that functions and all the latest new trends. Asha has brought together an incredible group of people who are going to take us into this world of visual art with people from the Met and from Christie and places that hold the most incredible knowledge about this subject. Thank you, Asha, for being the instigator of this conversation. And I'm handing it over to you because that's what people want to listen to.
Thank you so much, Vinita. This is such an exciting initiative that you created at TiE in Silicon Valley. What is really most promising here is that on one hand you have an incredibly powerful group of Indian diaspora in the Silicon Valley world of technology, and very proudly we've all been recognizing and celebrating the the CEOs that are running Google and Microsoft and 25 other companies of Indian origin, from born and brought up in India. We've also been celebrating the incredible sort of the rise of visibility of Indian art in the Western world, and how it has impacted its market, its valuations, and its visibility. It's the excitement it creates in the circles of art and entrepreneurship in India. So these are all incredibly important steps, incredible vectors that are rising in various pockets of the world. I think this is an effort today, and what Artrepreneurship is doing, Vinita, because of this panel that you created. I think what's really promising is that we are trying to create this kind of a conversation now between a very, very tech-driven but very high net worth set of people that are there in the valley, in the tech world, and those that are in the art world, and especially entrepreneurs in the art world, who are looking at at enabling and accelerating a whole new generation of artists that are not just going to be, doing the usual in terms of visual and, even digital arts, but those who are going to be at the frontiers of art as it moves from from the brick and mortar to Web 2.0 to even now to Web 3.0, which includes, blockchains and cryptocurrencies and NFTs. That explosion we have all seen in the last year, and it's an extremely exciting time. So what I'm going to do is, instead of introducing my my panel by reading out their bios or something, I'm going to ask each of them to give us about 30-second intro on yourself. Let's start with you, Deepanjana Klein, who runs the, who manages the South Asian art collection at Christie's, and then we can go to Raghava and Shanae. Deepanjana, why don't you start and give us 30 seconds about yourself?
Thank you, Asha, and thank you everyone and Vinita for having me in this platform today, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Deepanjana Klein. I run the Indian department at Christie's internationally, and I'm deeply invested in helping people collect art, and not just private collectors, but institutions. That's my main focus. I've been with Christie's for over 15 years, and art is all I know. And I've seen the market evolve and develop over last 20, 25 years. And while it's an asset class, I always say, buy what you want to wake up and look at every day. So that's my motto. So looking forward to speaking to everyone. Thank you.
Raghava?
Hi, everyone. I'm Raghava. I'm an artist, and I've been interested in new technologies all my life, ever since the internet came to India. And I keep trying to reinvent myself through these new tools.
Thank you. Shanae?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Asha, Vinita, for having me and the Met at this on this panel. I'm the Associate Curator of International Modern and Contemporary Art at the museum. I joined the Met in 2016 as the first incumbent curator responsible for South Asian modern and contemporary art. And I look forward to sharing what we've done in the last few years.
So we are so lucky to have this stellar panel, by the way, between Shanae, Raghava, and Deepanjana, people who I have known, like my own family for many years now. I feel that this new crop of enterprising, entrepreneurial thinkers who are in various verticals of the art world, from museum to, to Christie's, to Raghava and the art world of the NFTs. We have this groundswell of, excuse me, groundswell of Indian and sort of South Asian in general, art kind of activity that is going to change the way we think of art, the way we consume and distribute and collaborate with art and artists, and the way we, have art engage with our day-to-day lives, so that it informs not just our own personal lives, but also the way we see these digital frontiers moving. And I think art is something that makes us, question a lot of things. And in today's world, when we are, today we are all waking up to a war in a country which is simply seeking to exist as a, as an independent democracy in Ukraine. We are looking at a world that to many young people, many of our children, is going to look extremely irrational and violent. I think art has the transformative capacity to make us question, what is the good life? What are we here for? In this limited amount of time that we have in this world, what is it that we are trying to achieve? And how do we make the world a better place through these collaborations, which new platforms and new technologies are offering us? So why don't we start with a couple of minutes, 2 to 3 minutes of understanding what our young leader, Shanae Jhaveri, is doing at the Met. And then we can move to the other two panelists. And we are, once again, absolutely honored and delighted to have you guys here. So please start, Shanae.
Thank you, Asha. I'd like to share my screen, please. And I think here we go. Yes. So I'm just going to give everyone a quick overview of the Met and its South Asia Modern and Contemporary program. So the Metropolitan Museum of Art was established in 1870 and today comprises of 18 curatorial departments. Of these 18 departments, over 5 of them actively collect work from the region. Here are some examples of pre-modern work that we have in our holdings: Asian art, Islamic art, arms and armor, musical instruments. But the modern and contemporary department was not engaged with the region till my arrival, really, in 2016, when my position was newly created by the current chairperson, Sheena Wagstaff. And so since I've arrived, I have 2 areas that I focus on. One is adding works to the permanent collection, and then the other is exhibitions and special projects. So the holdings or the collection of South Asian modern and contemporary in 2016 was rather modest. And since I've arrived, we've added multiple works by 24 artists from the region, more than half of which are women. And here's just, I'm going to quickly run through a few slides where you see a work and then us presenting it in our gallery spaces. Because for me, it's quite important and critical that the works, when they arrive at the museum, they're also seen and can be experienced by our visitors. Here's the first Bangladeshi work that joined the collection, a gift from Rajiv and Nadia Samdani, a really significant moment for the museum. And then also here's a work by Sri Lankan photographer Lionel Wendt, which was in our recent Surrealism Beyond Borders show. And then I curated Mrinali Mukherjee's first international retrospective at the Met Breuer. And here's a work that joined the collection as a gift from the estate to celebrate the museum's 150th anniversary. Here we have another work by her, which we acquired, which was shown alongside El Anatsui's work. And so, as I mentioned, I think it's very crucial and important for us to see the works, but also see them in a broader context alongside peers and makers from outside of South Asia as well. So now that was just a very quick précis of what we've been doing on the collection side. And now going on to the exhibition side. When Sheena joined, she invited Imran Qureshi to be the first artist in her reimagined roof commission program. So here are images of Imran painting on the roof of the Met and miniature work by him that joined the collection. When we took over the Breuer building, which was a satellite that we had for about 4 years, we opened that program with a retrospective of Nasreen Mohammadi, which was a huge moment in kind of or a demonstration really of the Met's commitment to the region. And so here are just some installation views and also images of Nasreen's work. We've been very fortunate to add 2 of Nasreen's works to our collection. One was actually a gift from Zarina Hashmi to celebrate and honor their friendship. Then when I arrived, one of the first things I did was present a contemporary living Indian artist in the modern and contemporary galleries, which hadn't been done till that point. And so here we have this incredible immersive installation by Ranjani Shatar that was gifted to the museum. And Ranjani is one of the most significant sculptors working today in the country. I then curated the roof commission with the Pakistani-American artist Huma Bhabha. And her work has, since being on the Met's roof, gone on to be installed at the Hoshan. And here you see it at the Hoshan. Some images of Mrinali's retrospective, which I did. Then I co-curated a live performance with curator of performance, Limor Tomer. It was a project with Nikhil Chopra, who lived in the museum for 9 days nonstop. And so here you see him in various parts of the museum. And then finally, a work that we just put on view this past week, the Lightning Testimonies by Amar Kanwar, which is a gift for patrons, Asha being one of them. It's a very powerful work, which is a constellation of accounts of sexual violence experienced by women on the Indian subcontinent since 1947, and it'll be on view till September 2022. And so we're very excited. We're coming out of the pandemic when our program was interrupted, but we're looking forward to sharing more works that we bring into the collection and engaging our audiences. I will stop sharing now.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shanae. Which takes me to the word of the auction houses, and we have Deepanjana Klein here, who's been at Christie's for so many years, and she's been instrumental in starting incredible number of initiatives for Christie's, even including working with the Christie's India and so on. And Deepanjana, I wanted to ask you, in your view, where do you think where do you think the sort of the Asian art market is heading, right? In the sense that, are you seeing a sort of a generation of contemporary kind of works that are beginning to get more visibility and more of a market buy-in? What are you seeing are sort of the big changes that are going on as you view things from a 30,000 foot view of Christie's? What are you seeing there? And what, also tell us a little bit about the sort of the new, the rising generation of people who are sort of consumers of this kind of art, visual art.
Okay, a lot of questions. So I'm going to try and answer because the field is so vast. And when we talk about South Asia, to lay the land here, as Shanae said, we try and cover India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. And hopefully over the years, we would want to bring in Nepal, Bhutan. And these are efforts we are constantly making by trying to go to these places, identify artists, watch them over the years, watch what curators are looking at before we bring them into the auction world. And of course, now, of course, we have the new beast, which is the NFTs. So, we are watching that space. I mean, Christie's was the first one to launch the first NFT of Beeple. But how do we bring that into the South Asian fold, and where do we take it from there? So, with as you said, with the overview we have also comes a lot of responsibility of making sure we do the right thing for the contemporary artists. The modernist market, on the one hand, is very robust and strong, and it has always been, because if you look at least 10, 15 years of how the market has evolved, the modernists were always collected by either seasoned collectors in India or expats, whether it's, the West Coast or East Coast in New York, whether it's the finance or the tech world, or the Europeans who were collecting, who were in India in the 60s and 70s. So regardless of where the market is, the modernist continues to do well because everyone in that market space understands that there's a finite body of work. These artists are no more, and there are some great works. So regardless of where the economy is, where the stock market is, you bring a good work, it's going to hit the sky. I mean, just last week, Pandols as an auction house hit the highest record for an Indian art, selling a Gaitonde for 6.3 million, which is great. So where is that market? It's wonderful. And the reason I'm specifically, dividing the modern versus the contemporary, because it's a very different market. The contemporary market, on the other hand, brought in a lot of speculators. And we are talking about 2005, 6, 7, where everything sold, and everything sold for millions. And it was a wonderful time. However, after the crash in 2008, September, the speculators left the market. And as an auction house, while we want works to go to private homes or to institutions, you can't regulate who's going to come and pick up a paddle and bid. So it's a public auction house. So it was really hard for us to see. It was bittersweet moment what we experienced in 2007, 2008, where we saw things flying and we knew it was not sustainable because it was growing too quickly. However, what was good was the market slowed down for the contemporary. The artists actually took the time to make great works over next 5-7 years when the market slowed down. And we have some of the greatest talents coming out of our region. And you can see, while we as an auction house have really taken a stance that we are not going to bring in these artists till the market is ready to actually absorb them at the prices they deserve. So
what we are watching is the international museums around the world are picking up these artists, showcasing them, whether it's the Mori Museum in Japan, or whether it's the Met or MoMA in the US, or San Jose Museum in San Jose. It is extremely gratifying to see all our contemporary artists being shown on an international platform. That's when you know the art has crossed the borders of geography and time. That's when, one can start thinking, oh, is it time for us to think about bringing maybe 2 artists of that generation into the auction world? That is when we will be able to identify the second generation modernists. So one of my biggest challenge now is we have first generation modernists, we have second generation modernists, let's say Arpitas and the Manjeets of the world, or the Brutas of the world. But who are the third generation modernists, from the Subodhs to the Bhartis to the Jitishas or the Sudarshans, that generation and onwards. So part of my job is to continuously watch that space and do homework and stick very close to people like Shanai and all the other curators and watch what they are looking at.
No,
And
that's
bring it into the market at the right time. So
yeah, no, I think that, and what a synergy, Dipanjana, what a synergy. Of course, it's good that, and all of us are watching Shanai, by the way, just so you know, I think it's really a sort of I think it's really a heartwarming moment when you begin to see, artists from our part of the world being showcased at the Met, and, young people in the, there's such footfall at the Met. To be able to see, so much interest from viewers at the Met, I think it's actually an excellent, segue into my favorite artist, Raghava, who has not only been a friend, but also somebody who has been, one of those unusual, restless, curious souls who has not just produced, excellent artwork, but also is somebody who I have seen getting extremely interested in breakthrough technologies. And I've seen Raghava evolve from, from a 15-year-old to what he is today, a father of 4 kids, and, sort of a mentor to many startups. So where I'm seeing Raghava evolving is, just moving, getting excited about technologies which are going to inform both the market and the direction in which some of this art world is heading. But Raghu, I wanted to find out from you, now that you've taken a plunge into this whole NFT world, into the digital world, into this whole new world of blockchain and crypto, how do you see the traditional visual art world? How do you see that evolving into and blending into this new kind of wave of what's happening in NFTs on blockchain? And how do you see, artists from our part of the world becoming part of that flow, so that they're globalizing automatically, they're globalizing as this whole decentralized web takes off, Raghava? So tell us a little bit more about what your experience has been in creating India's first NFT. We are very proud of you for having done that. So please start.
Thank you so much, Asha. I want to make 2 comments. One is, you talked about the war, right? And you talk about conflict, and you talked about trying to bring 2 worlds that are disparate in its values together. And what is beautiful about Eastern traditions is the West taught us how to break apart the whole and study its elements. You take the duck, you break its beak, its feet, you study the tail. But the Eastern philosophies have come up with multiple attitudes to bringing back the whole, right? And that's when the 2 can dance. And it's not either or, and it's not to be framed as a conflict, but more as an exciting opportunity for me. So I've been practicing for 25 years as an artist, and I didn't jump on the NFT bandwagon. I've been part of its dreaming for the last 14 years. For 7 years, been visioning what can this digital encounter be, and how can India and Asia participate meaningfully in this digital space. So I want to show you a sneak peek of 2 things very quickly, if you don't mind. The first is, you talked about my auction at Sotheby's. So what I did was I took something that's very personal, an orgasm, and I decided to digitize it, because since everything is now digitizable, should everything also be a commodity, and is everything for sale? So for 5 years, I taught this device and algorithms how to understand my brain waves. We plotted it, and this is the brain before orgasm, and that's the brain during orgasm. And what we did is, through a process of training robots and building new digital encounters, we were able to paint with robots to create something that neither man nor machine can create. And why this is important from an Indian or an Asian point of view is we don't see man and machine as in conflict. I see art as a tool of transcendence, as a tool that allows us to go beyond ourselves. So what was exciting for me was to take every binary conflict within the art world, whether it's aesthetic or whether it is definitions of the self and the other, and try and break it apart. So this was what we showed at Sotheby's. And what was exciting is we could create fake orgasms, where we have the female orgasm, the fake and male orgasm. And what we sold was not the artwork or the experience. We sold the metadata, which was in itself a neural network, where other artists could take it and play with it. So to give you an idea, I look at art from the lens of transcendence. And right now we're in the middle of a war. And what was coincidence is that in 1937, Picasso was commissioned to do a work for the Expo. And this is me doing a work for the Expo today in 2022. And I'm taking the topic that you and I have talked deeply about. Is the conflict outside? Is the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita a conversation of war outside, where Arjuna wakes up and says, what war is worth winning when you have to kill your grandfather and your uncle for it? Yeah. Or is it inside? Is the war within? And I think this is the perspective where we can build new aesthetics from Abhinavagupta, from Sufism, from Tantric Shaivism, where we're looking at alternate ways to resolve a conflict, alternate attitudes towards bringing apart disparate elements. So I'm very excited to use NFT as this crazy space where the physical, the digital, the entrepreneurial, every aspect of me finally can be presented as one project. Otherwise, I'm hiding the fact that I'm an artist from the venture capitalists. I'm hiding the fact that I'm involved in so many movements from the art world, because it was very difficult to bring these pieces together. So finally, I'm really excited that not only I, but Asians, Indians can bring a new aesthetic. We can study an absolutely new way of digital encounter. What does it mean from an Asian point of view? When I meet a person, how does that change from an Asian point? We do this, namaste. We see the divinity in you. How can that be expressed in the digital world? So
no, that's fantastic. That's beautifully put, Raghava. We are thank you for sharing that. I want to ask you, Shanae, are you guys at the Met? Are you interested? Are you guys? Is some subset at the Met interested or actively looking at what's happening in the digital realm? And if so, can you please tell us a little bit more about that?
We're definitely keeping appraised of what's happening, but we haven't actively started collecting in that area at this moment. Our engagement with South Asia, with modern and contemporary practice it's also in its nascent stages. And I think we have a fair amount of ground to cover behind us before, but we're definitely keeping appraised, but we haven't begun to collect in that area.
So let me push you a little bit, Shanae. Would you be interested? Would you be willing maybe to engage with a few of us in the next few years to see if we can set up some kind of a digital vertical within the Met? Because a successful project like that would actually, I think, would be inspiring for other museums around the world to see how to include this whole new space that is evolving right now, which most of us don't understand, by the way. It's nothing new. I mean, it's a difficult space to understand, but I think we have to start engaging with it, because there is an enormous turnover now in art in that space, you know. And as we see, you know, the digital currency, as we see fiat currencies which are associated with nation states like dollar and yen and rupee and so on, as those currencies evolve into sort of into more of the cryptocurrencies and so on, we you know, we are going to see at a larger 30,000 foot view, we're going to see a lot of activity that's going to bypass the usual institutions of the nation state. And I think it would be very good to have a few, you know, enterprising young people like yourself from one or two museums involved in this conversation. So I'm going to rope you into that, okay, Shanae? Just, you know, on that. And yeah, so Dipanjana, on your own, you know, one last question, I guess. How many minutes do we have, folks? I'm not sure how many minutes we have left. But DK, I wanted to ask you, what are you excited about personally? What are you excited about about you know, sort of what are the new genres of art that you are seeing and that you are personally excited about? And tell us a bit more about that.
I think there are a lot of really exciting things happening. Of course, NFT is one of them, and it's something, while it's difficult to understand, it is here to stay. So those of us who don't understand it, we better understand it. It's not going away. And I think I see it as a way of democratizing art. And the way, you know, from Impressionism came photography, and photography was something, you know, whether we were going to think of that, look at it as a form of art, whether print was going to be considered as a form of art. So I think it is very much NFTs are very much an extension of that. And just the way photography democratized it, and today it's a medium that is very well recognized and collected. I see, with my little understanding of NFT, I see it as something that is going to be as significant as any of these that, you know, 100 years earlier, people were grappling with. So that's one space I'm very excited about, because it also has brought in collectors that did not necessarily come into the mainstream of collecting art. Because I think the art world is, and with no offense, is a bit elitist, and it can be intimidating. And there were a lot of young collectors, or wanting to collect, or young people of means from the tech world, who very easily can come into the NFT space because they understand it. And it's not intimidating, and they buy something, it sits in their digital wallet, they can talk about it, and they're talking about it with people who also understand it. So I think it's brought in a whole group of people we would have otherwise not seen in the art world. So I really am appreciative of that, because art shouldn't be elitist. Art is, and artists create something to communicate, and it's an outreach. It should be accessible to everybody. So that's one of the things I'm really excited about. The other thing that I'm also seeing is the outsider art. And while it's still gaining momentum with the Western outsider art, what I'm excited about, and I would like to work more on, are the outsider art in South Asia. We have immense talent and such great works. And Shana, you should speak a little about it, because there's such great outsider art that are not in our mainstream, and we should start seeing them more.
Can you tell us a little bit, Dipanjana? I'm actually, to be honest, I'm hearing the word outsider art for the first time. So can you please define it a little bit? Can you please tell us a little bit more about what that means? And then we can have Shanae pitch it.
Sure. So I'll give a very lay person's perspective of outsider art. So anything that was not in mainstream. So let's say there's a whole tradition of oil painting. in the Western world. There's a whole tradition of a studio art, what you do from easel to a studio to a gallery, and it has a process, it has a system in place where everything starting from what the artist is using to the market, everything is pretty much standardized. Right. So today, if you buy, let's say, a Bharti Care from an auction house, it's a public. So aside from the auction house, if you buy, let's say, a Bharti Care from one of our galleries in India, let's say Nature Mart, as opposed to you buy something from Templon or any other galleries that represent her, I'm just throwing out a name, in the West, it's a standardized price. It's not that because it's in Paris, it's going to be more, or if it's in India, it's going to be less. So, the whole mainstream art world has a standardized kind of a template that we all work in, whether it's a curator, whether it's someone like me from the market space, or Raghav, who's the artist who's creating all of this, right? Whereas the outsider art are the artists who were working in their backyard, didn't necessarily go to school, did any training, have any gallery representations, but worked all their lives and created these brilliant things. Sometimes we would call them folk art. And the level of creativity you see is immense. And one of the, I think, best examples for South Asia is Jangar, right? Jangar and Gauri Gill, Shanai, isn't it their combination? So I'll hand this over to Shanai to talk about what we are seeing, at least in South Asia, in our category, how it's unfolding. And it is only time where this is going to become mainstream. And I'm really excited about that space.
I think that's wonderful, actually. I think because that speaks to the whole question of democratizing art, right? So that it's you have artists who have been working in their backyard for all their lives, who have not been part of the marketing machinery, and they are still producing incredible art. So Shanai, tell us a little bit about these few categories that Dipanjana just spoke about.
So so as Dipanjana said, the term outsider, it broadly speaks to artists who have not been trained in the conventional academy or schools, and they are self-taught, or their trajectories have been different than what has been, as Dipanjana said, the space in the mainstream art world. Another term that's used to describe this, because as terminology, it's quite new, is outlier. So who is an outlier, instead of outsider? And I think, we have a tradition in India, particularly, of artists coming out of folk and, folk practice and adapting and evolving that idiom. And because it didn't meet the aesthetic criteria that, have been established, they've been overlooked. So as Dipanjana said, Jangar Singh Sham is one of those leading examples. But then another artist Dipanjana mentioned is Gauri Gill, who's recently collaborated with Rajesh Vangad on a series called Fields of Sight. And Gauri is a photographer, and Rajesh Vangad comes from the Varli tradition, and they collaborate and make a work through conversation. So it's a photograph that Gauri takes, and then Rajesh applies, his drawing on top of it. So that's a different kind of synergetic collaboration that we're seeing. And I think even within, scholarly and academic practice, there's a lot of discussion around the marginalization of outlier or outsider practice, and rethinking what are some of these received categories. And I think institutions are also looking at collecting in these areas. Some institutions have already begun to do so. Others have already received bequests of these works and are in their collections. And so I think it is something that is becoming more and more, people are engaging more and more, collectors, but also institutions.
Are we going to see some of this at the India Art Fair, you think, guys? What do you think? DK?
Well, I think some of it we can see, the Gorigal collaboration we can see even in museums today. I think the institutions are collecting. India Art Fair, it would be interesting if galleries are able to bring these works, but definitely there are, I mean, we have amazing gallerists in India and they are also looking. So this is a space to definitely look at because it's absolutely brilliant, untapped, and there is great interest, and for the right reason.
And just to send me some, to send me more information about that, okay, Dipanjana.
Sure.
And do we have some time, guys, for a few more questions?
I want to jump in before we change the topic because
yes, no, exactly. No, in fact,
I consider myself an outsider, outlier, whatever the words or tags have been given. But I want to say something really interesting, that the art world has always looked to disrupt itself. And there are these key people, it can disrupt from within or outside. And let me be very clear, when I say the art world, I mean the Western art world. One that does not take into account many forms of aesthetics, as you said, very developed aesthetic traditions. So I want to say something really interesting. Whenever anything disrupts, whatever field it is, it creates three emotions. There's a feeling of loss, there's a feeling of liberation, and there's a feeling of mystery. There's anger, and there is always this fear associated with loss. And there is this liberation because that thing has liberated society, democratized it, allowed for newness to exist. And there's mystery and mystery, unfortunately, has two types of people engaging with it, the believers and the speculators. And the problem is if you have too many speculators and too little believers, too few believers, then you end up doing what happened in 2008. But I know the way you collect, Asha, you like something, you believe in it, right? So I would like to hear from you, what has it taken for you to see an artist from nothing to evolve and be something? And what's really exciting is this whole definition of art is coming from a Western idea. In fact, Christie's and Sotheby's and all the institutions that have held a hegemonic idea of art are now being disrupted by NFTs. And because suddenly the guys who had the data on what is about to sell on futures in the market suddenly are getting disrupted. It's public data, you know. And what is considered valuable by a very small group of people suddenly is breaking apart. Cuteness, sexiness has no value in the transcendent ideal of post-war art in the Western world. But in the NFT world, they want shiny, cute things. And now we have to ask ourselves as human beings, what is the real value of these new aesthetic encounters? And I think it's very exciting.
I think, Raga, you raised an important question here, which is that has the conversation of what is art and what is good art and what is, highly valued art and so on has been largely been coming from the West all these years. And I think slowly there is much more of output from Asia and from South Asia and so on. And I think that for me personally, that is the most exciting sort of my own plunge into non-tech and into the art world. The most promising, venue of interest for me is in this conversation about what, can Asia and South Asia also be part of the conversation? That
not just be part, Asha. We need to counter it with alternate aesthetics. We need to meet in Egypt. We need to be meeting in South Africa. We need to be meeting in Japan. We need to go to all parts of the world, not just Paris, London, New York. We need to be in Latin America. Now, Latin America is sexy. But these are alternate aesthetics. We cannot take a Raza and put him in color field theory and say, how interesting, Indians also thought of it. We need to look at it for its own value of transcendence and understand the aesthetic qualities that it can offer the Western traditions. We need to give the world global alternatives.
No, you are absolutely right. You're absolutely right about that, Raga. In fact, I think I'm so glad that, Shanay, Apurva and DK and all are here on this panel. I actually think that you guys will have to be playing an activist role as this conversation deepens, and as more of the people that, Raga was just suggesting, come into this whole fold. And the way we look at art right now is it has to be radically redefined. There is an exponential change, which is good. Things are happening, but it's not just through NFTs, Raghav. I think NFTs, of course, will enable this. It will actually accelerate the whole process. But I also think that even in general, I think, if we want to bring in narratives from our part of the world into defining and to,
on our terms,
I think you're right that we do need to meet in other places.
In our country, it's very important with our institutions, talking to Sotheby's and Christie's and saying, let's talk, let's dance. Let's not say you and us, insider, outsider. Let's throw these narratives apart. Let us bring alternate aesthetics. Where has an Indian created an alternate aesthetic? We have Abhinavagupta. We have so much to give the world. And even contemporary, do you know that the first AI show globally was hosted in India? An aesthetic was developed by Nature Mart, a commission by Nature Mart in India. Now, nobody knows that globally. We launched 7 pioneers of AI art globally. But that is what we need to see more of too.
No, so this is about storytelling though also, right? It's not just, it's not just the action, but I think it's also about the fact that we need to not only create and celebrate these stories, but also, make them more widespread,
believers
and widely available.
We need to learn from the West how to talk about and value that which is not tangible.
But tell me something though, that brings me to the question of biennales, right? How is it that in a nation of 1.4 billion people, massive a country like India, how come we just have this one biennale, Kochi Biennale? Any idea as to?
Asha, there are many biennales.
There are now? There are?
But not all of them are mimicking the Venice Biennale as a model. The question really is, if you want to take art outside the gallery, how would an Indian do it? And that is really not taking situational art, context art, this art, performance art, all these categories that don't belong to our tradition of vocabulary. Really forming new traditions for the Western guys to copy. So we create prompts from India and we invite Western artists to respond to them. And that is when it starts.
So there's a startup idea right there, Raghav.
It has to happen, Asha. Otherwise, we're going to always be celebrating being at Christie's and Sotheby's. We need Christie's and Sotheby's to come and say, hey, there's an interesting aesthetic developing there. Can we get, that's what we're doing with William Kentridge, with Tushar is talking to these international guys and saying, do you want to respond? This is a radically different approach to the encounter.
I have a few questions here, okay, from the audience. We have about 15 minutes. So I'm going to, I think here is a question from Vinita to everyone. She's saying, I would like to know more about Raghu's personal journey as an artist and the choices he made to get to where he is. And then there's a question by Simran Thadani, but let's start with this one by Vinita.
Very quickly, Vinita, I started my career as a cartoonist. I quit formal education. I come from an extremely academic family. And I chose to fall in love and to understand what it means to be me. And I spent 25 years cartooning and painting. I met Luigi Ontani in Italy, where I fell in love with painting, and I realized you can actually live like an artist. And I realized that the word aesthetic means you make a choice and you live it. And so I have lived many, many avatars. And I learned painting with many master painters, including Farid Belkahia in Morocco. And I found my way to New York, fell in love. And when I moved to New York, I discovered my colleagues that Asha knows really well, Perry Chen, Chris Poole, were the young entrepreneurs disrupting the art world. One guy, Pinterest, Ben Silverman, who Asha and I know really well, was saying, can curation be a form of creative activity? Can that be documented as a creative act? 4chan said, can there be alternate truths that are not documented or recorded? So I was part of all those conversations, and it sort of messed with my brain. I said, can I be stuck to one definition of art, or can I break it? So I spent the last 15 years reinventing myself over and over again. And from a traditional painter to programming, to working with robots, to working with brainwaves. to now trying to integrate myself through what I believe as this sole purpose of art. For me, it's transcendent. Man is not the ape that makes tools. So the man is the ape that makes tools to remake who he can be, to imagine the future. I think much of art is facing backwards and looking at what we have been. Much of art is based on identity politics. I find that boring. I want to see what we can be. Can we transcend identity? And I've been lucky enough to have these conversations with the leading thinkers of our times, from Daniel Kahneman to Jeff Bezos to Asha Jadeja to Lakshmi Praturi, who's here. And I'm really excited that I consider myself a mischief maker and a court jester that you can't ignore.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Very good. Fabulous, fabulous. You guys are really energizing us right now. I have another question from Simran Thadani, a question for both Dipanjana and Chennai. How do outsider artists step into the mainstream art market? How can they show? And how can they be seen? Chennai, do you want to start? And then Dipanjana, just 1 minute each.
I think DK would be in a better place to speak about the market, but just from a curatorial perspective, for example, Jangar Singh Sham's work was recently on view at KNMA, and it was a collaboration with MAP, which is about to open its space. And so I do think that artists who are considered or are categorized as outsider are starting to see visibility in larger institutions, and they're becoming better known in that way. So,
Dipanjana?
I think to take it very simplistically, what Raghav was saying, I would say it's about disruption, right? What one understands about mainstream art. And breaking those boundaries. How do these artists come into the foray? As much as I don't want to admit it, a lot of it is chance. Because regardless of whether we want this space to be not elitist, not intellectually overbearing for everybody or not, the fact remains that the majority is still holding this space very tightly. And it is only now with a whole different crop of collectors coming in, there will be a disruption. And it's the best moment for all these other things to be integrated into mainstream, or why even call it mainstream? It's just art. So I see this, I feel we are at that cusp where institutions like Met and MoMA and Tate are already looking. These are the three major institutions in the world, and they are already looking at, let's say, Jankar's work or Gauri Gill's collaboration with Rajesh. And these are just baby steps. And, an institution is made of curators and the audience and the patrons. And I think each of us are responsible and accountable to make those changes. So how do we see more of it? You as a patron, ask and demand that these are shown more. Me as a market space, I actively bring these into the market space, put a price tag on it. I am in a position to put a price tag and convince people that this is what it's worth. Why should a Jamini Roy be worth 30,000 and something else be worth $300? I mean, when you see some of Meera Mukherjee's work, who was so influenced by Dokra artists, why are we selling Meera Mukherjee's? And she's someone I hugely admire and went into the art world because of her. So with all my due respect, I can sell a Meera Mukherjee for $500,000. Whereas one of the most beautiful Dokras, I can still buy on the streets in somewhere in central India or in one of the emporiums for 300 rupees. Yeah. So, while of course it's mass manufactured and all of that, so there are many differences, but at the same time, the level of creativity, the level of brilliance, the level of workmanship, and all of that cannot be denied. And if those artists were given that kind of space, training, and awareness, I think it is only time. So I think all of us have to take responsibility to at least look at this space and be open-minded and get into it and embrace some of this and bring it into.
No, that's fantastic. You know what? I think what this fabulous, this session has done, I think it has awakened in us a monster, Dipanjana. I actually think that those of us, just 5 or 6 of us, if we put our heads together, I think we might be able to pull off a lot of things. I would love to see some of this outsider art at the Met, Shanae, and we should talk about it. But I think this has unleashed some very interesting creative energies in all of us. Let's put our heads together as we go forward, and really get some action going there. But thank you so much, Shanae Javeri, Dipanjana Klein, and Raghava Keke for joining this enormously important panel as art meets technology. And Vinita and Apurva, thank you for this incredible opportunity to get to interact with TiE. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
It really was.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Raga, Shanae, Dipanjana. It's been incredible listening to you. And I was literally going aye to everything that you said. It's a lot about making it more democratic and just being the activists that we all are. So congratulations on incredible efforts and on all your next endeavors. And we'll see you super soon, like Asha says. Let's get together.
Thank you. Take care. Bye. Bye.
I want to introduce the next fireside chat panel discussion between 2 literatis that I know, that is Vinita in conversation with Kunal Basu. They both come from Calcutta, and it's almost going to be an adda, so please feel included. Yeah, over to you, Vinita. Have fun.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome, Kunal. Thank you so much for being with us today. So I am trying to introduce you to our audience, but I find that all definitions of you are somewhat circular. So I'm going to give this a shot. You grew up with communist parents, you railed against imperialist forces in your youth, and then you went off to Canada and the US, and now you live in the UK. But we're not talking politics, so I'm just going to go on to the next part of your life. You were quite literally born on the floor of your author mom's library, and you grew up under the influence of the entire Bengal culturati, if there is such a word. Filmmakers like Satyajit Ray and Mrinal Sen, and theater makers and authors and artists. And so, of course, you have not just a bachelor's, but also a master's in engineering. So, and then you became a copywriter and a part-time actor. And then you follow this up with a PhD and a tenured professorship, not in literature, not in creative writing, but in marketing in the Oxford, the Side Business School at Oxford. So, however, your most projected identity is that of an author, a very successful author, of course, one of very few Indian practitioners of historical fiction, and the only writer writing in Bengali and English today. So I want to start the conversation by first congratulating you on the release of your latest book, In an Ideal World. So there's a journalist who says it's about the courage of compassion in 2 competing visions of India. Nothing we need more of in the world today. So how much of this beautifully rich and complex 3-dimensional existence was driven by economics?
Very little, really. My life makes no sense on paper. I would advise anybody to follow in my footsteps. At the time when we were growing up in India, when I was growing up in India, in a middle-class family, if you didn't study engineering or medicine, then you became unemployed. And there was not an option for me. So I ended up studying all the wrong subjects. I hated science. I took science. I hated engineering. I studied engineering. My biggest difficulty, Vinita, was this. I was a damn good student. So no matter what subject I was asked to take a test in, I did very well, which of course is no testament to actual talent. All that it speaks to is that I had good test-taking skills, you know.
And a few gray cells.
Right, few, only just a few. And I sort of managed to, did a degree in engineering without any love for engineering whatsoever. I spent all my time in theater and in writing and things of that nature, and politics. And then when I got a scholarship to study in the US for my master's, I said, fantastic. Who in their right minds is going to pay me to travel around the world at their expense? And I'll do a master's. That's not a big problem. So I went and did a master's. I worked in Cape Canaveral in the space project. So I was a rocket scientist. And I said, look, this is not really what I want to do. So I went back to India, started acting in theater, cinema, and all of that. And in the 80s, that couldn't put food on the table. So that's where the economics started kicking in to some extent. And I said, well, look, I need to find a career which is the least disruptive of the arts. Okay. And so I took a strategic decision, not a passionate decision. And the strategic decision was, well, what if I did a PhD? And then if I became a professor, then I would be my own boss. I could control my time. And if I could become efficient, maybe I could have a serious pursuit of writing going alongside my career. And so that's what I did.
So your first book, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Your first book, The Opium Clerk, was published in 2001.
Right.
But when do you think in all of this strategizing was Kunal, the author, born?
Well, really, when it was very, very coincidental. So there was this non-resident Indian business school professor who was visiting Kolkata, and I met him socially, and he said, what are you up to these days? I said, well, I'm a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And he said, well, have you considered doing a PhD in management? And I said, what is that? Isn't that, I actually said this, isn't that terribly unintellectual? And he said, no, I'll give you a few papers to read. And he gave me a couple of papers to read, and it was very quantitative, very analytical. And in those days, I could do my math with my eyes closed. So I said, I can do it. And notice the words. I'd never said, I want to do this. I said, I can do this. Okay. And so that's when it all started coming together. All right. So a PhD in business, and obviously booming job market. Okay. And I would take a position as a professor in some business school, in a research kind of a business school, which will give me enough time to write. And so that's when it slowly started taking shape. And I told myself, look, as soon as I make tenure, which I did at McGill, I'm going to start writing, and it's not going to be Sunday writing for me. I don't pursue hobbies. I have no hobbies. Either I do it or I don't do it. And so that's what I did. I made tenure, and professors, when they make tenure, they go to another university, spend a year, do more research with colleagues. I shut myself in my room for 2 years, and I wrote The Opium Clerk.
Clearly, you were fulfilling all the other side of your duties phenomenally well for people to be happy in your tenureship. So the desire to be an author was there for a while, and then that whole process of putting yourself in a place where you could be an author.
That's right.
Happened with phenomenal. So The Miniaturist followed in 2003, The Racists in 2006, and then a collection of short stories, The Japanese Wife, in 2008. And so Aparna Sen decided to make a movie out of the short story, The Japanese Wife. Why do you think she chose that particular story out of everything that you had written up until then?
It's baffling to me. I had written this short story and put it away in my desk drawer, because there's this view in England By then, I had moved to Oxford. My agent's view was one establishes oneself first as a novelist and then publishes one's collection of short stories, if one writes short stories, that is. So I'd written The Japanese Wife and a bunch of other stories, and they were all in my desk drawer. I was not intending to publish them at any point in time, anytime soon. And then I again met Aparna Sen socially in Oxford. She'd come to visit. And I remember she walked up through the crowd in a party and said, I so wanted to meet you because The Miniaturist is my favorite novel. And we're all open to flattery, we're all, so I felt.
Really? Surprising. No.
I was quite charmed. And then she said, I'd really like to make a love story, but all good love stories have been told, Romeo and Juliet and all that. I wasn't pitching a film to her because I didn't know what pitching for a film meant at that time in my life. So I said, no, hang on. I think I have a short story, which is a love story, which is very different from others. And she said, go on, tell me. And so here we are in this room with lots of people drinking wine and making social, it was chit chat. And in about 7 minutes, I told her the story of The Japanese Wife. And she said, have you sold it to anyone? I said, no. So would you please send it to me as an email attachment? And I did. And she came back and said, I'd love to make this film. I guess what appealed to her, which she has said later in many, many, many interviews, is that the absolute surreal premise of the story, which brought forth a kind of innocence, which is quite surprising, which is not frequently encountered. And in many ways, it was a very pristine kind of a love story, albeit a very unusual one. And that's how the film came about.
Incredible. So, you said that you teach at the Side Business School in Oxford, you teach marketing. Do you think of yourself as a successful entrepreneur in the arts? An entrepreneur, which is the subject of our summit today.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my colleagues who teach entrepreneurship, as you know, is a very established discipline in most business schools. We have a good center for entrepreneurship at Side as well. I have never actually considered myself to be an entrepreneur, and I'll tell you why. Because to be an entrepreneur, one needs to be very conscious of one's environment, the business environment, the nature of the marketplace, the nature of competition. I mean, we teach all of this in class, by the way, and so forth. Whereas as a creative person, as a writer, I've looked inside. I haven't looked outside. I wrote my first novel, which was a historical novel. What kind of an author writes a debut novel, which is a historical novel?
A good one, clearly.
Yeah, very unusual. Okay, I wasn't gauging taste. I wasn't, which is what entrepreneurs should do. I wasn't looking for gaps in the marketplace. I had certainly no clue, zero clue about literary publishing. I understood a lot about academic publishing, but had zero clue about literary publishing. I was propelled to write, and I was propelled to write this story, which I accidentally thought of while I was traveling, actually hiking in northern Thailand, and said, well, this is the story I need to tell. And so not an entrepreneur in the classical sense of the term, although, I now have 15 books, 16 in the pipeline. And so there is a world of enterprise around me in terms of publishers, agent, foreign rights, what have you. But as I was starting out writing, and even now when I think of a new novel to write, I pay no attention to the world. I pay no attention to readership. I'm trying to satisfy myself.
That's a really interesting response, Kunal, because we seem to live in a world where things have changed to the point where, art, business, media, technology, everything is converging, and yet you manage to remain in despite living in both sides of this world, you manage to remain disparate in your creative output and your strategic output, as you defined it. So are you unusual in that respect, or do you think that most authors are like that?
Increasingly, I find quite a few authors playing a very active role in sort of taking their work through channels of distribution into readers, and they do all kinds of things. And look, you've got authors and you've got authors. Different people have different personas. I think what works best for me is that I'm able to live in my world, my mind, my heart, my feelings, my memories, my experiences, and also the world as I experience in everyday life. And I very deeply engage with everyday life wherever I live. In Kolkata, I avoid traveling in a car. I walk everywhere, and if the destination is too far, I take Uber. I go to the market. I go to tea shops. I have extreme curiosity about this world, and I'm a very high risk tolerance. I put myself in situations which normally people shouldn't put themselves in, in order to sort of, in the quest of stories, in order to find things, find the unfamiliar within the familiar. And I feel that in doing all of this, I'm so absorbed in it that it actually doesn't pay me to think about how is this work going to be received? What do I need to do to publicize it? And very fortunately, I have a support system around that. I do have an agent, and publishers usually play a very strong role in positioning their authors and doing things like that. So I haven't had to do it, and I haven't had to pay a lot of attention to it.
If you were able to identify perhaps one overriding quality in you or situation in your life which led to all the success and you having a life, not just as an author, but as so many other things, what would you say that was?
Without question, it would be my bullheadedness. It is dancing to one's own drummer. I don't say this arrogantly or egotistically, because dancing to one's own drummer, one can slip and fall on the dance floor, and there's always that possibility that I write something and it just doesn't work. Okay, very much a possibility. But I think what has carried me through all these years, through all these twists and turns of the career and also my writing life, is that I've tried to listen to my own voice. I've not tried to imitate anyone. I've not tried to say, well, geez, if I could just do it the way this person did.
You want to be the next Tagore or the next Shakespeare or the next.
No. I mean, I'm happy being who I am, and actually, I'm unhappy being who I am. I do want to do better. I want to write much better than what I've managed to do so far. So it's always a project, incomplete project. But I follow it with a lot of doggedness. I write 12 hours a day, 13 hours a day, every day, except the days when I'm traveling.
And do you sleep?
I do sleep. I sleep very well. What it means is, Vinita, is that I don't have a raging social life, unfortunately.
Well, you have a lot of very interesting people around you. They're just in your head, and that's a social life, I think. I have two youth-oriented questions for you. The first one, what would Kunal, the author, today tell Kunal, the engineering student at Jadavpur University, if he could go back in time and talk?
Oh gosh, so many things. Sometimes people, I've heard a lot of people who say, "Oh, I got no regrets." Okay, my life is full of regrets. Okay. So if I could be a revisionist historian and go back and change my life, I would say, Kunal, are you crazy? What on earth are you doing studying engineering when you have no desire to be an engineer? Okay. So I would say, you should have taken the risk early on in your life, because when you take risks early on, and if those risks don't come true, you still have time to recover. If you take risks very late in life, then it becomes that much more difficult to recover if one fails. So I would tell Kunal, just drop out. Just drop out of your engineering college and try. And at that point, I actually wanted to be an actor. So I had played, I had some roles in cinema and also.
That I remember. Yes.
Yeah.
I grew up in Calcutta, so I know this.
You know this, right? So the group theater was really active. I used to act for a group run by Utpal Dutta, who was a very, very famous actor and theater director. And he really wanted me to go and offered me to go with him to Bollywood and act. But of course, in the 80s, Bollywood was very different to what it is now. And I didn't quite fancy singing and dancing around a tree. And so it wouldn't have worked for me. So I would have told a young Kunal to be much more self-reflective, to be to recognize his real passion, and to pursue that. Take advice from others, but actually pursue that, early on, and not go the circuitous route.
So if there was a devil sitting on your shoulder which said, this is the wrong advice to give Kunal, the engineering student, because Kunal, the engineering student, then had an economically relatively stable life and still got to the point where Kunal became a celebrated author, works being read everywhere, being turned into movies. Where would that rebuttal come? That would it be that the challenge to pursue your passion bullheadedly 360 degrees will define you so much better as an artist that you cannot but be successful? What would be the argument that you would tell the devil on your shoulder then?
No, a fair question. Becoming unemployed or being living on a pittance would have been problematic. Yeah. From a family point of view, and also, I got married relatively early. Our daughter was born right away, and so I had to be financially viable. So all of these factors did play into the decision. I don't want to be blithe about it at all. But I think if I dedicated myself early on into my real passion, then perhaps I could have become economically successful doing what I really wanted to do. Now, I will never know that. One will never know that, whether that would have been possible at all. But I think I would have been happier. To be a closet writer, whereas when one masquerades being somebody else, is not fun.
Oh, you've just destroyed all my notion of fun masquerades now. Okay, I told you I had a two-part youth question. So we talked to Kunal back at Jadavpur University in engineering college, and you told him, do drop out. Do you have the same advice for people with a passion for art inside them today? Because I'm sure you get asked this much more than I do because you're a professor. We're at the age where we have children and they're making decisions about the career. And do we tell them the world has changed and artists make a viable living now, and so go out and follow your passion? Or do we say, look, just go to college with a backup, get a backup degree, and then go find yourself, but you can come back to economic stability if it is every parent's dilemma when trying to guide youth into, especially South Asian parents, when trying to guide youth into education, when clearly engineering, doctoring, lawyering is not the path that the child wants to take?
No, it's a very fair concern. I mean, I don't want to be casual about it at all. It's a very fair concern. I'll only say this, it's very difficult to make a return to one's passion because careers these days are very challenging, very competitive. And if one commits oneself in a certain path, then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It becomes very difficult. As the only credit I give myself, Vinita, I don't give myself many credits. The only credit I give myself is that I never let go of my dream. I never let go of my passion. And I said, look, I need economic viability. I certainly do. And that comes with tenure. Okay. But as soon as I make tenure, that's what I'm going to do is pursue my career, my writing career. And there are some real sacrifices. This may not be the forum to talk about the sacrifices, but it seems simple enough to say, you're a professor at Oxford University, you're also a writer. Isn't that just wonderful? Okay.
No, it doesn't seem simple at all. It's a lot of work.
Exactly. So there are costs to bear. And, and I've borne some of those costs, but I'm really happy to bear them again because, allowed me to do what I really wanted to do. Yeah. But to your point, it's a very difficult advice to give somebody. Very difficult advice to give somebody. And what I would say is that, look, don't jump into it. Okay. Take time. These days, people take gap years. Go and work for a theater company. That's your passion. Go to a one-year creative writing program to see if that works out for you. Sort of poke around a bit, experiment a little bit without sinking the ship. And during that process, if you find that something really resonates strongly inside you, and only you can be the judge of that, and if it really resonates strongly with you, then take the plunge.
Do you think in today's day in 2022, as compared to 25 years ago or 50 years ago, it is much more economically, financially viable and easier to be in an artistic profession, especially since so much of artistic expression has gone digital and the world of technology has a return that is a few magnitudes higher because
absolutely. I'll talk about purely from the level of with respect to authorship. If somebody is writing an author, okay, but still food needs to be on the table, right? There are all kinds of people are flooded with freelance work now with respect to digital stuff that is going on. If you purely look at India, when we were growing up, there was only one television channel, which was Doordarshan. Now there's so many channels, which means what? Which means that these channels are monsters. They need to be constantly fed. They need to be fed with content. So the need for content writing in a whole variety of domains is incredibly high. Okay, and so one can make a handy income on the side as one is sort of squirreling away and writing one's novel. In my time, it was not possible to do that. Okay, so yes, there are more options now.
Some of the other speakers on our panels might take objection to your last statement because for them this is not on the side, this is their artistic endeavor. So
fair enough.
It's how pure does one stay to the art that you are pursuing while being an entrepreneur, managing your economic finances?
I can only speak for myself. Everything about my life has been, I have crafted, and Shushmita has been a huge, huge, huge help. Without her, I don't know how I would have been able to swim through these very murky waters. I've crafted everything around my passion. Okay, where I stay, how I stay, which parts of the world do I visit? I mean, depending on the novel that I'm writing, if it is located in a certain place, I would go and live there for a while. Just pick up and go. I wrote a novel called The Yellow Emperor's Cure, which is about a Portuguese doctor who goes to China to find a cure for syphilis in the 19th century. So as you can imagine, I spent time in Portugal, I spent time in China, purely for that. In the last section of The Miniaturist, which the novel ends in Eastern Turkey, I went and spent time in Eastern Turkey, in Cappadocia. So I've tried to fashion my life to the extent possible around my writing, and the purity of my life comes from that. Now, does one have to make compromises and adjustments? Of course. Okay. I remember once I was a keynote speaker at the Berlin, at the Frankfurt Book Fair, and my dean asked me to teach a very special course for senior executives exactly on those dates. Exactly on those dates. Okay. And so I had to let Frankfurt Book Fair go because that was my place of employment. Yeah. So yes, I do compromise, and I'm not averse to that. But the core of what I do is around my writing.
Phenomenal. Keep that core going because we love reading what you write. Any final words for budding authors about to write their first novel? We have maybe a half minute or a minute.
Okay. I've never been to a creative writing program and don't quite know whether they're helpful. They might be for some people. But the only advice I would give, the three things I would tell somebody who wants to write. Okay. One is read as broadly as you can. Okay. I mean, all of us have our favorite genres, but read as broadly as you can, because then you will know what are the parameters of your liking or your disliking. Okay. Make it a habit of writing continuously. Okay. And if you can't get started on a novel, get started on a story, get started on an essay about something, write a longish letter to somebody who you know. Just the habit of writing and dealing with words every day, okay, is sort of keeping the engine going. And the third is be a tiny bit arrogant. What it means is have a lot of self-confidence. Okay. You are you, you're unique. Your voice is unique. There's much to learn from others, but ultimately, you will stand on the power of your pen.
That's just beautiful. You are you, you are unique, you are powerful, you said. Wow. I could just go on and on asking you questions and just, imbibing inspiration from you. But that is all the time we have today. And I really, really want to thank you for being part of the summit. I understand you're in some remote part of India right now, doing a Lit Fest at a management school.
No, that was Zoom. That was Zoom, but I will be in Ranchi, which is not too remote, day after tomorrow, for a literary festival, and then Jaipur, and then the floodgates open. Many other places.
Well, I wish you many, many open floodgates, and we are looking forward to book after book from you. Thank you, Kunal, and keep writing.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, there he is, Dr. Kunal Basu, Professor of Marketing at TiE Business School, but we know him as the author of many, many incredible books. And what a joy it was to unpeel the layers of Kunal's process and how he got to this point of being such an accomplished bilingual author. We are... unfortunately, excitedly coming to the very last keynote of our summit today. We have heard from some incredible people and we have heard some incredible stories. Each one has been inspiring in its own way. So I want to stop and take a moment to thank everybody who came to listen, to speak, to participate. And I want to leave you with this incredible conversation that we are going to have with the founder of Ink Talks, Lakshmi Praturi, and a man who perhaps deserves the title of a Renaissance man more than most other people, Ajay Chaudhary, who has straddled the worlds of corporate life, large corporations, small corporations, and the artistic world in the best possible way by being a corporate person, a techie, a serial entrepreneur, a novelist, a playwright, a director, and also finds time to sit on the boards of some of the most amazing artistic organizations in the UK. I want to hand it over now to you, Lakshmi, and in conversation with Ajay Chaudhary.
Hi, everyone. I'm Lakshmi Praturi, and I'm truly thrilled today to have a conversation with Ajay Chaudhary. And instead of giving a long bio who he is, you'll find out more about who he is through our conversation. As most of you know, I always call myself a people collector because you get to meet some of the most amazing people. And when you can get into their minds and understand who they are, we all learn a lot. So today, let's get into the mind of Ajay Chaudhary, who wears many, many hats, and you'll find out soon. Welcome, Ajay.
Hey, Lakshmi, glad to see you. Very, very delighted to be in your collection.
Yes. So, Ajay, I thought we should start with your avatar. There is many avatars you have. There's very, very few people I meet who are extremely comfortable in diverse situations. I mean, you worked in a large company and also been an entrepreneur. You've been, mentor to many startups, and you yourself are a writer and a theater persona, all sorts of things. We'll find out all about them. But the first thing I would love for you to talk about is it takes a very different persona to be comfortable in a large corporate setting where there is Fortune 500 companies and all that stuff. And as part of BCG Digital Ventures, you will be working with many, many large companies. And also you've been with startups, be it supporting Shazam or starting your own. And it's a very different mindset. So tell me a little bit about the role you played in both sides, and what was your major learning from each that contributed toward you being an entrepreneur?
That's a great question. I think the common thread that probably goes through everything I do is building things. So the thing I always like to do is build something. There's no better feeling in the world than working with the team and saying, we've created something, and then looking back 4 or 5 years later and saying that thing would not have existed if we hadn't done it. And that's the common thread that runs through everything. So when I work with corporates, the work I'm doing with corporates is about helping them create new businesses. And a lot of the businesses that we come up with is stuff that wouldn't have existed before. The same thing when I'm working with startups. Same thing in theater. When we put on a play, you then look back on it and say, that's incredible. This thing wasn't there before. And then exactly the same thing for writing a book. So that common thread runs all the way through. Now, how you execute on it is somewhat different every single time. But that spark of creating something new is what really keeps me going through all of this. And I think I get bored very easily. So I like jumping from one place to another.
And, just to continue on that, it's really managing people, right? And you deal with very, very different types of people. Somebody who's very used to structure versus someone who thrives on creativity. So tell me a little bit about how you manage very, very different people.
So again, I think the critical thing there is to begin to find the bits that you have in common with them. I'm very much a strangely bifurcated person. So I hope I'm pretty creative and I've got that creative gene inside me. But I also do love structure. I also do love things to be logical. And I think for me, it's really beginning to suss out when I'm starting to work with someone, what kind of person are they? And then the bit of me that relates most to them probably comes out more based on that. So when I'm dealing with my friend Vinita, it is very much on the creative side of things, having a great conversation about new things we can develop, et cetera, et cetera. All the creators, Vinita's a great businesswoman as well. But if I'm dealing with some of my colleagues at work right now in BCG, who are much, much more structured, et cetera, with them, it's very much about the process, how are we going to get there, what's the outcome going to be? And one just has to kind of adjust between those two. But the basic thing of really trying to connect with the person is what's really critical over here. And beginning to show that EQ in whichever circumstance you're in is something that I'm certainly trying to do.
You know, I did my business school with a minor in theater arts, and I used to tell my professor that I learned more about dealing with people from my theater than I do from my business, because it's all about how to make the other person successful.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about, I mean, you've done a lot in theater. I mean, you co-founded Enact with Vinita, you did Rent a Space in London, and I'm sure as a student, you did a bunch of things in theater. How did your training in theater help you to be a better business person, and vice versa? How being good in business helped you be a better entrepreneur?
Another great question. The theater training has helped me tremendously. I studied initially to be an actor and realized that there were not that many roles for short Indian guys, so I decided to put that to one side. I wasn't a great actor either. And then I kind of moved into the directing world. But as a theater director and being on stage, you have to really figure out what is the essence of what I'm trying to say over here. What is the essence of what I'm trying to communicate over here? And once you've got that essence, trying to communicate it as effectively and efficiently as possible to make the other person seem something. And communication is at the core of any business that we do as well. I mean, it's a cliche, but it is absolutely true. And I think the communication tools that I learned in theater, I was able to bring to business. So at BCG as well, for instance, I run a whole thing on theater games, where I bring my BCG colleagues together and make them do very, very silly theater games, where the first couple of times, the first couple of games they play, they're kind of very befuddled about, well, why on earth am I doing this? But as they get into it, the trick of it really is, how do you get that logical mind that you have broken to begin to think about something that it wouldn't normally think about? In theater, that's where I think the biggest inspiration comes from, when something totally out of the blue, the actor says something totally out of the blue, and you realize that's really true. And I didn't see that coming. In business as well, particularly nowadays, when the business world and the tech world and the startup world is changing so dramatically, having that ability, to think differently is really, really key. One of my favorite games that I play, it's a really simple game, is asking, and if you can imagine 25 management consultants doing this, asking people to wander around the room and point at something and say what it is not. Now, you'd think this is a really easy thing to do. I'm sitting in this room and I can point at this and say that's a horse, or that's a table. Interestingly, people find it very difficult, and as they start doing it, they start suddenly finding patterns. So they'll go, that's a horse, that's a dog, that's a sheep. No. Think about something completely different. And why your mind is so trained not to think of the billions of things something is not is really interesting. And when they break through that, suddenly some kind of magic begins to happen. So that training from theater to business has been really useful. And the other way around as well has been very helpful, because unfortunately, theater is a pretty precarious business. It's a precarious profession. And running a theater company is not the easiest thing in the world to make sure that you don't go bust. During COVID, unfortunately, so many companies have struggled. And that business hat was really helpful for running my company as well, because I could think of how to do that. So that cross-fertilization has been fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Now, in that game that you talked about, when you can think of what something is not, what skill is it giving you? Is it the ability to think without borders, or what is it that it's, like when you say a horse, but what it's not is, it's not a table, it's not a, but you can say it could be a table because you can put something on top of horse or whatever,
But That's exactly right. It's those creative skills that it's giving you. So when you then begin to think from a startup, so what we do is a lot of beginning to ideate around new business ideas for our clients. Now, if you go down the obvious route, somebody will have thought of that already. The really interesting business ideas come up when someone goes down a somewhat non-obvious route or finds a new way to do something that people had always thought has to be done in this particular way. And that's a muscle that I think can be trained. You know, some people just say, oh, I'm not at all creative. I don't think that's true. You know, when I work with a lot of my colleagues, a lot of them say, oh, I'm not really creative. I'm very much an accounting kind of person.
Yeah.
I think everybody can be creative if they want to be.
Yeah. Yeah. And I agree. I think it's a muscle you need to exercise as opposed to an inborn talent.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
And actually continuing on that, it's interesting. You said you wanted to be an actor. Then you said, hey, I'm better off as a director or a producer, or, you know, there's so many other things that are there. One of the things I always think about is within us, always there's a struggle of being an individual versus building a platform, right? Mm-hmm. So it's sort of when you're on stage and you're acting or whatever, you know, it's just, forget even other people's eyes on you. It's all about your effort, and that's it. And but when you're building a platform, A, you're dependent on many, many people, but B, the impact is also depends on you being able to motivate many different people. So I wanted to talk about the difference between being an artist versus being an entrepreneur where you're building a platform. So when do you say, hey, this is more important than that? Because it's difficult to do both all the time, you know, so.
Yeah, no, it is very difficult. I think the most difficult piece of being a theater director, for instance, is, you know, at 8 p.m. when that curtain goes up, you've lost all control over this baby that you've been nurturing, you know, for weeks or months, you know, or years, if you've been thinking about it for years. It is now in the hands of somebody else. You've kind of handed it over, and what they do will determine what the audience thinks about it. That's a very humbling thing. And that requires an incredible amount of trust in other people. And I think that trust, again, back to whether it's a business context or an context, is really, really important. Because unless you've built that trust with the group of actors you're working with, you're never going to feel satisfied with what they've done. And unless you're then open to, if they take it in a different direction, saying, actually, that does work, that's fine too. And when I was running my startups, you know, the most important thing for me, and it is again a cliche, is having the right team around me, of knowing what are my strengths, knowing who are the people who can complement me, you know, with the stuff that I'm not particularly good at, and making sure we can trust each other. So she'll trust me to do my job and I'll trust her to do her job, is really, really critical. So that piece I find very powerful. Then as an artist, again, you're actually completely dependent on other people. You know, so I've written 3 books now. Initially, when I started writing, I thought, okay, this is very much a solo pursuit. The writer is the person who sits alone in the garret, you know, on the computer, bashes it all out. And that's it. It's a solo thing that they do. That's not at all the case. I mean, the first draft of what I did was the solo thing. But then the relationship between me and my editor was incredibly powerful, where she made my book. It's a book called The Waiter. My first book was a children's book. The second book was a detective story. She made The Waiter so much better than what I had originally written, because that sparking off each other and her saying something and me thinking, that's such a good idea. What if I did this, is very, very powerful. And then even once the book was written, the relationship between me and the marketing people and me and the publicist for then marketing the book is equally important, because, you know, they're the people who get people to read it. So I don't think there is any such thing as a solo artist. I think every artist is part of an ecosystem that they have to absolutely collaborate with to be successful. So I think everyone is part of a platform.
That's true. And yet there is a different role you play in, you know, being from the behind the scenes person versus, you know, in front. So from I'd love to tell you the story of, you know, I'll tell you one thing that when you have a teenage son, which I do, it's very hard to be a cool mom because no matter what you do, you're not cool enough. But if I can tell him that I spoke to someone today who was involved in Shazam, I think my cool factor is going to truly, truly go up. So thanks to you for that.
That's very kind.
So I wanted to ask you, tell us the story of something like a Shazam, okay?
Yeah.
How, and you were, the founding investor, you've been involved in nurturing the founders and really shaping that, etc. How did it come to you and how did you say, I like this group versus I'm sure 20 other things that come your way?
For sure, for sure. So this was an interesting story. I mean, so this would have been in roughly 2000, I guess, where a guy called Chris Barton, sitting in California, in San Francisco, in fact, suddenly had this idea of, wouldn't it be cool to recognize music on a mobile phone? This was when mobile phones in the US hadn't really taken off at all. I mean, which is amazing to think, just even 20 years ago, people didn't really use mobile phones. And he then went to a series of people saying, hey, wouldn't this be cool? And everybody kind of said, look, this is really hard to do. It can't really be done. But they pointed him in the direction of a professor at Stanford, who was the professor of audio acoustics at Stanford. And he went, and Chris went to see him. And this guy said, look, I don't think it can be done. The technology it's too difficult. But if somebody could do it, here are 4 PhD students of mine who might be able to crack it. So Chris went and spoke to all of them. All of them said, can't be done. So Chris said, fine, okay, that's it. I'm going to go on and do something else. And then 6 months later, one of them phoned him up, a guy called Avery Wang, and said, I've cracked it. And he had actually built this algorithm for how this could be done. So Chris, Avery, and 2 other guys got together and said, well, why don't we form a business out of this? And they said, let's do this in Europe because Europe has much higher mobile phone penetration than the UK does. So they came to Europe and then they got introduced to me by a common friend. So they came in and said, listen, we've got this cool tech, and they kind of demoed it to me. And of course it didn't work. But I just loved the passion, and I love music. And I just felt, oh my God, I just want to see this work. So we kind of put in the initial investment. I became the chairman of the company and really helped nurture it and so on and so forth. But ultimately, one of the most important things is luck. Right. So Shazam started in roughly 2000. There was no iPhone there. It was all, touch-tone phones. And it almost went bust so many times. Yeah. And finally, at one point, we had to sell all of the intellectual property to keep it going because we discovered that, in addition to recognizing the song, it could be used in a B2B context. So we went to a company called BMI, whose job it is to pay artists royalties based on what's played on the radio. And at that point, literally, they would have people listening to the radio and writing down what was played. And that's how Madonna got paid. So we said, look, we can automate this whole thing for you. So we sold them the IP and the money, and we kept the B2C rights. They had the B2B rights. And that money then kept us going a little bit longer. And then finally, it was pure luck that the iPhone came along and Apple decided that Shazam was going to be one of the core apps they were going to promote. And one favorite email that I've still got somewhere is to a guy called Eddie Q, who used to run the iPhone at the time. And it just goes, what is this Shazam thing, SJ, from Steve Jobs to Eddie Q? And then once Apple got behind it and the iPhone got behind it, then everything just took off. But even then, there were various times we used to make our money by selling the songs. You tag a song and then buy it. That's how we made our money. But then Spotify came along and nobody was buying songs anymore. And suddenly our entire business model collapsed. And, Shazam again had to pivot. So it's never easy. And luck is a major part of what we do. And finally, this had a happy ending because Apple ended up buying it. Yeah. But it was a pretty long journey.
And also, I think this is where, business acumen of people like you and the other people on the board comes in handy to be able to have that meeting with Apple. It's like certain right connections have to be made. It doesn't happen. And also when you're down, to be able to say, okay, let's do B2B and keep the B2C. These are all very business decisions. These are not creative decisions, right? I think that's where...
I'd say they're both. Yeah. There's some element of creative. I mean, Shazam was a very creative company.
It is.
So I would say we're both. Apple, of course, is an incredibly creative company. So
Right. Yeah. So that leads to my next question of, when you start a company, and especially even as doesn't matter in the area of art or business or whatever, there is a point at which, do I do this on my own, or do I become part of a larger studio, or do I sell the IP to somebody else? I mean, even in your case, when you did Seatwave, you sold it to Ticketmaster and Shazam to Apple. And, in every company's or every existence, the question comes, do I do this on my own, which is an IPO kind of a thing, or do I sell to someone? So there's a quicker impact, much larger, quicker impact. So were you part of those conversations, and how do you make a decision between, this is sort of like, do I do it alone versus join a record label versus, IPO versus selling? So tell me a little bit of your thought process on that.
It's a tough one, because it's very rare you're the only one making the decision. You've got investors who've got their own agendas. You have, who have their own ways they want to do things. And then it all comes down to risk appetite, in my view. It all comes down to how risk averse are you, and how much risk are you prepared to take, and what do you really want to do? So if you're Mark Zuckerberg, who has a Facebook, and you want to, when he started it, really change the world, and say, I will be able to do this on my own, as opposed to if I'm part of Microsoft or if I'm part of somebody else, that takes a certain type of individual who says, I really want to do this and I really want to change the world. There's another type of entrepreneur who's very, very good at taking things to a certain level, but then they're not a particularly good manager. So if they're then making the decision of where do I go with this, and they've got advisors from the investor side, etc., advising them, they have to decide what is best for the company, not what is necessarily best for me. And I think those are some of the hardest decisions some entrepreneurs have to take, which is when they realize, it's a bit like being the director of the play and realizing I'm not in control of this thing anymore. When an entrepreneur maybe realizes, I'm not necessarily the right person to take this thing to the next level. So what is my role now? And what do I do now? And they can go in 2 or 3 different directions. You can say, okay, I'm going to sell the company now, because frankly, the next person can do something much bigger with it than I can. Or you can say, I'm going to step back and take a different role, and let someone else run it. But these are all very individual decisions. And as I said, your investors have a huge part to play in these decisions as well, because they've got their own agendas about what they want. So there is no one answer to this. I think every situation is somewhat different. And ultimately, I think entrepreneurs have to just, trust their instincts, but also always think about what is right for my people and what is right for the company. You've had too many examples recently, whether it's Uber or WeWork and so on and so forth, where the superstar entrepreneurs, Theranos is the most recent one, obviously, in the news, where the superstar entrepreneurs weren't necessarily thinking about the good for the customer or the good for the company. And it really became about themselves. And that's where I think the real problems come.
Yeah. And that's also the, hero worship we have developed, in general in this world of, we make people heroes, and then we are disappointed in every little thing. I mean, we see this. By the way, I keep thinking of Shazam, like they should have gone to India, because the cell phone usage was much higher than anyone else.
That is true. That is true. I mean, India is one of Shazam's biggest markets. I mean, so,
a
massive database of Indian music.
Correct. Yeah. My next question is about really getting into the mind of someone else, because empathy, it's about really understanding the other person when you're sitting across to, even while you're pitching your product, you have to see in what way is it good for them. Now, as an author, you wrote Aisha and the Firefish, and this is, with your background, one would have expected a business book or something of that sort. And here is a book about it, young adult, a girl hero. Like, first of all, how did this idea come? And secondly, how did you get into the mind of a young teenage girl?
Well, I had 2 young teenage girls at the time, so that was helpful. I mean, the way the idea came up was I used to read my daughters bedtime stories every night, as everybody does. And then occasionally I would make up stories for them. And the story of Aisha, I just started making it up one night. And the next night they said, oh, tell us what happened next and what happened next. And then over a week or 2 weeks, I was just making up new bits of this story, and suddenly thought, actually, that's quite a nice little story. Why don't I write it down? So I kind of wrote it down, and this would have been when they were 7 or 8, and then I probably didn't do anything for another 7, 8 years. It was just there somewhere. And then my wife told me, why don't you write that story you've always been telling me about? So I said, well, why not? So I wrote it out, and then it's sheer luck, a friend of mine, I showed it to a friend of mine, a guy called Salil Tripathi, who said, oh, I've got an editor in Penguin, in Puffin Books, they might be interested in having a look. And I sent it to them, and sheer luck again, they said, well, this is nice, we'll publish it. So, I mean, unfortunately, publishing is not that easy. So how do you get into their mind? So the first thing I wanted to do was, when I was reading my daughters the bedtime stories, there were very few heroines who looked like them. So I was absolutely keen to have, I mean, there are many more now, but this would have been, I don't know, 15 years ago. I just wanted to say, look, I just want to write a really nice book with an Indian girl as a heroine, and an Indian girl who saves the world. Why not? So that's kind of why I did it in the first place. And then, as I said, when I was doing the final writing, they were both teenagers by then. So yeah, so getting into their minds was certainly a possibility. But the same thing happened when I wrote my new book, The Waiter, which is about a Muslim detective from Calcutta. I've lived in Calcutta, but I'm not Muslim, nor have I been a detective. But it just intrigued me about what happens if a disgraced Muslim detective from Calcutta is working in a restaurant in the East End of London as a waiter, and he has to solve crimes. And it just gets very interesting getting into all of that. One of the things I'm really not keen on is the debates about cultural appropriation, this, that, and the other.
Right. Yeah.
My personal view is, if you want to write about something, you can write about it well and authentically. You should be allowed to.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I come from.
Sure. So we are coming toward the end of the interview. So I want to ask a couple of personal questions, Ajay. So what is it in your background, you think, that has helped you become who you are? Is it the fact that you lived in a certain place, certain teacher you had, or this combination of creative and business together? Or did you watch one of your parents being that way? Or, just tell me, from your education, from your training, where did this thing come from?
An interesting question. I mean, I've always been passionate about music and literature growing up. I was reading all the time, all kinds of things. Obviously, in India, growing up, it's all Enid Blyton and Agatha Christie and P.G. Wodehouse. I still read Agatha Christie and P.G. Wodehouse, not so much Enid Blyton now. So I read all the time growing up in India, and my parents really encouraged the reading. I loved music. And when I finished school, I really wanted to go and study English literature. And my dad came home one day and said, okay, I've enrolled you in an economics college and you're going to do economics in Bombay. So I said, oh, well, all right then. And so I just kind of fell into the business world as it was. And then when I finished college, I was lucky enough to be able to go to business school in the US. And it was more that I wanted to go to the US than I wanted to go to business school. But then I discovered I was pretty good at business. And I came to the UK and started working with Bain, the management consultancy. And when I turned 30, I had this massive epiphany of, oh my God, do I want to be an artist or do I want to be in business? So I quit my job, went to drama school, absolutely loved it, did a 1-year course, but realized by then I'd gotten used to a certain lifestyle. That was going to make it more difficult to do the drama school. So I thought I'll just keep doing it on the side. So it was just really passion. Started with the art side, and then I kind of fell into the business side and realized, well, I'm actually not bad at both of them.
Yeah. And I think it's an important thing. A lot of times when you make your passion your profession, it also compromises a lot of things. And if you can make both of them your passion, that would be the best way. And it shouldn't feel like, oh my God, I got to do this business to support that. But you enjoy both, then I think that's the best of the world. So one more personal question for you. You meet like some of the most coolest people. I mean, like, you're in the Royal Academy of Dramatic Arts. So you sit next to somebody like a Helen Mirren, and then you meet all kinds of business people, etc. So my last question to you is, who's someone who left you in awe? And it's hard to pick one, maybe one or two people. I mean, from who you really felt you learned, and what did you learn from them?
Oh gosh, it's probably my teacher at drama school, actually. So when I quit when I was 30, I quit my job, and the guy running my course was a guy called George Roman. And George sadly, he passed away, was a Hungarian refugee who left Hungary in 1956, which is very apposite now, given everything that's happening in Ukraine, when the Russians came in, and came to the UK with nothing, not speaking a word of English. He and his wife made a very difficult trip to come to the UK, came here, worked for, I think, the coal board, was the only job he could get, but then made it as one of the best theater directors in the country. He became artistic director at various theaters in the country. And I saw a bunch of his plays, and he produced some of the most wonderful theater I have ever seen. And he was one of the wisest, funniest, warmest people I know. And he'd had a really, really tough life. And George is the person that I'll always think back on and think somebody who could have gone through that and come out at the other end, being a brilliant artist, but also being one of the most warmest, most generous people. He's the godfather to my daughter. It's just fantastic. And you see people like that and you go, they're so incredibly special. Yes, you can have met a lot of, famous people, etc., wonderful. But someone like that just sticks with you. And he's the person I think about the most when, as I said, he passed away a few years ago. He was tremendous.
Yeah, so that's
I
good.
did a great interview on YouTube. Yeah, there's a great interview I've done with him where he's discussing one of his productions of Midsummer Night's Dream. So I'm really glad we've got that.
That's great. So I want to end up by saying we both have been influenced by Hungarians. I've been influenced by Andy Grove, and you with
all right, yeah, absolutely,
George, and wonderful to meet you and learn so much. And then, as I wrap up, I just want to say that being an art entrepreneur is a journey, and it's not easy. And I think it's constantly balancing what's important for you personally versus the platform. And may you all entrepreneurs that are out there find the strength and the fun that comes with it to be great at what you do. And thanks, Ajay, for your time, because we've all learned a lot.
Thanks so much, Lakshmi. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Thank you, Ajay. Well, Apurva, that was the last session. How do you feel?
I feel incredibly supported. That the journey of an entrepreneur is very lonely, and
Tell me about it.
and I think most of us we'll definitely address it in our future summits. But when you come together in such conferences, I think you feel like you belong to a tribe, and I think that was my biggest takeaway. And thank you for bringing me in. It was incredible to have everybody join us and make this happen. So I hope all your dreams for this track really come true. So
I think we totally exceeded my expectations when I started this conversation 3 years ago at TiE. So first of all, thank you to TiE Silicon Valley for existing, for recognizing entrepreneurship, not just in technology, but in the arts. As of today, you are a bona fide, groundbreaking tribe maker in entrepreneurship in the arts too. So congratulations to everyone at TiE Silicon Valley. I particularly want to shout out to AGK, who is the president of TiE, who's unstinting faith in me and in Apurva at moments where we said, oh, this is too complicated, we can't do it. He kept saying, no, you can, and you should, and you will. So thank you for that faith, and for Raju, of course, for stepping up and writing that first check that set the ball rolling for us to have all the bits and bobs that come together in a conference like this, particularly the frames people, Saurabh and Advait. You guys have been absolutely amazing, and we have so enjoyed that interaction over this little window through which we see each other. So huge shout out for a perfectly seamless technological run. It's very hard to achieve. I want to start with a very special thank you to a very young and delightful person, Rohan, who was the point of contact for everybody who came on the panel. Rohan wrote these incredible, Rohan is a sophomore at USC, and he wrote these incredible emails to every single participant, made sure they were on time, got their bios, their photos, all that interaction with this incredible tribe that came together happened because of Rohan. So thank you, Rohan. You did an outstanding job. When you graduate college and you come looking for a job, come to us first. We'll be writing the resume and finding you your first job. And I promise you that. I want to thank the entire TiE team, starting with Vani Suresh and Neha, Patricia, Vrushali. Who am I missing?
Everybody was just incredible. I'm so amazed at the power of women, and I think that's what makes AGK shine. So behind the TiE group, each one of you have been incredibly helpful. Roshali, thank you for putting on nights, from India, and Neha, you're a force. So please, let's come together, celebrate Women's Day together, and thank you, AGK, for making this happen.
Clearly, it's the women that power this platform, and AGK is the person who opened all the doors so that the women could power this platform. So thank you to my adorable and feisty and really hardworking co-chair, Apurva. I have so enjoyed the process. I don't want to do anything without you again. I just want us to be a team on no matter what. So
thank you. Thank you so much.
And so what do you think, Apurva? What's next?
More summits and investment from the valley into the arts. We hope that this process creates a funnel, and you receive very well laid out business plans for entrepreneurs across the world, because we are ready to talk, and we're ready to talk your language, and hopes you take strides towards us as well. So thank you to the TiE Silicon Valley group, all the attendees. It's been an incredible day. Please have a good weekend, and good night and good afternoon to everybody across the world.
I want to leave you with one thought as we close this summit. If the medical profession is the front line for our health, then artists are the front line for the soul. Don't drop the ball on artists. Can you imagine a world where there is no song, where there is no music, where there is no dance, where there is no storytelling?
Or Netflix.
Netflix came later. First came the primal urge to communicate, to enjoy the beauty of nature, the sounds, the forms, and from that we have come to this incredible summit, this groundbreaking summit. Thank you, TiE, for trusting us. Thank you, AGK, for pushing us. And thank you to everybody in the audience for being with us.
Bye-bye.